thinking back. Drop the class, to establish, that the magic, it's all the magic. Got a mask, who was at it? Living legend, lethal weapon, mastermind, never tried, tell him on. If I am in second, it's after no one. Just give me a second to let them know. I'm the headline, the deadline. I'm a head time, the rare kind. I'm a living legend, lethal weapon, mastermind, big time.
Welcome to Canada, a year-round haven for nature lovers, the perfect setting to welcome the world's best triathletes for the T100 in Vancouver.
Mother, the prodigals come in. Father, what was mine? Altar's ready and waiting. Just a little sacrifice.
Well, yet again, the T100 delivers another stunning backdrop. Just under 15 minutes to go until the men's race gets underway here in Vancouver. The perfect amount of time to preview the day's action with multiple world champion Greg Welch. Greg, it's your first time on the T100 this year. What have you made of it so far?
So far, so good there, Matt. It's just great to be here. Vancouver is an incredible city, and triathlon goes back a long way in this city, but I'm looking forward to two fantastic races today.
We've got a new course. None of the athletes have raced here before. Do you think that perhaps levels the playing field slightly?
It does level the playing field, but this course here is very similar to what they did 2 weeks ago in San Francisco. Now, if we go back on the clock, we know that Rico Bogen won the race and also Julie Derron, but the course is very similar. Same sort of ocean, salty swim, bike ride, very hilly and hard, and the run course, well, pretty flat, multiple laps.
Well, it's the first time we've raced here in Canada and Vancouver, and to race here in the city of Vancouver requires the blessing of the local Indigenous communities.
On behalf of our elders, our youth, gives me a privilege and honor to welcome the PTO T100 Triathlon World Tour to the shared territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh.
On behalf of the Squamish Nation, I'm proud and empowered to be here to welcome you to the territories, but most importantly, for your experience during your competition. Our spirits are with you and lift you up.
On behalf of our nation, we welcome all competitors and visitors to our unceded territory and shared territory of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh.
As you experience the competition, let the lands empower you and give you that strength. Best of luck during your time in competition. Osia.
Well, 2 weeks ago, under the shadow of the Golden Gate Bridge, all the build-up focused on Kate Woff versus Taylor Knibb, but it was a Swiss star that stole the show. So the women's race underway here.
Is that white cap? That is Jess Learmont. Some big contenders in this pack.
I think it's probably going to be Kate Woff who's going to be first out the water here.
As soon as you hit T1, that goes into the box, helmet on, go, go, go. As we see now, it's almost like a double pass there. Taylor's become so good that people expect her to win. Taylor Knibb has now going right to the front. Julie Derron out on the bike wing, Jess Learmont, they're just behind Taylor Knibb and keeping that gap down to just over a minute. And the way Julie Derron is running right now, she is chomping down on that lead. Taylor Knibb is beaten. A stunning first win for Julie Derron.
Taylor Knibb finishes here in second.
Kate Woff, you know, this girl is here to stay.
So here's how it finished in San Francisco. Julie Derron toppling the queen of the T100, Taylor Knibb, the fastest bike leg of anyone. And F fans can recognise the purple sectors, but it still wasn't enough for the American. Kate Woff, our winner in Singapore, rounded off the podium. And a tremendous result for Holly Lawrence, just 8 months after giving birth to her daughter. Worth noting, Daniela Kleiser with the fastest run of the day, 49 seconds quicker than Julie Derron. And here's where that leaves us in the race to Qatar standings. Kate Woff with a commanding lead at the top, 17 points ahead of Julie Derron. America's Taylor Spivey in third, just ahead of Taylor Knibb. And a quick look at the top 10 ranked athletes starting today alongside their bib numbers. We get a Derron-Knibb rematch. Ashleigh Gentle will be looking to put, by her standards, a couple of tough results behind her. Lucy Charles-Barclay returns, and watch out for our home hero, Paula Findlay, who will no doubt get the loudest cheer of the day. So Greg, let's start by talking about Julie Derron, a 12th place in Singapore, but she really did change all that, didn't she, in San Francisco with a win. What do you think she can do today?
I think she can probably repeat, the same result as a couple of weeks ago. It was an amazing race down there. Everybody's eyes were on Taylor Knibb and the strength of the cycling. You would think that it would have played out into her favour. But the way that Julie Derron is running right now, incredible. Look, nobody knew who Julie Derron was this time last year until she got the silver medal at the Olympic Games. And now look at her. After all the second places in T100, she's certainly becoming fastly the new queen.
Yeah, she certainly is. I mean, the person she beat was Taylor Knibb. She absolutely blasted past her on the run. For Taylor Knibb, though, do you think it's a case of pressure relieved by having that 100% record now not the thing that people are talking about heading into weekends?
I think you're right, Matt. I think it is a pressure release, and I think that now her shoulders are nice and light again. She can go out there and get after it and race like she normally does. This course here in Vancouver really does suit a strong biker. It's the way that she descends, because anybody can go uphill fast, but descending here is going to be taking the hands, like white knuckling it down those descents and just really letting it go. But Taylor, yeah, she should ride really well here, but look out for the runners here today. Julie Derron, certainly.
Now, the person who is in form is Lucy Charles-Barclay. She won in Lanzarote, didn't she? She won in Maryland last weekend as well. She's raced a lot. And I just wonder, she is in form, but do you think that might come back to bite her, perhaps near the back end of this race?
A great race last weekend, showing great form. But for me, it's all about the recovery. It's only been 6 days since her last race. And if she's recovered and the legs are good and the heart's always there for Lucy Charles-Barclay. She's as tough as they come. But if the legs are good, then she's in with a chance.
Yeah, she certainly is. A really impressive performance in Singapore, and will be fascinating to see what she can do. Right, that is the women's field. Let's move our attention over to the men. And in San Francisco a couple of weekends ago, it was the tale of one man, a bike leg for the ages, and, well, finally, the run to match. Just how fast Rico is cycling, 42.16 kilometres per hour. This has been a really, really good bike leg from Rico Bogen.
Jamie Riddle, so it's got nearly a minute now on Kyle Smith, Yelagines, Marten Van Riel and Mika Noop.
Come on, one turn. Catch him. I really can go.
There we go. So that was a move. There's Mika Noop putting a serious injection of pace there.
I think we can firmly say Rico Bogen's run is back, and he has shown the world today that he's an uber triathlete.
And he makes his way over the finish line. Rico Bogen, you're a T100 winner.
Bouncing back from a DNF, great all-round performance from Yelagines.
Brilliant, brilliant performance from Mika Noop. It's a confirmation then of how things finished in San Francisco. Rico Bogen finally a T100 winner. No surprise to anyone, he clocked the fastest bike leg. Belgium's Yelagines, despite the fastest run of the day, had to settle for second. Mika Noop rounded out the top three. Carl Smith narrowly missing out on a podium, but perhaps performance of the day went to the young South African Jamie Riddle, who impressed on debut. Last year's T100 world champion Marten Van Riel just behind him in sixth. And it's tight at the top of the race to Qatar. Rico Bogen leads Marten Van Riel, but only 2 points in it. Yuri Kulin in third, only 1 point ahead of Mika Noop. Singapore's winner Hayden Wild in fifth. We hope to see him back on the T100 soon after suffering a nasty bike crash in training a few months ago. And And a quick look at the runners and riders on the men's side for Vancouver. A lot of athletes choosing to do San Francisco and Vancouver back-to-back. Rico Bogen looks to make it 2 from 2, but you can bet that the other men on your screen will have something to say about that. Sam Long, a winner, of course, last weekend as well. So Greg, perhaps the place to start is with Rico Bogen and his tactics that we're used to seeing from him. Finally, they paid off, didn't they, in San Fran?
They really did. You know, after the past 2 decades in middle distance racing and triathlon, the Germans have dominated. There's a new king on the block, and maybe a prince. Rico Bogen executed the perfect race in San Francisco with a great swim, dominated the bike by over a couple of minutes, and then just ran away with it. Nobody thought that he could run the way that he did. He's 80 kilograms. You're up against the 60 kilograms of Yellowkins, and it just worked into his favour. But also Mika Newt, this young man, is on the rise.
He certainly is. I mean, speaking of Mick Newt, I mean, he equalled his best performance in a T100 race, finished 3rd in San Francisco. I just wonder for him, though, what's he got to do to take the next step up in his career, to get on the top step?
Well, I talked about Lucy Charles-Barclay and the recovery time. What Mika Newt did is he's acclimated perfectly. He came straight up here 12 days ago to get ready for this race. And I think that that's going to be, you know, the first part of his strategy. And I think that the second part of his strategy is to be at the front at the whole time. He's a very strong bike rider. He doesn't swim as good as Rico Bogen normally on paper, but I think that he might have a good chance here. And then running, the way that he surged away from last year's world champion Marten Van Riel was so impressive that I think that he's in great form.
Well, speaking of Marten Van Riel, it's been an interesting start to the season. 3rd place in Singapore, 6th in San Francisco. I just wonder what perhaps for him hasn't clicked this season.
He's off to a different type of start to the year. He actually did a long distance race in March where he did very well. And then, you know, in Singapore, I thought this was more impressive, that he backed up a week later and got 3rd in the heat and humidity of Singapore. And then over to San Francisco, he's just slowly working his way into form.
And Yellowkins, I mean, he is our top-ranked athlete in the field, ranked number 1 in the PTO rankings. From your perspective, does a run like this actually suit him on an uneven surface? He's light, isn't he? He's a very, very strong runner.
Any course suits Yellowkins. He's an incredible runner. Last year at Lake Las Vegas, in one of the hilliest run courses that you will ever see, he dominated. He caught up to Marten Van Riel, overtook him and won the race when you just thought it was Marten Van Riel's year. On the sand of San Francisco and here, right at Lacano Beach in Vancouver, I think that he's going to have the fastest run split. If it doesn't go to him, it'll go to Jason West.
Now, perhaps final word to our young Greek athlete, 21-year-old Panagiotis Bitados. I'm not going to ask you what year you were born, but he was born in 2003, and I don't know if that makes any of you feel slightly old at home. What are you hoping for, just quickly, from him?
Well, quickly about me, I'd been retired 3 years. So, no, I think for Bitados, he's another young talent. Look, he's 21 years of age. This kid is amazing. The last 4 races that he did, he was unchallenged, but strength of field, not quite like the T100. T100 right here, the strength of field this week is 98%. So it's incredible. There's only one person missing in my mind. That's Hayden Wild this year. So I think the Bitados has got a bit of work to do, but he's on the rise.
I mean, what does it say about the strength of the field in the T100 that we're continuing to introduce these wild cards and they're doing well?
It's absolutely fantastic. What the PTO and the T100 has done is brought all these Olympic distance races and all the long distance races together on a level playing field, and they're sprinting for this race.
Lovely stuff. Greg, thank you very much. Time to head down to the De Boer swim course.
Wearing number 5 from Belgium, Ashleigh Gentle. Wearing number 4 from Germany, Mika Newt.
Anything about your boy is
Wearing number 3 from the Netherlands, Yuri Koelen.
we are Belgium, coffee cooker with cream. This is our chance to
Wearing number 2 Marten Van Riel. Wearing number 1 from Germany, Rico Bogen. Athletes, you are now in the hands of the starter.
On your marks.
So away we go here in Vancouver. The T100 has arrived in Canada, and over the next few hours we're going to get treated to watching some of the best triathletes in the world take on this brand new course. Up first, a 2-kilometre swim broken up into 2 1-kilometre laps before the athletes make their way onto the bike. Vicky Holland, we've had 3 different entrances, haven't we, into the water so far on the T100 this season. What have you noticed so far?
Yeah, so today we do have a beach run-in. It's actually my favourite of the swim starts. I think it just allows a little bit more separation really early on. And the men here racing at relatively high tide, so they didn't have a particularly long run-in, whereas the women a bit later on today are racing at a little bit lower tide, so they've got a much longer run to get into the water. Now that white cap there, I'm pretty sure is Mark Dubrick. He was our lead swimmer in San Francisco as well, so I'm fully expecting to see him feature right at the front of the racing again. And the other thing that I've noticed super early on this race was as the athletes were lining up, Rico Bogen was the only athlete to be wearing booties. Now, booties and gloves are optional in the water temperature we've got here today, but he was the only athlete who decided to go ahead and wear them. And I actually heard him say that he wore them in San Francisco because he put his run socks on underneath. So he's already got his socks on. He won't have to do that in transition. So just maybe a little marginal gain for him there later on in the race.
Yeah, we saw yesterday, didn't we, in the swim familiarisation, the athletes get the chance to try out this course and just get familiar with exactly the challenges that it's going to represent. As I'm just going to point out, actually, they're going around to the right of the buoy, and that's what they've been advised, or that's what they have to do to go around. It's to protect them from the pier, which you will have just seen them running past on the way out from the beach. But yeah, and they've obviously been able to get familiar with this course. I mean, how much attention do athletes pay to I mean, this is a brand new course for them, isn't it? So they've got to have I imagine they've got to be more switched on than ever about the unique challenges of somewhere like this.
Yeah, absolutely. This is not a course that any of the athletes will have done before. There has been racing in Vancouver, but not for, I think about 17 years was the last time we had a really top-level race in Vancouver. So a long time ago. Some of the athletes have been based right here at race site for the last 2 weeks in San Francisco, really getting used to the conditions, swimming in the water as often as they possibly can. So that lots of those athletes have already been here. Some of them are seeing it fresh in the last few days, but they will absolutely have to take into account that the fact that the water here, the currents are quite strong. And we know that we're expecting to see stronger currents when the women race in a few hours' time because they are dealing with a lower tide. So at lower tide, the currents affect them slightly more, and we might see them sort of wiggle around a little bit as they try and head out to those far turn buoys.
I just noticed on that buoy there, actually, a lot of the athletes were getting pushed kind of towards it, into it. And you mentioned there the currents. There are some strong currents in this water, and you can see the buoy there turning as sort of the athletes kind of graze past it. But that is energy you don't want to be expending. It's almost like having to readjust your body, I imagine, as you get to the buoy.
Yeah, the athletes who did the recon yesterday, the familiarisation, they found that these yellow sighting buoys that we've seen them pass on the way out, they were being dragged almost inside of them, and they have to keep them on their left-hand side, and they were kind of going to the left of them, having to then swerve back out to make sure that they wouldn't get penalised. And then as they head further out to the red buoys that we're going to see as they get to the top turns, they were then being dragged further out to the right, out to sea that way. So that sort of effect we're likely to see more predominantly in the women's race, but we've already seen it right here now in the men's race that they have been going incredibly close to those yellow sighting boys.
So you can see downtown Vancouver in the backdrop. Vicky, I think this is the perfect chance for you to talk us through what we're going to see today on the course.
So we are here starting the 2-lap swim course, 1 kilometres per lap with an Aussie exit as we usually do. Once out onto the bike course, we've got 5 laps, roughly 200 metres of elevation per lap. Small dotted section there denotes an extra on lap 1 just to make up the distance. Once then out onto the run, it's a very similar run to San Francisco, hard-packed gravel, 1,500 metres in and out, 3 kilometres times 6, making the 18K.
Very good. And from what I've heard so far from the athletes, they're really enjoying the challenge of this course. It's quite similar, is it, in characteristics to San Francisco? What are perhaps the differences? What should we look out for, and why might we not get the same result as we were in San Fran?
Well, this is the perfect shot to explain that. Look at the distance, the separation we've got in the swim already. We did not have that in San Francisco. The current in San Francisco was pushing the athletes from behind. It was a point-to-point swim, of course, with them being dropped from that boat as they went into the bay there. Here they have to deal with all the currents, all the waves. It's a very different swim, even though you would look at it and say, well, they're swimming in the sea, it's a very similar temperature, but it's a very, very different course. And already look how strung out that swim is. We haven't got a bunched together pack. Mark Dubrick here is really stringing this out early on. You can see the cap so the athlete in second place, unfortunately, has lost their coloured cap, but in third place you can see that's Marten Van Riel's sort of, I'm going to go with teal coloured cap that he's got there. But just look how far apart they are front to back. First athlete has just gone round second turn buoy here, second red turn buoy. Our back mark has only just gone round the first. So that's a huge separation early on in the race. We did not see that at all in San Francisco.
No, we certainly didn't. I also wonder, we didn't see someone like Sam Long, one of our weaker swimmers in the men's field. We didn't see him in San Francisco, did we? And we kind of did question. We sort of thought, well, if there was any race where Sam Long was going to potentially do really, really well, because it negates the impact of the swim, it was going to be San Francisco, and already it's kind of laying bare. I can't quite see, unfortunately, where Sam Long is exactly, but we'll assume he's probably near enough the back end of the group.
Yeah, we've sort of got to, sadly for Sam, assume that he is one of those back few swimmers. But what's interesting is he's not totally alone there. There are a couple of other swimmers who are pretty close to him there, which will be a situation that will probably please him quite a lot, because he's not had that in any of our T100 races for quite some time. But I do totally agree with you. I wish we'd seen Sam in San Francisco. I think it would have been a perfect opportunity to see him really at the pointy end of the racing. I know he has his obligations, and he's spoken about how he wants to really provide for his family and target certain other races as well that allow him to do that. But I just felt like San Francisco might have been his race, and I really did miss seeing him there. And I'm sure the home American crowd also felt the same way.
Yeah, not too far for him to come up just to Canada, across the border from North America, of course, where he's based. Now, actually, Vicky and I, on our way into the course today, we actually passed, didn't we, the 5K race that was going on. We walked the wrong way through the start-finish line, but one thing we did notice was just how much everyone was enjoying themselves. We got some pictures here from that 5K race this morning, some very enthusiastic fans. And this is the brilliant thing about the T100, is that across the entire weekend, there's loads of activities going on. You don't just have to do a T100 race, as much as I'm sure some of you at home really want to tackle that distance. There's smaller races, there's relay races, there's all sorts of things you can get involved with. And you can see here the community and the fantastic feeling that was going around this morning. And a lot of those people have managed to stay, and they're going to catch some of the professionals as well.
Yeah, we've really got lots of different events going on this weekend, as we do at pretty much every T100 race we have around the world. As you correctly said there, that was the Sun Up 5K this morning. There's also a sprint distance event tomorrow. There is a 100-kilometre event tomorrow. And you can find out more about this on the website. That's T100triathlon.com on your screens right now. And you can also sign up for all the other events that we've got later on this year, and look ahead to maybe even planning your 2026 and see which races you fancy.
it's not too late to race in 2025, but maybe you do fancy a bit more of a run-up into 2026. The website there, T100Triathlon.com. So do we think Mark Dubrick has lost his cap as well, just to make this even more confusing?
I actually don't think Mark Dubrick has lost his cap. That's a difference from where I think at front. And I think in second, I think I just caught a glimpse of Morgan Pearson. So it's really, really difficult when the athletes are wearing wetsuits, when their caps come off, as happens in these colder conditions, because they often wear two swim caps, and that just means the one on top sort of slips off and then it pops off the top and you can't tell who's who. So we will see them come out that Aussie exit in just, well, not very long at all, 400 metres or so time. They'll come out, we'll get a little time check, we'll be able to work out a bit better who is who. But I think Mark Dubrick is still the athlete there in the white hat in third. Marten Van Riel definitely in fourth. I think it's Morgan Pearson in second. Just need to get eyes on our leader.
There's quite a gap actually. That front group have just built up, isn't it, from the people at the back?
That's right. So that red cap there for reference is Mika Newt, of course. The blue cap is Rico Bogen, our winner from San Francisco. And the bright green cap behind him is Panayotis Bitados. So another athlete we were super excited to see in San Francisco, but unfortunately he wasn't well on that day and had to withdraw from the race.
Well, this is an excellent shot to demonstrate exactly how far those groups have been strung out. You can see.
Look how wide they've gone.
Yeah.
So that yellow sighting buoy to their left, they're allowed to hug that buoy, and as we saw on the way out, they were hugging those buoys. But this just demonstrates the level of current that they're dealing with. There is one athlete quite far back in the field who's actually keeping it really close to that yellow sighting buoy, and everyone else is really, really far wide. And we're expecting, as I said earlier, this to be a bigger impact in the women's race than we're seeing right now. So if the men are being dragged this far wide, well, let's just wait and see what happens in the women's race.
Yeah, you just saw in shot there the pier, which we've got, I'm sure, quite a few people who did that 5K race standing on and supporting our pro athletes as they come in to the Aussie exit. And yeah, that really is some quite different gaps. I guess the advantage of being at the back is you're not then distracted by where everyone's going, but
you can actually go
also
straight
at the back.
Well, yes, exactly. I'm not sure it's a total advantage, but at least they can take a more direct line and probably swim closer to the actual 2,000 meters, sorry, I should say, rather than a little bit extra as these athletes here will be swimming.
So as they start to make their way onto the sand and get out the water, what's the perfect technique here, Vicky, in terms of hitting the sand at the right point and making sure we're not expending too much energy by losing technique?
Well, I know it'll be different for the men to women because they'll have had a shallower run-in, a longer run-in, but I expect to see some dolphin dives here, or at the very least some really high knees, bringing the legs wide as they run out the water. You don't want to trip over. We're a little bit far away to see exactly what they're doing, so there's not really time for dolphin dives, but trying really to get the knees up high there. We can see Mark Dubrick doing that. Not quite as good for Martin there, but we have also heard that it's really, really muddy in the water there. Now that could be Miguel Hidalgo right at the front. Yes. It is Miguel Hidalgo. So he's lost his cap as well. We were expecting to see him in a yellow hat. His hat unfortunately has popped off, but the Brazilian on debut is someone I know we are incredibly excited to see race, and he's leading at the first turn after the swim.
Yeah. Miguel Hidalgo then in the lead, Morgan Pearson in second, Mark Dubrick in third, Marten Van Riel in fourth, Antonio Benito Lopez fifth, Carl Smith in sixth, Mika Newt in seventh, Wilhelm Hirsch in eighth, and Jason West in ninth. Vicky, I don't know if you noticed as they were coming out the water, I think it was Morgan Pearson, and I'm going to assume
he was chatting,
wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
What would they have been saying there?
I think it was probably about sharing the lead as they went into that second lap, having a little look back, saying we've got a bit of a gap here, now's the time to press on, who's going to take it on. Miguel had been leading for most of the second half of that lap. It was Mark Dubrick on the way out and it was Miguel Hidalgo on the way back. But I think that might be, I can't quite tell. Morgan Pearson has gone to the front. Who have we got here?
I think that's Peter Heimlich, isn't it?
It could well be.
Yeah.
Yes, it is Peter Heimlich.
Yeah, we don't want to see this. Peter Heimlich looks like he's out of this race. Really sad to see.
To DNF at this early stage to me indicates illness. I can't imagine why there's obviously no mechanical problem, so that would likely be the cause. So I think this is William Draper, and that's Fred Funk, of course, Fred Funk coming through there. And so I think that's our 18th athlete, and we've got 2 more left to come, which I think will be William Draper and Sam Long.
Yeah, Will Draper has been talking this week about how excited he is racing with Sam Long. So,
there they
final few out the water.
Sam Long giving it the
Yeah.
crowd, giving the crowd what they want at this early stage, isn't he?
So we'll understand just how far these guys are back as soon as we get those times pop up on our leaderboard just on the left-hand side. Yeah, so 2 minutes 12 back, and if they can keep it to 4 minutes or between 4 and 5 minutes, they might have a really good chance of catching up with those at the front. But if Rico Bogen does anything like what he did in San Francisco, it might be too little too late.
Yeah, that's right. I think obviously we've got some separation here early, and that is Morgan Pearson we've got eyes on. So he has gone to the front, had a little word with Miguel Hidalgo as they exited on that Aussie exit, probably just saying, I'll take over for a little bit, let me take up the slack. And there we go, the other black hat of Miguel Hidalgo. So both of those athletes have lost their coloured silicone hats, and underneath you can see these neoprene hats that they're wearing that sort of attach under the chin, and they're there to just really help keep them a bit warm. The water temperature here today, only 14 degrees Celsius. That is really chilly and sort of makes your jaw freeze a little bit. So no doubt that's why they've got these hats on.
You can see on our graphic there the separation in groups, 10 seconds between the front 4 and then the next group, 25 seconds, the gap between 14 and 15 as well. So we're really starting to see this race, certainly in the water, take shape. And interesting you're saying about the temperature there, Vicky. This is a cold swim, isn't it?
It is, and what's interesting as well, again, very, very similar to what we faced in San Francisco. I say what we faced, what they faced. We were definitely not in the water.
We did not go in the water.
In San Francisco. A little bit warmer here, but then the air temperature is colder. So in San Francisco, they had a warmer day and it warmed up quite a lot through the races. We're not expecting to see it get as warm here today. So overall, actually probably a cooler race. Very, very similar, but we're probably not expecting anything higher than about 17 degrees Celsius today. So yeah, quite a chilly race. And the athletes will have had to think about how they stay warm, because there is a real chance they come out of this water cold. And at that point, they're going to get onto the bike wet, already a bit cold, and they need to think about how they're going to keep the warmth, try and build that warmth, get themselves nice and warm to go through the races. It really can inhibit your race if you're just cold for the first 30, 40 kilometres on the bike.
Yeah, Kate Woff spoke about that actually in San Francisco, didn't she? And when I was rewatching the interviews back, I noticed she was sort of shivering after the race when she was talking to Alex, because yeah, you get out the water, and if you're on a bike and you're moving at speed, there isn't much chance to warm up unless obviously you get your heart rate up. But even as much as you're pushing, it's not always possible. And it must be just, well, anyone who's been on a bike and been cold, I mean, me on my commute or professional triathletes, there is nothing worse than being cold on a bike.
No, and it can take the athletes several kilometres on the run before they actually start to warm up a little bit, or, feel their feet. But just to go back to obviously what we're seeing in front of us here now, Morgan Pearson is really impressing me, the fact that he's leading this swim. We can't forget that Morgan started his season late because he had a bike crash, and I think he broke his hand, so he wasn't even able to swim. And here he is leading the very best athletes in the world in a T100 and stretching them out. He's making these athletes behind him work. Miguel Hidalgo is dropped off the feet only by a metre or so, but he's not really tucked in there. Mark Dubrick, who's in third, again, is a little bit distance off the feet. So this is a really strung out front of race, and Morgan Pearson is doing that.
Yeah, 8th position Morgan Pearson finished in San Francisco, his first crack at this distance, and he's certainly a very accomplished triathlete, 2-time Olympic silver medalist in the mixed relay, both in Paris and Tokyo. So he's a tremendous athlete. Really great to see him as one of our hotshots here on the T100.
Yeah, I was actually listening to him interviewed on our very own Jack Kelly's podcast, and he was talking about how he really was excited to try this distance this year, and he wanted to have a real go at it, but he knew because he was going to have to learn it all from scratch. It's not something he's done before. His first race, he was almost expecting it to be a little bit below par, and he said, judge me from mid-season onwards. That's where he wanted to sort of land on this. And right now, this is only his second race because he's a bit delayed coming in after that broken hand he suffered. But he's already putting down a statement at this point in the swim, isn't he? He's already showing that he's back. He's going to take this race by the horns. He said in San Francisco as well that he thinks he could have pushed a bit harder than he did on the run, but he knew that even if he had an absolutely blinding run, he couldn't catch 7th, so he just shut it down. So there's more to come.
Yeah, also probably part of the process of recovering and making sure that you're good for this race. Just actually recognising if 8th was the best you could do, why push it and then feel better in the weeks after. Let's hear, shall we, from Sam Long, who we got eyes on a few moments ago as he made his way out of the Aussie exit. He's become a father to baby Leo, and he's got a second one on the way. He's going to tell us a little bit about why racing has taken on a different meaning.
You know, I'm the breadwinner of the family, and obviously my wife works super hard taking care of me and taking care of the baby. Now it's like my ego doesn't live off my race results. Like it's independent. I can come home off a bad race. Of course, it sucks when you have a bad race, but I realize I have a beautiful life and a beautiful family. But of course, now I need those great races to provide for the family. The nice thing I'm liking about seeing San Francisco and Rico is like we haven't really seen people just break away in the T100. Certainly last year it was always like big match groups, and now this year it seems like maybe the groups are going to get splintered apart. For me, it's always a great thing when people get isolated because they seem to slow down, they have to pedal the bike on their own, and then let's not forget the T100s are always run on the run, you know, like we like to talk about bike power, we like to talk about all that, but like you got to bike hard, but then you got to make sure you get off the bike and run well, and you got to be able to do that consistently, you know.
Really interesting comments there from Sam Long. I think we do sometimes forget with professional athletes, ultimately it is a job. Like he's got to bring home an income for him and his family. He's got, as I mentioned, a second baby on the way. So really interesting to hear him talk so candidly about what this means for him and how it's changed.
Yeah, and it's interesting whether you interpret that as an athlete as pressure or you interpret that as an incentive and motivation. And I think Sam has at the moment kind of got that balance right. There is a pressure to provide, but he also seems to be kind of thriving off that, particularly in the domestic racing he's done this year so far. It's been, well, I'm going there to earn the money. And so I think that's what he's really approaching it as.
Okay, well, Vancouver is our third stop on the T100 Tour. Rico Bogen and Kate Wolf currently sit at the top of the standings, but who will catch them in the race to Qatar?
We have a race on our hands.
So a brand new race at the end of the year for these athletes to think about. Vancouver, of course, a brand new race. So plenty to keep our athletes occupied. If you're on the T100 this year, we're certainly keeping it interesting for them. And hopefully you agree for everyone at home.
A couple of other new races we've got coming up as well. We've got Fréjus on the French Riviera, of course, that one coming up at the end of August. And the Valencia race that's now been added to the calendar as well in September. So a lot of new courses for the professionals and amateurs alike, of course. As I said earlier, we welcome you all to our races. There really is something for everyone, from a fun run to a sprint distance to the full 100-kilometre distance. And yeah, some really stunning new courses we've got lined up later on in the season.
So as things stand, that's still Mark Dubrick out in front.
Mark Dubrick in the white hat.
Beg your pardon, sorry.
Mark, he's still where he was, though. You are right.
Yeah. Mark Dubrick in third.
Morgan Pearson leading the way still. He has taken on this whole second lap. I sort of expected maybe someone to come round him, but as I sort of touched on before, he seems to be pushing this pace on pretty hard, and no one can kind of get that close to him. So Miguel Hidalgo is still sitting in second. You can see how close they are to the finish now. They're coming in line with that peer. So they're really close to the end of this swim leg. Morgan Pearson being dragged slightly wide, whereas Miguel Hidalgo taking a slightly more direct route. But yeah, these 4 athletes have really broken away, and we'll get a time check pretty soon as they hit dry land, and we'll find out just how much of a difference they've made. But currently it's Morgan Pearson, Miguel Hidalgo, Mark Dubrick and Marten Van Riel who have distanced themselves from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, and Marten Van Riel will be pretty satisfied with his work here. Certainly he's got a decent lead over Rico Bogen if Rico's going to try and do the similar tactics to what he did last time out in San Francisco. So the men about to exit the De Boer swim course, the front 4 that we've just mentioned, will make their way through to the first transition zone. They will get on the bike and then they will begin 80 kilometres around this part of Vancouver. We're really excited about seeing the bike course because it's got a bit of everything, has this bike course. But attention now turns to the exit of the De Boer swim course. And out our athletes go.
First thing to note is that's definitely more than a 10-second gap, which is what they had at the end of lap 1. So they have extended their lead. No surprise with the pace that it appeared Morgan Pearson was putting down. And look how far ahead Morgan Pearson is already. He's just about to appear from, there we go, from outside of those bushes. He was lightning fast through transition in San Francisco, and he's doing the same again.
Yeah, our short course athletes who join us, coming from short course where it's such an important aspect, isn't it?
Hidalgo can't get his wetsuit off. There we go. I think he's just got a hold of it. Now, that might also be because his hands are cold. That's something you can really struggle to get hold of your zipper when you're really, really cold. So he seems to have managed to do it now, and he's back up running again.
Yes, last time we were out in San Francisco, they were doing Escape from Alcatraz on the Sunday, and I saw all of the age groupers get their wetsuits pulled off by volunteers because it's that hard.
They don't have anyone to help them in the professional race. That's not allowed. So, they have to do it themselves. And I myself have had a situation where I've stood at my racking point in particularly cold conditions, unable to get my zipper down because my hands just wouldn't work. So it's incredibly frustrating, especially for Miguel, who obviously built up a really great lead, did a great swim, and then lost a little bit at that time. But phenomenal runner. He seems to have made up most of that distance now. I think he's already got his bike. There he is, just coming past Marten Van Riel now. So those 2 athletes going on the bike side by side.
Yeah, Hidalgo and Marten Van Riel making their way onto the bike out of that first transition zone.
And this is Willem Hirsch there, one of our wild cards, so a relatively last-minute call-up. And of course, nearest to screen there, that is Rico Bogen. All eyes are on Rico Bogen this week, quite rightly, after the performance he put in San Francisco. We just want to know what he's going to do next.
Yeah, you saw he's got his socks on already underneath his wetsuit there.
Tactic again. Yeah, exactly what he did in San Francisco. None of the other athletes have copied him, but yeah, that will pay dividends, especially as he heads onto the run.
Just saw Carl Smith and Yuri Kulin making their way out as well.
That was Jake Birtwistle we saw just taking his feet out of his wetsuit. And this is the main pack of athletes here, from sort of 5th place down to 14th. Those athletes are all within about 30 seconds of one another coming out the water. I guess you could probably say Jake Birtwistle was a little bit distanced off the back of that, so maybe more like 5th place down to 13th place. Those athletes all came out within 5 seconds of one another.
So still very much some athletes in the water. Brilliant support from those who raced our 5K earlier. And this is Miguel Hidalgo.
That's right. So Miguel Hidalgo has only raced so far over 1 middle distance race, and just touched upon here, of course, this is Fred Funk, I believe we're seeing there. Yes, I believe that's Fred Funk. This sand, we should mention, is really deep as well. It's really hard to run on, so it looks like they're not running particularly fast, but it's incredibly difficult because they're just sinking into the sand as they're trying to run uphill to the transition zone. But yeah, back with our leaders. That, of course, Miguel Hidalgo looking up the road to Mark Dubrick, Marten Van Riel, and of course Morgan Pearson. But yeah, we're very excited to see Miguel Hidalgo here today. He raced 1:70.3 race earlier on this year with a lightning fast time, and on a day where he said that he actually forgot his nutrition in T2 and faded dramatically through the run. So it could have been even faster than he did on that day. Said he ended up finishing the run, being overtaken by age group athletes who were on a different lap of their run because he was fading so badly. So he's got a lot to learn, he said, over this distance, but he's in great form at the moment, and we're excited to have him here with us.
Yeah, won the WTCS event in Alghero the weekend of San Francisco, so he does come in fine form. We're really excited to see what the Olympian can do here on the T100.
So these are our final two athletes coming out the water, Will Draper and Sam Long. They have, of course, lost a fair bit of time, but it's unusual for Sam Long in that he has another athlete to potentially work with at the start of the bike. And that's actually something that Will Draper spoke about, wasn't it? That he was actually quite keen to see whether he possibly could ride with the level of someone like Sam Long.
So eyes on Marten Van Riel there, and I just wonder what his tactics are going to be here, Vicky. He will have obviously studied what happened in San Francisco, I'm sure, an awful lot. Rico Bogen was able to build out a big lead off him, and I just wonder here if he's seizing the initiative and is kind of going, hold on a minute, no, I'm going to go out in front, I'm going to push the pace. Rico, you've got to catch up to me. It's not going to be done on your terms.
I think he doesn't really have a choice, to be honest. I think we now know what Rico can and likely will do. He's no longer the athlete of the beginning of this season where we thought he's going to ride really hard, but he might not be able to hold on the run. He showed in San Francisco that categorically he can, and his run is back to his best. So now Marten has to switch things up. You know, if Marten wants to get back on the podium, get back on the top step of that podium where we're so used to seeing him, he's got to go all in and try something a bit new.
So Sam Long, our final athlete out of the water, gets on his bike and he'll start his...
Big rules as well from the crowd for him. He's got a big fan base over here.
He's a popular athlete, isn't he? And I think everyone can relate to his sort of effort and endeavour that he always puts in, no matter what. He always shows up, doesn't he, and puts in a remarkable performance. We love someone chasing in triathlon. It's one of the great things to watch, and hopefully he can make his way nice and quickly up to the front.
Yeah, so the athletes right now are on the sort of straighter section of the course, and this is the hill. So it's about a 2-kilometre climb. It's about 3.5% gradient, and they have to do that every lap, so 5 laps of that. And that makes up almost the entirety of the climbing that they do on this course. And yeah, about 200 metres of elevation per lap. So a decent amount of climbing on this course.
Eyes on for the first time, the youngest athlete in the field, Panagiotis Bitados. Really excited to see what he can do. It was really disappointing to see him DNF 2 weekends ago as he just gets past there. I think
Yuri Kulin, I think
Yuri
that
Kulin,
was.
Yeah, it was. But yeah, really excited to see what he can do. He said on Instagram he's fighting fit. He's now not sick, which apparently he was in San Francisco, and 21 years old.
It's mind-blowing, isn't it?
Yeah, to be doing this on the T100, it's a really exciting prospect.
Yeah, he's such an exciting athlete. We've wanted to get him here on the T100 for quite some time. He obviously got that wild card for San Francisco. We heard that he might have a little bit of a niggle. Then, of course, he was sick. We didn't know that at the time. But he claims he's back fighting fit, so that's exciting.
Yeah, the interesting thing with Panagiotis Bitados, he's on a run of 5 wins in a row.
We're discounting his DNF, aren't we? We're just writing that one off.
It's an executive decision between Vicky and
that we've made, yeah.
That if he was to win today, we would say he's gone up to 6.
Yeah.
Sure,
there you go, Panagiotis. We're on your team. We've decided that if you win today, you get your 6. We've struck San Francisco from the record.
I'm sure he'd enjoy that.
Marten, I think, also is an athlete who I would say was clearly not at his best in San Francisco. So while we can talk all we like about how he might have to try something different and find something new if he wants to beat the likes of Rico Bogen here, I also really, truly believe he just wasn't quite having his best day in San Francisco. He didn't seem to have the usual spark that he might do. He possibly allowed Rico to get away thinking that he wouldn't run the way he did. But Marten seems pretty confident and pretty relaxed this week, feeling a lot better in himself. So maybe we're going to see him put up a bit more of a fight this weekend.
Yeah, it was a slightly strange week for him in San Francisco. Just remember what he's saying there to our camera, but yeah, it was a slightly strange weekend for him in San Francisco. I think he's looking behind, isn't he?
Yeah, just
to
checking
see what his
what's
gap
going
is.
on.
Yeah, he lost his luggage was lost. Things like this can't help a professional athlete. They really, really can't.
No, it's incredibly difficult. It's part of being an athlete, but there's no question it adds undue stress, and you can't really measure how much that takes a toll, but it absolutely does.
Well, it was the first time that he's lost back-to-back races in his career. Let's get his thoughts on what he needs to do to get back to winning ways.
I think just focus on yourself and focus on what you can do to make yourself better. But obviously, yeah, it can get difficult in different ways, because probably the tactics I used in San Francisco, they might have worked last year, but they just didn't work now because it's way more dense field. You're not just like battling for the win against 1, 2, 3 people. There's like 6, 7, 8 people who are in the equation, and yeah, you have to race a little bit smarter probably. In the end, the main thing is just try to focus on yourself, because yeah, you don't control what the others do and bring to a race. You only control what you bring to a race. Race weeks are very stressful, not just for your body, also for the mind, and then just trying to turn that switch around and believe that I can be on the podium or win a race.
We hear it a lot, and we are hearing it a lot at the moment between athletes, saying how much the level has increased on the T100. We've heard Taylor Knibb say something very similar. I'm not saying that the athletes last year were necessarily worse athletes, but I just wonder if the level has increased just that little bit more. We've got more people coming in from short course, and perhaps the days of an athlete dominating like we saw Taylor Knibb do in 2024, and Marten Van Riel, albeit apart from one race that he didn't win, do. I just wonder if the field have matched their level and even surpassed it.
Well, I think it's a testament to the series. This is the Premier Series. The athletes want to be racing it. It's an incentive for them. They've seen the level. They've seen the level of the likes of Marten Van Riel and Taylor Knibb last year, who were so dominant. And they've had a target to try and go for all winter, all off-season. That's what they've been trying to do. And I think it's really just showing that having a series like this, where you put the best athletes in the world against each other multiple times a year, that creates a higher level, and we're already seeing it this season.
You can just see there the speeds of the athletes in kilometres per hour. Interesting to note there, Morgan Pearson and Mark Dubrick, quite significantly lower actually, aren't they, than some of the athletes around them. And probably my eye is drawn to Rico Bogen there with 41.9.
Well, they obviously came out of the water first, and they are being caught now by some of these guys behind. So that obviously accounts for the slight differences in speed. And whilst they're back up onto the flatter section now, those speeds reflect the fact that they've already done this long climb. They've already done this 2-kilometre climb. So those average speeds will continue to go up now throughout this lap. But yeah, that's the speed they've managed to hold with the climb included, which is pretty impressive.
You can see there the red flash, and now it's turned blue. That's the race ranger that we use on the T100 to ensure that we don't get drafting. You've got a 20-metre gap that you're permitted, and if you want to make a pass, you've got 45 seconds to go around the outside of the athlete in front. You've got to do it within those 45 seconds, otherwise you'll get a drafting penalty.
Yeah, and of course the reason that Panagiotis' light was flashing red was because he'd just overtaken the athlete Mark Dubrick. So his light stays flashing red until Mark Dubrick drops out of that zone. He's only got about 20 seconds to do so. Once he's done that, as we saw then, the light went to blue and occasionally into the amber. The amber means that you're sitting somewhere between 20 and 22 metres. Flashing red is anything under 20 metres.
And when we think about the differences from short course, this is something that I heard Miguel Hidalgo talk about. There's actually a lot of differences between the T100 and what you're doing in short course, and it's getting used to the race ranger, getting used to the TT bike. They're obviously the different distances that we race here. There's a lot to think about for those athletes stepping up from short course.
Well, I was listening to the podcast. It was Jelle Geens and Aaron Moyle's podcast, All In Triathlon, that he appeared on. And I actually learned loads about Miguel on that podcast because, to be totally honest, I didn't know a huge amount about him. He was just a name I knew who was this brilliant Brazilian athlete, but I didn't know a lot about him. And he said he's had 3 bike fits this year alone just to really try and hone in how he feels and how he can perform on a TT bike. But he now feels that he can push the same power on his TT bike for less effort than he can on his road bike, and that's really unusual. Athletes normally say it's the other way around. You are faster on a TT bike because of the aerodynamic position, but to be able to push the same power and feel better, that's really, really unusual, and maybe that's just showing us that he's going to be very exciting and one to watch.
Well, he's certainly putting a lot of effort in. You can see he's at 95% or was at 95% of his max heart rate. We get the privilege of getting this data. All of the athletes will have submitted their max heart rates for each discipline. So for swim, bike and run, we'll then work out what the percentage is off that. So that is interesting to see him pushing so hard early on.
Yeah, that's possibly a little bit of the short course athlete in him, just racing the race that's in front of him rather than trying to be super sensible and look at power numbers and play the long game. So yeah, we'll see how it evolves, but there's no doubt we're incredibly excited to see what the young Brazilian Miguel Hidalgo can do here today, because he is one of the young up-and-comers in the sport. Still only, I think, 24 years old. Been to the Olympics last year, had the highest finish of any Brazilian at the Olympics with 10th place, and he's very much focused on going back to the Olympics, probably even the next 2 Olympics, he said. But he wants to mix it with this racing. He wants to be in the T100. He wants to be getting those wild cards, and he said he's very keen to earn his opportunity to get more wild cards with a solid performance here.
So just a quick look here at the graphics that we've got. Marten Van Riel and Sam Long, of course, at different points on the course, and you can see a big gap in the average speed given the hills that we've got.
Yeah, so Sam Long being a bit further behind on the course at the moment is still climbing, whereas Marten Van Riel isn't. So that's why the speed is a fair bit lower average for Sam Long right now. Or rather, Sam Long might be over the hill by now, but Martin's been on the flatter section for longer, so his speed has been higher for longer. So as we're saying it, Sam Long's average is starting to creep up now. So that will even out as the race goes on.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier, this bike course does have a little bit of everything. It's a really interesting course and quite different to the very technical side that we had down in San Francisco a few weeks ago.
Yeah, so if you just look at it on paper, the course is in a lot of ways very similar to what we had in San Francisco. We've got quite a decent amount of climbing, we've got the hill, then there's a really fast descent as well, but it's less technical. So when they do come to the really fast descent, they're going to be able to just sit in their aero bars and really, really go fast, providing they've got the, you know, they're really going to take the bull by the horns and go for it. Whereas in San Francisco, we had that small lip that they had to jump over. There was a lot more sweeping bends. So it's a little bit more of a technical game. That's not going to be the case here.
So first look on the bike at Mika Newts. He's currently sitting in third place. You can see there he's a 5-time top 10 fastest bike split cyclist.
And he's just radiating confidence this week, isn't he? Everybody that you speak to says, watch out for Mika this week. He had a fantastic race in San Francisco, but I think he's looking even better ahead of this race. And we've got to remember that ahead of San Francisco, he was ill. He didn't have the best preparation. He'd been sick on training camp, then wasn't great again after the travel over to San Francisco. So he pulled out a remarkable performance, really, considering all those factors. He has been totally healthy since that point. He based himself right here, pretty much staying just outside where the course is for the last, nigh on 2 weeks. And he's looking good. He's walking around like a guy who knows he's in shape to put down his best ever result.
I think as well, he's building into the season in a way that to my mind, is the way to do it. You know, get fitter, get stronger throughout the season. Because really, you tell me, when would you want to peak in your season?
I mean, it's so difficult. For me as an athlete, I felt that I could only ever probably put in 2 big peaks a season to be absolutely at my best. Found it really hard to be at my best more often than that. So you probably want to target something like a couple of races that are quite close together to peak for those, maybe even the San Francisco and Vancouver double. Try and get really good points, really good scores on the board there, and then maybe peak again later on in the season. But you're always going to want to... Oh, a bottle went flying off. I think that was Rico Bogen's bike. I didn't quite see which one it came off there. I wasn't sure if that was Miguel or Rico's bike there. But you want to be at your best at the end of the season, because the grand final not only carries more weight, it carries more prestige. It's really where our world champions are going to be crowned. So yeah, I'd probably be looking at trying to put in 2 peaks. Maybe it's now, maybe the other one is maybe sort of around our London and French Riviera races, and try and bag as many points as you can there.
I think we can have a look at what fell off on the bike a short while ago. So here we go. Was it Rico or was it Miguel?
Yeah, I was looking at you, Matt. No, it was Rico's.
It was Rico. And do you know what? It's lucky it didn't go under the wheel of Miguel Hidalgo, because that could have been a very nasty crash.
So with something like this, we'll of course have to wait for an official ruling, but I would be quite surprised to see if that was penalised. It clearly wasn't something that Rico had done wrong. He didn't throw the bottle away, he didn't try to intentionally litter that out of a littering zone. We saw a similar situation, of course, in San Francisco with Kyle Smith, and he wasn't penalised. So accordingly, I would not expect Rico to be penalised for that.
And kind of in all of that happening, Rico Bogen has made his way very nicely through the field. He now sits, ominously, perhaps, if you're Marten Van Riel, and you can just see how fast these guys are going. 70 kilometres per hour down this mighty hill, which actually we both ran down the other day, didn't we?
We did, absolutely. And then back up again.
When, how on earth are we going to run back up here?
Yeah,
it's
that's
very
right.
long, and it's a decent gradient.
It is, as we said, average of about 3.5%, but steeper in certain areas. So this is the really fast and long descent that we've seen, and this is something, again, that I've heard both Jelle Geens and Miguel Hidalgo and, of course, Marten Van Riel talking about. They think this is set up for Rico Bogen. He is a taller athlete than a lot of the others, which means, of course, that he weighs a bit more. He's incredibly aerodynamic, so you put him in position. He can do this in aero bars, as we're seeing on screen now, and he can fly down this hill just so much faster than the lighter guys can. Someone like a Miguel Hidalgo might weigh nearly 20 kilos less than Rico Bogen just because of his frame. That makes it considerably harder for him to hold the same speeds that Rico Bogen can, and it's almost for free. He's got that speed for free.
Does it equal itself out on the hills? Does it? Not to the same extent, perhaps, but is there some payment back on that side?
You would think so, and often that is the case, but the athletes talk about how ridiculously strong Rico is up the hills as well. So he doesn't appear right now to have much of a chink in his armour, and I think that's why so many athletes have spoken about how this course could be just sort of made for Rico to do the double, if you like, to replicate what he did 2 weeks ago. But, you know, as we spoke about earlier, some of the athletes, Marten Van Riel, Jelle Geens, they will know that if they want to take down Rico Bogen today, they've got to do something a bit different to what they did in San Francisco. They're not going to be willing to just let him go and take a 3-minute lead on them.
Well, Rico Bogen is right on the wheel of Marten Van Riel here, and he's going to ease past him.
That's right.
I guess for Marten Van Riel, that is not really what you want to be seeing so early on into the bike. We've still got 63 kilometres or so to go.
Well, they're just coming up now, aren't they, to the end of lap 1. They're on the flat section, so relatively soon we're going to see them go round the U-turn at the end of lap 1. So there'll be 4 more laps to go. That was, of course, the longest lap. There was a small extra out and back section that we added onto that lap just to make up the distance, but they won't do that on any of the future laps. But from Marten Van Riel's point of view, at least he's only the one wheel behind Rico. He can kind of keep his eye on him there, see whether he's going to make any moves, see whether Marten can respond to any of those moves. But I really feel like Martin's sort of got the bit between his teeth a bit this week. He will not want to finish out of that podium again.
Yeah, just comparing it to Singapore, where we saw Rico Bogen and Hayden Wilde actually just kind of share the lead. They sort of dovetailed, didn't they? One would take the lead for a little bit and then they'd switch. I don't get the impression Rico Bogen's in a mood to be sharing anything at the moment. I sort of feel like he potentially is more interested in just getting out in front and setting the pace and commanding this race from the front.
Yeah, and it wouldn't surprise me if there comes a point, maybe even on the next climb, he just decides to just squeeze a little bit and see whether that can shake the other athletes. Again, they spoke about how in San Francisco he was riding sort of in a group of 4 or 5 athletes, and they all felt like they were really pushing on quite nicely up the hill, and Rico just took off, and they couldn't believe that he'd just gone at the speed and the power that he must have put down to do that. So if he does that, it's one thing to say, oh, go with the move, but if you can't, if you physically cannot, then what do? You know, you have to play the race to the strengths that you've got and what the power that you've got available to you.
So Rico was saying it's now a privilege to be at the top of the Race to Qatar standing, saying that he's actually enjoying this position and that he feels very, very fortunate to be here. It's a really interesting mindset, I think, to view it like that. It's kind of probably is the textbook way of viewing being at the top or being in the lead of something. But he now has got a target on his back. I guess that's the beauty of this type of racing, is that whoever is the form guy, it was Hayden Wilde after Singapore, but now Rico Bogen is absolutely the man that everyone's trying to catch now, isn't he?
Well, sport is such a psychological game, no matter whether it's triathlon or athletics or tennis or football. It's how you deal with expectation, pressure, whether you internalize that, whether you can rationalize it, how you approach each race knowing that you might be the favourite. And I strongly get the impression that Rico is relishing that. He's enjoying the fact that people are now not saying, oh, you're just the guy who can ride off the front and then you blow up on the run. They're saying, no, Rico, you're all round a top athlete and we don't know how we're going to beat you. I think that is something that Rico's really enjoying. I know that in the 2 weeks between the races, he and his family took a camper van and went up north of Vancouver. And I mean, that strikes me as someone who's just super relaxed and content with what they're doing. And he seems to have turned up here just feeling really good about it.
I'm not sure it's textbook recovery, a family holiday.
In a camper van.
In a camper van.
Yeah, I want to know what the quality of bed was like in that camper van. But
he's a big chap as well.
He is. He's a tall guy.
Yeah, hopefully he got a duvet that went over his feet.
We should just mention that, of course, the athletes are coming in and out of the end of lap point here, and it's quite technical. So we saw them sweeping around those corners. So we're not marshalling this area in terms of drafting. We're not looking at the race arranger. It will, of course, bunch together and then stretch out again as soon as they get onto that long straight road and they head up the climb. So they've got a little bit of time now to space themselves out again. But, of course, they did bunch up when they went through that technical section.
Yeah, it's kind of a concertina effect.
Absolutely, yeah.
that we see on this part of the course. And obviously, the whole point of the race ranger is to stop drafting. And there's, I imagine, very little benefit to going around a corner at, well, not very high speeds.
Not really, especially, like I said, they're barely pedalling when they're going corner just to get out of this technical section around the race venue. And then once they're out of this section, it's back onto this road here, the long straight road. And any second now, they're going to start climbing.
Yeah, it's a fantastic course, this, for spectators, because you get five chances to see them on the bike. You get 2 chances to see them on the swim as well, and then there's 6 laps, 6 3-kilometre laps as well on the run. So plenty of time to see your favourite athletes. But a first look here at Kyle Smith. Kyle Smith's had an interesting week, mixing with the local animals and cougars and all sorts of, what was it, a mountain lion that he saw?
A mountain lion,
yeah.
Face to face with a mountain lion, he said, yes.
So again, you know, whilst Rico was camping with his parents, Carl has been enjoying the wildlife. But perhaps more interestingly, with regards to this race, he was talking about his recovery and how during the race in San Francisco, he actually lost some nutrition on one of the bumps in the road. It fell off the bike.
We saw it bounce off, didn't we? Yes.
Exactly, and he actually has pointed to that being part of the reason why he's actually found the recovery in these 2 weeks quite challenging.
Yeah, it sort of explains a couple of things. We saw on the run with Kyle, he was pushing on really well and really looked like he was challenging for a podium. And then we took our eyes off Kyle to look at what was happening right at the front of the race with Rico. And when we went back to it, Kyle had slipped back about 3 places and looked to be going through a really dark patch. And that was kind of on lap 3 or 4 of the run. He then started running with Jamie Riddle and picked himself up again and did manage to battle back into 4th position. But it turns out what happened was he was feeling a real energy low, having missed that nutrition. So that really impacted his race, and I think he was quite disappointed initially that something like that could impact his chances of getting on the podium. And then, of course, the recovery. Yes, he didn't get anywhere near as many calories in as he should have done, and as a result, it's taken him that bit longer to recover. And he said in the last few days it was a bit of a race to get to the point where he felt ready to take the start line again.
Well, whatever he's been eating or drinking, he's certainly found...
he's had his Weetabix,
Yeah, I was
hasn't
going to say the same, yeah. Certainly had his Weetabix, because he's currently in the lead. So interestingly, as Carl Smith finds himself at the front of this race, perhaps I'm guilty of this as well, but I just wonder if, like, Marten Van Riel and Rico Bogen probably... I don't know, in the build-up to this race, have probably been thinking a lot about each other, I would imagine. And kind of does open the door for someone else to go, hold on, don't forget about me. Then while they're thinking about each other, someone like Carl Smith just kind of sails through the middle, and they go, oh, hold on a minute, there's a whole other field here of very, very competitive athletes.
Well, they'll have also been watching each other's social medias and YouTubes and listening to podcasts, and they will have probably heard Kyle speak almost... I don't want to say negatively, but a little bit, he wasn't bit down, maybe, is probably how I would describe it, about how he was feeling ahead of this race, purely because he felt he'd had to go so deep in San Francisco and it had really taken him quite a long time to sort of come out of that hole. But you got to remember, it doesn't matter how you feel 2 days before the race, 3 days before the race, 4 days before the race. It matters now that he's out there on the bike. And race adrenaline can do a lot for you. It can turn a pretty sluggish morning into a firecracker of a morning. And also it might just be that today was the day his body's turned it around and he's ready to go. And we'd all love to see Kyle get back up on the podium. We know he's had a really rough start to the year with that sort of heat exhaustion problem that he had in Singapore, having to pull out of that race. So it's great to see him back racing, and we hope to see him have a top result today.
Yeah, we certainly do. Finished second overall in the T100 last year, so he is very much at home at this distance, and we look forward to seeing what he can do over this race and of course the rest of the season. But right now there's a right old bunch of these athletes, and that's Rico Bogen there in the blue and white, just deciding to move into the lead again. But interestingly, very bunched at the front.
In fact, actually it might be 7. I think we've got 7 athletes at the front. So Rico Bogen, no surprises once again to see him go to the front. And I actually wonder if it was quite tactical by Kyle. We saw when they went through the technical section at the end of lap 1, he really bunched up close. He went round an athlete. He got himself right to the front, so that someone like Rico then has to go further if he wants to get back to the front. So if he wants to make an attack and he's third wheel or fourth wheel, he's got to go 40 metres before he's even at the front of the race. So by putting Rico further back in that technical section, they've made it harder for him to attack them. So that could have been a real tactical move there by Kyle Smith. But we've got 6-7 athletes who've made into sort of a bit of a front group here. They've got just under 10 seconds from Antonio Benito Lopez, who is currently in 8th. So those 7 athletes you can see on the side of screen now: Mika Newt and Rico Bogen, Kyle Smith, Marten Van Riel, Jelle Geens, Miguel Hidalgo, and of course Panagiotis Bitados. So that's all the runners and riders that we were super excited to see today, especially with those 2 wild cards at the bottom there, Miguel Hidalgo and Panagiotis Bitados. We love a wild card surprise.
Yeah, Miguel Hidalgo in 6th, Panagiotis Bitados in 7th. 2 of our short course athletes, of course, joining us on the T100 as a wild card. And they will know the impact of what being a wild card can be. I mean, just look at Carl Smith, who was, someone who got a few last year and then was able to make his way onto the T100. It's a surefire way if you perform well. We saw what Jamie Riddle did last time out in San Francisco.
Wasn't Yuri Kulin a wild card last year as well? And he obviously came out and won in Singapore. And so, the wild cards really shake things up, and that's exactly what they're there to do. And We've been excited to see Miguel Hidalgo for a little while. We've been excited to see Bitados for a little while. We were obviously so disappointed that he was unwell and unable to finish the race in San Francisco. But those two athletes haven't done loads, I would say, of middle distance racing. Of course, Miguel only on his second race, but Bitados has sort of juggled a little bit over the last season or so of middle distance racing and short course, because they both went to the Olympic Games. But yeah, just really exciting to see them now here in our T100 and right at the front at this early stage too.
Yeah, Panayotis Bitados has got such an interesting story of how he got into triathlon and how he was completely self-coached when he would just used to train in the sea in his home in Greece, which is a remarkable place to learn how to swim. Probably not the safest
Beautiful,
place.
I reckon.
Yeah, beautiful, but
Yeah.
probably not the same for learning to swim.
Probably better than your local leisure centre, isn't it?
It certainly is. So fantastic to see him. He got into mountain biking, athletics, but eventually at the age of 12 years old, settled on triathlon, and what a good decision that was. And only 21 years old, he's got an awful lot of racing still ahead of him.
I have to apologise, I incorrectly awarded him that he'd been to the Olympics, but I think if he wanted to, he could still pursue that goal. I think the way he's been racing over the last couple of years, I think he could do it all. He could be a feature on the short course scene as well as a big feature in our T100, and we know that's something quite a lot of the athletes are doing. Look at the likes of Kate Woff and Taylor Spivey, Miguel Hidalgo, of course. They're all looking at trying to mix it up on both scenes. So they've got Yelagines looking just a little bit distance off the back of that pack now. So he was right in the mix with those athletes. He was one of our top 7. But I think he may have just let a little bit of a gap go to those athletes in front of him.
He's one of our strongest runners in the field on the T100. I know we're way off the run yet, Vicky, but what sort of gap do you think he could look at to make up? He obviously wasn't able to make up that gap onto Rico Bogen last time out, but I just wonder if Rico is being pushed by the other athletes and maybe he's expending energy where he's not wanting to expend energy, someone like Yelagines, if he's back just enough, could actually storm through the field.
Yeah, sometimes you've sort of got to play your own race and wait for other people to make the mistakes and possibly blow themselves up. We don't know whether that's going to happen. Of course we don't. That's part of the joy of our job of watching it unfold in front of us. But yeah, I think he can possibly hope that off the back of San Francisco, some of the other athletes have said, right, well, we can't let Rico go. We're going to have to push harder. We're going to have to take risks. And maybe then they all blow up. Like, that could happen. And so for someone like Yella, he's just got to sit tight. And as we talk about those tactics, I would say he's narrowed that gap back down to about 30 metres now. He's not quite up to the 20, but he is getting closer to the back of those athletes. That's Kyle Smith just in front of him. So maybe it was just a small moment. Maybe he was just taking on some nutrition or something, but he's right back where he'd want to be.
And how important is it to stay within a pack? How beneficial is that for an athlete rather than racing her own race? Again, that was something that Kate Woff sort of said. She was left alone with her own thoughts
for a long time.
For a long time
Yeah.
out in San Francisco, and mentally it must be very tough. But meanwhile, that's Marten Van Riel who's just overtaken Mika Newt, and I imagine if our leaderboard is anything to go by, yeah, Rico Bogen still out in front. So these guys really tussling for the lead. It's changing every lap, isn't it? Or
Yeah.
every few hundred metres almost.
And it's interesting to see them going around Rico, because you might think they would want to possibly let Rico do a lot of the work, but they are coming to a slightly more technical section through the university. So again, it is beneficial for someone like Marten to put himself at the front and make Rico come back round him.
Okay, well, I mentioned him there, Mika Newt. He's definitely trending in the right direction. A 9th in Singapore, a 3rd place in San Francisco. So what will it take to go a few spots better here in Vancouver?
Yeah, I think I need like a really good day on race day, but in general, just be like maybe 1 or 2% better in every discipline. Like even starting the swim already, maybe come out like 3 positions more up front. But yeah, in general, there's like no major thing I think I have to change. just keep plugging away in training. If I won't win here, then there's like a big training block before London. So yeah, just keep doing mostly the same things and just keep progressing like step by step. I'm for sure in great shape and also mentally in a good space, so I'm definitely gonna go for it and race a bit more aggressively. I think I will take risks. I think like since my shape is so good that even if I overcook it a little bit, I won't like completely break down. And yeah, that's why I want to have some fun out there and go for it.
Oh, it's good fighting talk, isn't it? I loved hearing him speak there. I loved that he was talking about taking risks. It's kind of indicative of the level that you need to be at now to win on the T100.
Yeah, we sort of spoke about it earlier, and I really think these athletes are kind of understanding now that, and Marten spoke about it in his interview, didn't he, that the way he raced in 2024 will not win the races anymore. They've got to take risks, they've got to up their level somehow, because Rico has already done that. He's been brave in every race he's raced this year. He's gone off the front. Sometimes it's worked out, most recently, of course, in San Francisco, and sometimes it hasn't. We look, of course, to Singapore for that. So now the athletes are thinking, well, hang on, if Rico can deliver a full package of a race, as he did in San Francisco, we have no choice but to take some risks, to maybe push our power limits a little bit harder, to maybe corner a little bit faster, to stay aero a bit harder on those descents. Every little thing that they can possibly do to try and beat him.
These speed bumps look quite nasty on this part of the track. I was just noticed a couple of squirrels, I want to say,
yes,
a few moments
were,
ago that went in front of Marten Van Riel. But then you've got these speed bumps, which must be incredibly disruptive to your rhythm and to your flow as an athlete. And just saw there Marten swerving to go around one as well, and also potential danger here for water bottles to drop out as well.
Well, what I was actually about to say is we saw Marten come out of his aero bars to go over them, whereas now we're with Jelle Geens, who stayed in his aero bars, but you saw how much of a bump it was for him, and he really did jolt around in his saddle there. That one there, they can all swerve. That's the same one that Marten swerved as well. But yeah, it's a tricky one to try and work out how to take them with maintaining the most speed you possibly can without having the risk, as you said, of a water bottle or a nutrition pack flying off, or even something like a mechanical issue jumping over the chain. That you really don't want either of those things to happen.
It's the thing that always strikes me about triathlon is something like that happening, and just how unfair that is in this sport. There is no rhyme or reason why it happens, but some sort of mechanical now for any of this top group or any of these athletes indeed would just be so difficult and problematic to come back from. But is that kind of the slightly maybe the joy of triathlon, that it all has to align perfectly for you?
That's kind of what I was going to say. It's the beauty and the pain of our sport. It's a very open skill. Like, it's not a closed skill like swimming in a pool where very little can sort of go wrong or impact on your race. There are so many external influences and things that can happen. And of course we have our excellent mechanic Foy with us, who checks over all the bikes before the racing and makes sure they're in the perfect condition. But things can still happen and do happen and impact on people's races, and it's incredibly frustrating when that happens to you, but it is just part of our sport.
Okay, well, just like last season, across the year, athletes will be competing to become the T100 World Champion. But who will finish first this year in the race to Qatar?
We have a race on our hands.
And perfectly timed, Marten Van Riel is actually only 2 points behind Rico Bogen in the race to Qatar. Proof that across the year, across the season, you're going to need to get some consistency. And even though perhaps Marten Van Riel, by his standards, hasn't had the start to the year that he might have wanted, he's still sitting there in second, only 2 points back behind last time out's winner Rico Bogen.
I know, for a disappointing start to the season, being in second isn't quite so bad, is it, when we look at it in context? And of course, there are so many races still to come. We've got, including this one, 7 more races in the series. So a lot of time for things to change and unfold as we head to Qatar in December.
And that is the black tri-suit of Kyle Smith, just slotting in there between Rico Bogen and Mika Newt, I think, just out in front.
So again, they're sort of putting Rico further back in the pack as they come closer now to the U-turn at the end of lap 2. So Rico's found himself back in 4th place, 3 athletes in front of him. So if he stays there, once they come out of that technical section through the transition area and head back out onto this road heading up the hill, for him to get to the front, he's got to go 60 meters to even get there. So he's got so much further to go to start making a move if he's in 4th, 5th or 6th position in that pack.
He said he was one of the most confident men out in the field, out in the men's field certainly today, but Mika Newt is now at the front of this race, and really good to see him taking the initiative and I guess actually following through on that level of confidence. Lovely shot there of some of the beautiful houses that line this part of the world. It's not a bad place to be, is it, Vicky?
It's absolutely stunning here. It's beautiful. I mean, we haven't even mentioned the eagle yet, Matt. This is
the perfect time.
Let's talk about it. So where we are in transition area, we had to be very careful. I say we, the events team here, incredibly careful where they built the venue, because there is an eagle's nest literally pretty much right above us here in the commentary box. And you will see the eagle out and about. Absolutely unreal. It feels like you're in a wildlife documentary, but it's a beautiful part of the world. I mean, again, look at these images. So green and beautiful, right next to the ocean as well. And just such a warm and welcoming community for a race here in Canada.
Yeah, not that keen to encounter a bear.
No, I'll leave the bears out of it.
I hear I hear an encounter with a bear is a very special experience, but maybe not for me. But anyway, back to the racing, and this group they're working together. I mean, do you think little words are going to be exchanged between them about the pace and just talking to each other and recognising that they're in a fantastic position, these guys?
I highly doubt it. I think the only thing you might get is if one of them is potentially sat further back all the time and not doing any work. But the one thing that's really important to notice right now is there has now become a very distinct separation between these top 4, Kyle Smith, Mika Newt, Marten Van Riel and Rico Bogen, and 5th place in Yelagin. So we saw him yo-yo slightly off the back earlier on in that lap, but now he has dropped. He's 12 seconds back on 4th place, Rico Bogen. So, and as we just get an updated graphic there, that's actually now 14 seconds. So a little bit of separation now occurring from those top 4 as they are now out onto lap 3.
One of the really interesting things I thought that kind of came out in the aftermath of San Francisco was Rico Bogen's power numbers, which were just extraordinary. If anyone has a power meter on their bike at home, just imagine pushing 374 as your average wattage for the duration of an 80k bike. And that was a 394 normalised power as well, average speed of 41 kilometres per hour. It's hard to believe that he did that and then he went and run in the low 3-minute kilometres. It's superhero stuff as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, as you're going through it, and I already know those stats, but I'm just sat here shaking my head as I try to sort of fathom really how impressive that is, because not going back too long ago, to hold 400 watts was considered absolutely world-class cycling. And now we've got the top level of T100 athletes able to do that for 2 hours nearly. I mean, it shows you the level these athletes are. They are truly, truly the very best endurance athletes in the world.
Okay, so as we get eyes on Carl Smith out in the lead, it's time to welcome Greg Welch into the commentary box. Greg, good to see you, multiple-time world champion. We had a nice chat, didn't we, at the top of the show? And what are you making of what you've seen so far?
You know what, Matt? Thank you very much. Yeah, it's been a pleasure to join you. And I wasn't loving those wattage numbers because that's nothing that what we were pushing back in the day. So, but looking at this course, Matt and Vicky, It's interesting because 2 weeks ago you had this race in San Francisco. It was an incredibly, strong and challenging bike ride, and I see it the same way in this race. And Rico Bogen and Mika Noit are just waiting for their time to accelerate away from the competition. But really good to see that Marten Van Riel so strong on the bike as well, and then Kyle Smith. He's not going to give up without a fight. He's very, very tough. But here we go with this one. Miguel Hidalgo. We talked about this at the top of the show as well. He won the WTCS race just 2 weeks ago, and he's got the legs of a runner like you would not believe. So impressive racing so far.
Yeah, we're really enjoying seeing a couple of our wild cards right at the pointy end here of the bike leg. I just wonder, Greg, in terms of what the tactics are at the front here and how much these guys are, as we're just seeing actually the fastest lap data there. Carl Smith actually there with a 20:22. That's 3 seconds faster than Marten Van Riel and Mika Noot. But yeah, I just wonder what the tactics will be between these guys, and can you relate to any of this sort of situation where you're working at the front as a group, and as all of these guys will know each other really well, right? So how much conversation and chat do you think there is, if not on the course, but perhaps in advance between them?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, Matt. When I look at the shorter course racing like the Olympic distance, some of them work as a group, but when you're working in T100, I don't see working in a group so much. Look, Race Ranger is strapped on there for a reason. It's to keep them apart, and it's allowing them to have their own race. So I'm looking at like these individual athletes out there racing for their lives. When it comes to making the accelerations, it's going to happen in the second part of the bike ride. It happens when the men are separated from the boys. Anybody can go out in the early stages of a bike ride and push the high wattage, but what do you have left? Is it all about the nutrition that Kyle Smith is putting into his body right now? Possibly. Is it about saving energy for the run? Also possibly. So there goes Mika Noit, making that run at the front again, because Mika didn't even stop for a drink there. He wants to keep the pace high. And look at this, 2024 world champion Marten Van Riel. He is just a master of the tactics.
I'm just really enjoying the fact that the lead is changing so much, and I feel like it's really bringing the best out of these athletes, Vicky.
Yeah, and I'd be so fascinated to hear them debrief this afterwards as to whether this was they're all feeling really good and maybe Rico's not feeling quite as good as he was in San Francisco, or whether this was the risks that we've heard them talking about that they might need to take. Are they going all in now because they cannot afford to let Rico get up the road? So how much is it costing them? Is this all part of the plan and they're perfectly under control? Or are they going absolutely all out? I mean, only time will tell, but I think it's going to be fascinating.
I kind of hope they're going all out, because that's going to make the run absolutely fascinating.
I know. We've got a treat in store for us, especially if it stays as it is now. We're still only 36 kilometres into this bike course, but of course we've got these four leaders. They've got about 20 seconds on the two behind them, Yelagins and of course Panagiotis Bitados. We know how well both of those two can run. So if those two hit the run course together, they could be a force as they run literally stride for stride along our run. And then just another few seconds behind Antonio Benito Lopez, who's been really solid so far this season, and Miguel Hidalgo, who we've been so excited to see too. So this is shaping up beautifully.
Couldn't agree with you more there, Vicky. I think it's shaping up to be a real barn burner on the run course here today. And talking about a barn burner, this guy right here, Jason West, if you take yourself back to the US Open in Milwaukee just a year and a bit ago, he ran 4 minutes into race winner Jan Frodeno when he cracked 60 minutes for the 18K. So look out for Jason West. Jason's been working really hard on his bike course and, in his bike position and his legs on the bike. Anybody can go out there and, smack a sub 60 minute 18K, but after the bike ride, when you're chasing down Newton and Smith and Bogen, it becomes extremely tough. So if Jason West is within a couple of minutes, look out, because this guy can light it up. Hidalgo as well as Bitados, they haven't been, proven over the 18 kilometres just yet, but I tell you what, if Jason West is anywhere near the front at the end of this, it could spell trouble for the rest of the field.
Yeah, keep your eye on him. What did you call it? A barn burner?
Yes, it's a barn burner, Matt. That's a term that we use in the countryside. But no, just joking. But a barn burner, yeah. When we got an electric race, we're building a climax, and
I love it.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you're just racing the horses around the barn. It's you're just going as fast as you can, but with competition. So, but look, Jason's sitting just inside of 3 minutes, and I do expect that to go out to possibly 4. So maybe not a podium today, but he is one of the fastest runners in the field. But the runners are right up there, and they're all within 1 minute right now. Hidalgo, Bidados, Heens, and also Van Riel. They are the fastest runners on paper. Mika Nuyt, what he did in San Francisco was so impressive. He stands at 6'4" tall, and same with Rico Bogen, 6'5". And these guys are a lot heavier than the runners of Hidalgo and also Heens, but they get the job done. It's all about efficiencies. It's not about, just losing time to the ground or whatever. It's about putting one foot in front of the other and having great biomechanics.
Well, if you're sitting at home watching this and you want to get involved across the season with us on the T100, there are still plenty of opportunities.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. Foot on the gas, ain't no slowing down. Aiming for greatness, no settling. Kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Taking no else, yeah, I got away. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Running the game now. Foot on the gas, can slow down. No. Yeah, I got away. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Watch the game change, yeah.
Yeah, plenty of opportunities this year. London, the French Riviera, all coming up. Plenty of information on the T100 website, t100triathlon.com. And also, of course, if this year feels a bit soon for you, there's always next year as well in 2026.
Yeah, another athlete, as Greg was talking, of course, about the runners, the real runners that we're expecting to see blast through the field as we get onto the final leg. Shouldn't forget Morgan Pearson. He ran exceptionally well in San Francisco, having shut it down a little bit towards the end of the race to preserve himself a bit, knowing he had this one coming, but also because he just knew that there was absolutely no way he was going to catch the 7th place in front of him. He was in 8th. He moved his way up the field into 8th place. But the level of running that we can expect from Morgan Pearson, again, if he's an athlete that's within a few minutes of the front, don't be surprised to see him really blister his way through the field and move up a few spots.
Yeah, Vic, you're dead right. Morgan Pearson's got the fastest 5K in the field. He's a sub-13, 35-kilometre runner, and he posted that in college and comes from the running background, but he's doing extremely well in triathlon, picking up a silver medal in the Paris Olympic Games in the mixed relay, but doing very well in WTCS as well. Sitting at about 2.5 minutes down. I don't know if that's in striking position or not there, Vicky, but Hidalgo and also Benito Lopez and Bidados and Heens, that group of 4 athletes now are losing time. They've lost 17 seconds over the lead group over the last 5 kilometres. So, things are about to change. When we talked about Bogen and Nuyt at the top of the show being the bikers that are going to make those moves on the bike, perhaps it's right now.
Yeah, it really does show that sort of elastic, so to speak, has sort of snapped a bit, hasn't it? They were dangling at sort of 5 to 7 seconds, then it went out to over 10. At the lap turn, it was 14, and now it's well over 40 seconds between the back of that front pack, that's Kyle Smith, and the front of the chase pack, that's Jelle Geens. So that gap has gone out, and we've got 2 sort of 4-person packs now with this second pack, I should say, of Jelle Geens, Panayotis Bidados, Antonio Benito Lopez, and Miguel Hidalgo.
When you talk about race dynamic, the race in San Francisco is a telling story because of the second part of the bike course. It's when the big gaps, start to open up. And it's happening again today. So you've got the top 4 athletes that are, the top 4 athletes that are able to sustain a 5-second gap between 4 of them. And then it goes all the way down, to the top 10, which is now separated by 2:48. So this is where it's going to happen. Rico Bogen and Mika Nuyt are probably going to be responsible for the pace setting here. And this is where it's going to come down to. At the end of 80 kilometres, if those guys are within 2 minutes, got a 2-minute break on the rest of the field, it may as well be a done deal.
I just wonder if, comparing it to San Francisco, where we saw Rico Bogen build out a very healthy lead on the bike. We've still got a long way to go on this bike leg, of course, Vicky, but how much would be a realistic lead for him to feel comfortable again? Or do you think that might not even happen this time around?
Well, the first thing to say is by this point in San Francisco, Rico had already broken away. So they're just over halfway through. And at this point in San Francisco, Rico was solo and extending that lead. So right now it's different because he's still got those other athletes with him. And for some, quite surprisingly, because they thought this course might suit him even more than the course in San Francisco did. But I think if these 4 athletes were to come off together, it's not going to be a simple case of, well, I don't think, of one of them clearly running away from the others. I think we're going to get a proper run battle. I mean, I'm absolutely delighted at the prospect that might happen, and I'm really hoping that it does. But I don't think Rico will count himself out just because he comes into transition with other people.
We were billing last time out in San Francisco. We had that sprint finish in 2024. We thought, oh, we're going to get that again. We didn't get it in 2025, but I just wonder if we're starting to build towards a really interesting finale on the run leg, but still plenty of time.
Well, the right 3 are there, aren't they?
Yeah.
Plus Mika, who's I'm sure here to spoil the party as well.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Yeah, let's finally recreate it. Come on, guys.
I'm really looking forward to a battle between the Germans. The young Germans, I said to Matt, Vicky, that it might be the new king and prince of triathlon. They might be our next superstars, and I do believe that Mika Nuyt, after the form that he showed in San Francisco, might have the legs to do it again today.
So a good look at Morgan Pearson and his rather interesting shaped helmet.
They're all pretty special, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
So he's sort of on his own at the moment. He's at 2 minutes 40 down. He's got Wilhelm Hirsch about 15 seconds behind him, but he's very much riding his own race, riding to his own power. And again, he's spoken about how he really wants to sort of learn this distance, master this distance, but it is going to take him time. And he's only now on his second T100, had a big delay to the start of his T100 season because of a broken hand, but he is now back racing, and I know that he's going to relish this run course once he gets out there too.
I mean, he's 31 years old, so at this point in his career, do you think he goes all in, Greg, on the T100 and this distance?
I still think that he's got time to look for LA 28 for the Olympic Games as well.
Home Olympics,
well,
of course.
It.
Yeah.
A home Olympics is just such a big lure, isn't it? Of course.
Well, Vicky, I mean, racing English, in the Serpentine in London in 2012. So if you look at that, I think that cherry's still out there for him. But Morgan Pearson's just coming into his own. This is an age where you're just starting to build that experience. And if you look at the likes of Jan Frodeno, who raced well into his 40s, Craig Alexander into his 40s, Cameron Brown into his 40s. So, these legendary athletes have taken it all that way. Morgan Pearson, if he works on this leg, the bike leg, he could be in any race at any time. Now, that's what he's going to have to do over the next few years or so, is hone his skills on the bike, work on his aerodynamics, work on his strength, because his swim today, first place. His run, maybe first place. But his bike, that's where he's losing time.
What's really interesting with Morgan is in short course racing, his swim can be a bit erratic. He has some very, very good swims. I've seen him lead out. I think maybe, might have even been in Cagliari last year that he led out the swim. But other swims, he's in the second or third pack. He doesn't seem to quite have it on the day. Today, he absolutely had it and led out and strung out the swim. He put a big gap on that second pack out of the water today. And I really believe that if he was to combine racing T100 and short course racing, it would simply make his short course racing better. I think he'd become probably a bit more of an all-round athlete if he was to do both. But I mean, we also can't forget he ran a 61.0 half marathon at the beginning of the year. That is to go with that 5K PB that you mentioned, Greg. This guy has got a big range and a big engine.
I only think that I've seen 2 athletes run sub 13:30 in 5K, and that's Alex Yee and Morgan Pearson. So you're looking at probably one of the fastest runners ever in triathlon. So again, if he works on that bike ride and is able to, get back up to speed with the leaders in these races. He's going to be a threat. But right now he's in no man's land. He's just got to hold his pace, and he's just got to focus, and that's all you can do. When you start these races, it's all about the pace, what you can do. Focus on your own race, not somebody else's.
And yeah, that will be one of the big differences, of course, from short course, is that you're riding more generally as part of a pack, aren't you? And he's going to have to get used to riding on his own. And I think we're just getting sight of a blue card for Mika Noot. A blue card presented for drafting, and that looks like Mika Noot has got a penalty.
So that means that Mika Noot will have to take that, providing we get, confirmation of that. That seems to be what we're seeing on our screen, but we will await official confirmation. But if that is, in fact, a penalty, he will have to take that at the end of this lap.
Bogen now making his way through the field here. Very dangerous, as the technical official is right there to make sure that everything's going along smoothly. But they do have Race Ranger, guys. That is one of the most technological advancements that we can have in the sport of triathlon over the last few years. It's long overdue, Vicky. I know that you've done some racing at this distance before, and I don't know what your thoughts are, but I think it's absolutely fantastic.
Oh, Greg, you've credited me with something I haven't actually done there. I've only ever raced over short course.
Just trying to build you up there.
I really enjoy that you've given me that credit, though, so I probably should have just taken it and kept quiet. But, I've not ruled out having a go, but I would be very much doing it as an amateur.
Okay.
I am fully retired from the professional ranks.
Sorry about that. I was thinking about Matt's upcoming adventure.
Well, that leads us on perfectly to our very own Matt, who's keeping it a bit quiet, but we believe he's signed up for London, haven't you, Matt?
I certainly have. I've really
got a bit red there as well,
I have got a bit red because I'm sat amongst two brilliant athletes, professional athletes, and I'm sat here as this amateur athlete. But yeah, I've been fully swept up by the bug here on the T100, and I've signed up for London. And I can't wait. The thing that I know will happen is these guys make it look so easy. And when you actually, like we said with Rico Bogen's
Don't compare
power,
yourself to Rico Bogen's power,
if you ever
Matt.
try to compare yourself to these guys, it's only going to be a disappointment. So I just need to remember what's realistic for my body. But there we go.
Yeah, when we're trying to get people involved, there we go. So we did, in fact, see Mika Noot getting that drafting penalty, and that's so disappointing. He was obviously having a great race today, full of confidence. We've spoken about it all week. We were building him up for a big day today, weren't we, Greg?
Yeah, sure, and don't give up on him just yet. A little bit of rest sometimes allows you to have a good run as well. When you come into the penalty tent there, Vicky and Matt, got to press that yellow button. It starts the clock there, and the time is now ticking down. You can see that he's only got 20 seconds left to go. You are allowed to drink in the transition area, but you cannot take any outside assistance whatsoever. But 10 seconds to go here. Mika Noot with a little bit of rest. Get the heart rate down again. The thing here, Vicky, you just can't rush back into it. Just get your legs going again. Just stay on your pace. There goes a couple of athletes by.
Well, that's it. I was actually, as you were talking there, Greg, I was looking at the timing splits that we had on the left-hand side, and I thought he's going to get on his bike again just as that second pack come past him. And that could be really useful for him because obviously he's lost touch with those four leaders, or the three other leaders now, but he does now have a group to ride with, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him take his time, build in, go back to the front of that pack, and just try and start minimising the gap to the front three.
Matt, we talked at the top of the show, in our intro today, that he's in such great form. He's been up here for 12 days training already. Don't blow it by just losing your mind here. Just stay very, very calm and collected, and just stay with it. Stay on your heart rate, stay on your cadence, stay on your pace, and everything will be just fine. Unfortunately, spending a little bit in the penalty tent there might cost him a spot on the podium, but stay with it. It's a long race to Qatar, and the points are very important.
Exactly that. Consistency, really important across the season. And just because he's fallen back down the field, don't discount him being a factor a little bit later on. But he's certainly got a lot more work to do now. And I also wonder, we saw them passing so often, didn't we? The four athletes at the front of the pack, and perhaps Mika Noot here just, unfortunately, was the one that got caught and couldn't quite catch up or couldn't quite leave enough room in front, and he was the one who ultimately got the penalty.
I mean, those 4 guys at the front are such strong cyclists, such fair athletes. I don't believe there is a single one of them that would have been trying intentionally to get too close, especially when they had officials with them the whole time. They know they're not going to get away with that. So it will have been a slip from Mika there, and possibly at a time when he was pushing really hard and maybe wasn't paying quite enough attention to that red light in front of him that maybe started flashing and he hadn't realised. But Greg's absolutely right. He's got to stay calm now, keep doing what he's doing, focus, don't panic about what's gone on up the road, don't think too much or dwell too much on the minute that he's lost. Be thankful that he has got a group to ride with now. He's not totally out there on his own for the last 2 laps, and just see if he can minimise that damage coming into T2.
Is that, Greg, perhaps a reflection of just how hard these guys are working? It's all very well us sitting in the commentary box and saying this stuff, and also recognising the 20-metre draft zone. But when you're in the thick of the action, when you're exhausted, when your heart rate is high, as we've seen, like the Miguel Hidalgo have reached 95% on this bike leg, it's tough to stay composed, isn't it, out there?
And I think Vicky's absolutely right here. There was a momentary lapse in concentration. Very cliche, however, it happened. And when you're as good as Mika Nuyt on the bike, you don't need to be putting yourself in that position. So I do think it was a lapse in concentration. The kid is a fantastic bike rider, but now as we, focus back on the race, we've got 3 athletes within 3 seconds, but don't count out Bidados and Hines and Hidalgo right now. These guys are just still, just outside of that minute. I don't see it being too much more than about a minute 30 to minute 40 perhaps at the end. But if Mika Nuyt does come to the front of this group and does a lot of work, he might be working into the hands of Jelle Hines. We haven't spoken about that. He might be bringing the runners back into it. So Mika Nuyt's got to be very careful about his strategy right now, because Hidalgo, Hines and Bidados can run lights out.
You can see just how many places Panagiotis Bidados has made up here on that graphic. 6 places. Vicky, I hear you've got something for us with regards to the bike course.
Yeah, that's right. This is a bit of a new feature we started in San Francisco, where we are going to start looking at the climb section and the descent section of courses appropriately, like Vancouver, that do have a decent climb and descent in them. And we can see that climb denoted in the red there, of course the descent at the end of the lap in purple. And we've been tracking the athletes up those, so we can tell who has been doing the fastest segments. So on screen now we've got Antonio Benito Lopez, and whilst currently in 6th place, he's been doing fantastically well. 2nd fastest climbing sector of the day in 4:40, only beaten by Mika Nuyt, the man we've been speaking about after that penalty, with a 4:39. Rico Bogen also on a 4:40, so that is the fastest climbing sectors that we've seen so far today.
Goodness me, don't tell Mika Nuyt that just yet. All of that hard work on the bike.
Fastest sector of the day, and unfortunately he's had to lose some of that with that penalty.
Yeah.
And here we go on the screen now. We've also got the descent, the fastest descent of the day. So what's really interesting here is that Jelle Hines, who himself said he did not think this descent suited him and he would struggle as a lighter guy, has the fastest descent section of the day, or joint fastest, I should say, with Kyle Smith, and Bidados just a couple of seconds behind with 2:34.
And that's really interesting. I wonder if that was a tactical... Well, I've heard him speak about this, how he knows that he's going to have a higher cadence on the descents in order to match what the likes of Rico Bogen can do. I wonder if he's really acted on that tactical part of the race.
Yeah, I wonder if he's put more effort into those descents, had to go really hard there, because he thought he was going to lose so much time to the likes of Rico Bogen on the descent, and worked really hard. We know how good Jelle Hines is at climbing. It's his favoured part of the course, but I think he's decided he has to go really hard on the descent as well.
And guys, you know, I heard rumblings during the week as well. Front chain rings, bring in larger chain rings as well to give him a little bit more power down the hill. Now, as we spoke about just a moment ago, Mika Noit has now come to the front of that chase group. So that spells very good news for people like Jelekins, Bidados, Hidalgo and Benito Lopez, because he is going to drag them back through. Look, he's already taken them from 107 to 108 down to 101. So they're back in range again. Now, if you go back to San Francisco and you look at Jelekins' run split, he was just under 1 minute faster than the race winner Rico Bogen. Guys,
yeah,
this is
getting
gap. Very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, with what, we've got just over a lap and a half to go, but a 1 minute gap back to that group of athletes is perfect, absolutely perfect. For what was it again? A barn burner.
Oh, Vicky, come on, barn burner.
I was going to go barnstormer, but we go barn burner.
We can go barnstormer if
okay.
you know, forget, but you know.
A barn burner of a run.
I think the Aussie accent sounds pretty good for barn burner.
I'm not sure I can pull it off.
I'm not sure we can.
Well, maybe I'll be going for a cup of tea later, but anyway, I'm not going to try my English accent, but maybe a German one, because Mika Noit sitting 1 minute back. Now, this guy right here is going to be responsible for all the pace setting on the final lap today. If Rico stands a chance at winning this race, he has got to go in that last lap. Kyle Smith coming back to great form. Marten Van Riel, slow start of the year, but that was on purpose. He did a long distance race in South Africa. A week later, backed it up with a great hot and humid third place in Singapore, and now finding his form just after San Francisco in just outside of the top 5. So you've got all the favourites all within about 1 minute and 10 seconds from each other right now. Guys, this is going to be a fantastic climax to what promises to be a great run.
I think it certainly is. It might just be worth mentioning Antonio Benito Lopez, someone who we haven't spoken about yet in commentary. He's just moved up into 6th spot. And what really interests me is he had a really tough San Francisco race, finished 16th. Said afterwards, a bad day comes at a high price. Just proves that on the T100, if you don't have your A game, we'll come back to that though, because it looks like
Yuri Kulin
has got a problem.
You know, interestingly, I saw when he came around at the end of the lap before this one, he was stretching out his back a lot as he went through that technical section and grimacing, pulling a lot of faces. And we sort of got some intel at that point that it seemed likely that he might not be able to finish the race. And it seems like, there you go, stretching out that back, some kind of cramp or seized up muscle there. Something's not gone right for him there in his back, or it could even be down into his glute, his hip area. But he's had to withdraw from the race.
That's a real shame. We know he was disappointed with his performance in San Francisco, managed 7th place. But this is not how Yuri Kulin would have wanted to finish this race. He's been training out with Marten Van Riel in Victoria. I just wonder as well, you know, he would have been training hard, wouldn't he, over the past 2 weeks since San Francisco. And you can just see here, he's grimacing, I think, a little bit.
Yeah, a couple of things to point out here, Matt. Athletes at this caliber, they are under 4% body fat. Athletes of this caliber don't like racing in the cold, and it does really affect their muscles. And you know as well as I do, Vicky, and probably Matt to come when he races T100 London. I had to throw that in there.
The athlete in waiting over here.
Right. That cold water can present a challenge. Now, it's the way that the athlete dresses on the bike as well, and how they fuel up and you know, prepare for these races. So being a professional athlete, everything has to be taken into consideration.
Yeah, I mean, the coldest races I've ever done in my career have actually been in Canada. I raced here a couple of times in Edmonton back in 2015, 2016, and we were racing in sort of 4 degrees and rain on those days, and it was really challenging. And I saw athletes putting on marigolds on the bike. I saw athletes putting foil down their top, putting foil under the legs of their tri-suit. The winner in 2016, an American girl, Summer Rappaport, she put on a full bodysuit. She had arms and legs on. The outfits were wild, but everyone was just doing anything they could to try and keep themselves warm and try and prevent exactly the issues you spoke about there that we've seen with Yuri.
So disappointment there for Yuri Kulin. We'll, I'm sure, get to hear exactly what happened. And our attention turns to Miguel Hidalgo. who's going along very nicely in 8th spot, and absolutely not discounted, Greg, from this race.
Don't count this young man out. He won just 2 weeks ago in the Olympic distance in the WTCS series, and this is his debut T100 race. One of the fastest runners in the race here today, as we have mentioned with a few others, but this kid has the foot speed to get the job done. Maybe is it the 18 kilometres that stand between him and the finish line in a first place? We'll have to wait and see, because it's the very first time at this distance. But we know that he swims great. We know that he's biking very, very good. And Mika Noit dragging these guys back up into the competition here. This is going to be fantastic. It's about the way that he takes off. He's going to get excited. His adrenaline will be pumping, but he needs to control himself over the first 5K to allow himself to have a fast 5 finishing K.
Well, you're absolutely right. He needs to pace the 18 kilometres because it's very different from what he is used to doing. But interestingly, Mika Noot has taken Geens with him and Benito Lopez with him, but not Bitados and not Hidalgo. So they are now starting to slip just a little bit. They've gone back over that minute marker. Bitados at 1:04, Hidalgo at 1:08. But Mika Noot now back to 34 seconds down from the lead. He's taken Geens and Benito Lopez with him. Are we going to see a pack of 6 by the time they come off the bike?
If you compare it to San Francisco and just how dominant Rico Bogen was on the bike leg, he's not getting it all his own way, is he? We've
got
around.
A real race on our hands.
Yeah.
I mean, even now we've got just over 20 kilometres left to go. Rico could break off the front now, but he's not going to get 3+ minutes off the bike now. It's going to be significantly closer than it was in San Francisco. And whilst he ran really well and he held strong, he wasn't the fastest runner of the day. There were other quicker runners behind him. So if those runners are within striking range, it's going to come down to a really exciting run.
Greg, just back on Miguel Hidalgo. I was listening to actually the same podcast you listened to, Vicky, when he appeared on Yella Geens and Aaron Royals All in Triathlon. Very good podcast, would recommend. Fascinating insight from the professional triathletes. But Greg, he was talking about how he seems to test how tired his legs are by using the stair test.
I love this.
And I just wonder, can either of you actually relate to a process that you would used to do between races and go, oh yeah, hold on a minute, I'm really tired?
So to clarify, Greg, in case you didn't listen to this podcast, the stair test is simply how you feel once you've walked up a flight of stairs. If your legs feel bouncy and good and you're not out of breath when you come to the top, you probably know that you're actually feeling pretty fresh and ready to go. And that's what he said. He said before his last race that we keep talking about, he won this big World Series short course race in Alghero, felt pretty rubbishy all week, and then he got there. He got the day before the race.
Yeah, it's fascinating insight from what is quite fundamentally a very simple bit of work. Go on, Greg, let's get your thoughts on this.
When I was in my 20s, the stairs were not a problem. I'm now 60, they're a problem. That's got nothing to do with what we're talking about, so back to it. But yeah, look, it's best off testing your legs in those scenarios. I don't know what you did, Vic, but I did a lot of brick workouts, which I took my turbo trainer to the track, and I would do a heavy block of 10 minutes on the bike in the biggest gear that I could possibly do, for the very reason that I wanted to test my lactic levels, right? My lactic acid levels. Then I would get off. I would do this set 4 times, 10 minutes as hard as I could go, and then I would do 1 kilometre. And I would try and bring it down. First one, 250. Next one, 245. Next one, 243. Next one, 242. Now, it sounds fast because it was, but that's how I tested my legs getting off the bike after a very fast 40K and then trying to test the legs when they were at their limit. That's exactly what the athletes do these days. If you don't do it, you're missing out, because what do they say about your competition? If you're sleeping, they're out there training. So you've got to be on point the whole time.
I mean, can we just say that is a monster session there, Greg? by even any standards, today's standards, any standard ever in triathlon, to be able to run those K splits is incredibly impressive, Greg. So firstly, well done. And I never did anything quite like that. But I would say I agree with you. You've got to be able to get off the bike and feel confident in what you can run and how you're going to hold it together fatigued, because that's what these guys do.
Got to put yourself in the hurt locker.
Absolutely.
If you're not used to it in training, you're not used to it in racing. You got to do your due diligence. So Matt, we've got a new program set for you that starts tomorrow. But
he's got 2 new coaches, hasn't he?
He does. He really does.
Well, I can't think of 2 better coaches to have, but I might question your your sessions if you're giving me 245 kilometres after going hard on the bike.
You've heard nothing yet, brother.
Yeah. I'm sure if anyone is training at home for one of our T100 races, for the Olympic distance, for the relay distance, I'm sure they'd love some insight from both of you. But for now, our attention is on the professionals who know exactly what they're doing, and Rico Bogen there just about to overtake and has overtaken Carl Smith. This lead has gone back and forth between Carl Smith, Rico Bogen, Marten Van Riel. It's gone back and forth all morning here in Vancouver, and these guys are setting us up for a fantastic finale. Interestingly, I wonder as well if Mika knew he's got a realistic chance of getting on the back of this group in front, I'd say. I mean, 17 kilometres to go, it might be a push.
I mean, he's taken 20 seconds out in this, 3/4 of a lap, hasn't he? So he's not leaving anything out there. It's exactly what he spoke about, what we've heard a couple of the athletes speak about taking risks. And he's obviously decided his best chance of hitting the podium or even the top step of the podium is being as close as possible coming into T2. And that means taking a bit of a risk now.
Just seeing there the max heart rates of that descent, that's a chance, isn't it, for those athletes just to get their heart rate down after the tough uphill section of this course as they make their way onto the flat section by the water.
Vicky, I'd love to just wind the clock back about 12 minutes when you and I were talking about Mika Nuit when he was in the penalty box, just serving out his minute there, and we did see the time from 1:11 go down to 36 seconds really quickly. So that was a huge amount of work that he had to put in. And I don't know if you remember what we said, but we did say about him being careful, being patient, and making sure that you stay within your limit.
And has he?
I don't think so. I think he went out to 36 seconds. Now he's falling back to 42 seconds. So, to continue the discussion you two were having just then, is that Bogen, Smith and Van Riel are really, setting the pace right now. And I think that Rico Bogen may have sensed that something's happening back there, and that Mika did go to the penalty tent, that Mika did get within 36, but now it's going back out the other way. So he's getting a little bit of a sniff on what he has to do.
All right, well, we can see Carl Smith just tucked in there behind Rico Bogen. He's never finished lower than 5th in a T100 race, and he's more motivated than ever to get that elusive win.
None of us get into the sport to be first loser, or none of us get into the sport to get consistent 4th places. It's not satisfying. It's not what we get out of bed for, like when I'm on the turbo, when I'm on the track, or on the bike doing hard efforts. I'm not dreaming about consistent 3rd places or 4th places or whatever. I'm dreaming about winning. That's why we're all in this situation. That's why we're all here. And yeah, obviously last year to come so close twice was really bittersweet. But as Jan says, getting on the podium is hard, but the hardest step to take is the one to win. So yeah, still working on that. Everything has to go right for me, and look, I know that I'll always have the mongrel in the fight, and as they say, it's not about the size of the dog in the fight, it's about the size of the fight and the dog, and it's kind of the same thing. Like, look, I might not be the fittest here this weekend, I've been pretty tired after San Francisco. I might not be the fittest, I might not be the most talented, but I think I'm probably the athlete with the biggest mongrel in them. So yeah, I think I'm just going to go full send, and hopefully no one else will be able to match that.
Yeah, he's sort of been talking down his energy levels and his recovery over the last week or so since San Francisco. But I mean, if this performance so far is anything to go by, he's matching Rico Bogen, Marten Van Riel, and the athletes right at the front of this race. I just wonder, Greg, and the interesting thing that I pick up on there from that interview was the fact he said he doesn't train to finish fourth, or doesn't train to finish third, or even second. It must be the most difficult position probably in sport to finish second, third or fourth. You're so close to that win, but as he said, as Jan has said, winning is the hardest part.
That interview reminded me of somebody accepting a challenge, and somebody who really does want to win, and somebody who is willing to put everything on the line. I spoke to Kyle when I was in New Zealand last year at a World Championship, and Kyle is as hungry as they come. Now, to get that first win in T100, he fell just shy last year in that epic sprint finish in San Francisco. Kyle's got everything that a champion is all about. He just has to put down that perfect day, as he said.
And he's a super nice guy, we should say, but the inside beats that heart of someone who is desperate to get his first win in this kind of racing. And we touched upon it, that epic sprint finish, and he just missed out there in San Francisco last year. He also looked like he was possibly going to get the win at the London T100. He was closing down on Sam Laidlow on the run, and then he just couldn't make it there at the end. That was 2 second places he had last year. I really think he is going to get a win at some point. It's sort of a matter of when, not if. And this race is perfectly poised for him right now. We said earlier, you can feel rubbish for 2, 3, 4 weeks before the race. It doesn't matter if on the day the adrenaline gets pumping, you give it everything you've got, and your legs come to play, then it's game on.
There was a nice post on Instagram after the San Francisco race where he basically thanked Jamie Riddle, our young South African wildcard in San Francisco, for sharing the turns with me, pulling me back up when I got dropped. What a guy, he said, which I thought was a really nice touch, and recognising that Jamie also played a big part.
Isn't he?
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. So just eyes on Rico Bogen at the front as our attention turns to Jelle Geens. And he's our #1 ranked athlete in the men's field. Let's hear from him, shall we, on the level of competition this year on the T100.
Underestimate anyone, I think. On that bike in San Francisco, I thought Rico probably will die on the run, because that's what he did his 2 races before. He biked like a maniac and then struggled on the run, but yeah, he kept it there. And I think in the back of my mind, in the end of that bike in San Francisco, I was a bit too confident or sure that I would catch him on the run, and I think I lost too much time in that last lap and a half on the bike. I guess my main takeaway is be aware of everyone, and just keep your head in the game, and don't assume anything. I do like competition, and I do like seeing how I stack up against the best in the world, but in the end of the day, it doesn't really motivate or drives me. I just enjoy life how it is at the moment, and I go to every training session because I like it, not because I want to get better because someone beat me the race before. I didn't win in San Francisco, and that probably gives me a bit more fuel in Vancouver to maybe dig that little bit deeper, but yeah, I just like it.
I think really interesting that a lot of them perhaps did underestimate Rico Bogen in San Francisco. They just assumed that he was going to blow up on the run. He absolutely did not do that. And then these guys just left it a bit late, didn't they, Vicky, to catch up to him?
Well, we spoke about it in commentary on the day, didn't we, Matt? We saw exactly what Jelle had been talking about in his previous couple of races. Rico had gone, in Jelle's words, like a maniac on the bike, and then it had fallen apart a little bit on the run. But in San Francisco, he simply didn't fall apart. We sort of waited for it. Is he going to fall apart now? Is he got another couple of kilometres in him? He just held it together all day. And yeah, there was definitely a lot of underestimating of Rico Bogen, but no more. We are fully aware of what he is capable of now.
I think that's it. Almost, we would almost in commentary go, oh, the evidence so far means that he probably is going to blow up, and he had done that. Obviously, San Francisco happens. Everyone now knows that his tactics will work if they let him get away.
So the interesting part about what's happening in this race dynamic right now is that Rico Bogen and Smith and Van Riel are all together. Now, if Rico doesn't create a gap, he's going to have company. He did not have that in San Francisco. How will he go under pressure? Will they start surging one another early on, or will they wait for the opportunity at around about that 14K mark when they can give it absolutely everything that they have at the very end of it? Now, this is very unusual to see a couple of passes like this. It's up to Bogen to drop back. It's up to Kyle Smith now to drop back. And then Marten Van Riel, he needs to hold the pace at the front to just stay out of this, the whole drafting fiasco. And what can happen here is they can pick up a minute penalty, and they do not want to happen at this point of time.
Well, yeah, that was interesting. It was like a double pass, wasn't it? And it was... Martin clearly couldn't wait. He could not wait for Kyle to go round. He decided that he had to make that pass as well. So they have now spaced themselves back out again, but that was quite unusual. Don't see that too often.
Yeah, 3 abreast up the hill between these front 3. And goodness me, a penalty now on the final lap.
Oh, we don't want that.
we certainly don't want it in the commentary box. These athletes certainly don't want it. But
the way it's poised.
Yeah, but we were talking about it with Mika Newt, weren't we? And just fatigue starts to set in at this point. It's really, really important for these athletes to get on top of that part of their race.
Yeah, you can't afford to have a lapse in judgment now and make a silly mistake that will cost you, because these 3 athletes will all fancy themselves now to take the win. They know there's going to be runners coming from behind, but they know they're capable, so a penalty would be a disaster.
Yeah, we certainly do not want to see a penalty for anyone in the field, or in particular these 3 here.
Look at those timing splits we've got on the left-hand side of screen. So Mika Newt at the front of that little pack again. It's now down to 39 seconds. I'm looking at Greg to see what Greg thinks about this, but it is so exciting. You've got Beta Dos drop back to about 1:33. Hidalgo seems to have struggled from about the 65-kilometer point. He's now back to 2:07, but that is still within striking range for someone of Hidalgo's running capabilities. So there's so much excitement to come on this course.
Well, as Carl Smith just goes in front of Marten Van Riel, it's time to look at what's going to happen this year in our Race to Qatar standings, as Rico Bogen and Kate Woff currently sit at the top.
We have a race on our hands.
Yes, we'll be crowning our Race to Qatar champion, but not until December. An awful lot of racing to go between now and then.
So this is Wilhelm Hirsch on screen here. So he's another of our wild cards. He's only known for, I think, just over a week that he'd got a start here in Vancouver. He is, I think, our 3rd wild card in the top 10 we've got there. So 7th, Beta Dos, 8th place, Hidalgo, and 9th place, Hirsch. And don't count them out from bringing some fire to the final section of the race. So if you're a bit like me and want to have a look at all the stats and find out who's doing what, get onto our T100Triathlon.com website. On there you can find the tracker, the athlete tracker. You can find the live page, get all the information on who's doing what, and of course you can sign up for any one of the other races that are happening later this year, or perhaps further ahead into 2026. Come and join us at the T100.
So Morgan Pearson making the move there on Wilhelm Hirsch. I just wonder, both of you guys here, Greg, I mean, what was the latest you entered into a race?
It was that long ago, I can't remember. Plus, I'm 60, so I might be having a little bit of a momentary pause in my memory. So, gosh, I don't know, Matt. Maybe a week or so. Yeah. But you're always very close to being at the top of your game in season. You have to figure out the peaks and the valleys of training. and what part of the season is the most important to you. So we weren't too far away from racing, but yeah, I think I could have gone within a week, and I would have been able to adjust the taper period.
Yeah, I was similar. I actually usually was able to be pretty planned with my season and know which races I wanted to do, and so there wasn't too much last minute change. But after I came back from having my daughter, everything was a bit different. There, at the time that I stepped away from the sport, there was no provision at keeping my ranking protected, so I had to do a little bit of points chasing and scrabbling and darting around the world, and as such I did get a few last minute call-ups to races and put myself on a couple of start lists that maybe I shouldn't have done when I thought, oh, go on, I've got to have a go and I don't have a choice, I've got to go and hunt points. And yeah, I think in hindsight I learned that the points chase is incredibly hard and doesn't always work.
Yeah, thankfully that rule has changed. Now there is some maternity provision for our athletes.
Well, I think you're going to get what we've all been hoping for, guys, is Mick Anoid has just been incredible. After his drafting penalty, he went out to 1:11. He made it back into 36 seconds. He went back out to 43 seconds, and look what's happening again right now. He's left Yelagines behind at 33 seconds, Benito Lopez a further 4 seconds, and then Bidados is right in there still. But look at Hidalgo now, Vicky.
Ooh.
This is the big
It's blown
story.
a little bit, hasn't it?
It is the back end of the bike ride that'll do it to you every time, and the rookie is just finding it a little bit tough right now. Let's listen in.
Wow. So what we believe we've just seen there is Kyle Smith being awarded a drafting penalty. Now we're going to have to wait and get confirmation on that, but it did look as though he was given a blue card. We're not sure exactly why, possibly on the wrong side of the corner. It could possibly have been to do with that double pass that we saw, whether he dropped back appropriately. We will wait to get exact confirmation on why that is, but that is devastating at this point in the race. Kyle's had a brilliant day out there. This is poised beautifully for that three-man run battle, the same three men that we saw in San Francisco. No one wanted to see that.
Vicky, after listening to that incredible interview with Kyle, just saying that he runs, you know, like the mongrel and the dog in the fight, right? He's got the fight and he wants to get after it today, but we'll get back to it as soon as we get word from it. But the rule is that when you're riding along the road in T100, you have to be riding on the centre line up to the left, and you pass on the right. Now, if there was an infraction, looks like it's been confirmed, so he's got a penalty now, 1 minute, and he'll have to serve it at the end of this. It's devastating.
I'm heartbroken for him, I really am, because I feel like he'd just done everything right. And yeah, you could hear him having words there with the TO, the technical official, saying, I'm racing the race that's in front of me, and that I dropped back immediately. I heard him say those words, and yeah, we don't know exactly when he was sort of pinged for that, but that's just so upsetting.
If it does say the drafting penalty, then, you know, it wasn't on the wrong side of the, you know, the road crossing or whatever. So, you know, definitely the penalty is going to be 1 minute. He'll have to serve that in the penalty box, just like Mick Anoit did about 30 minutes ago, which is going to put him 1 minute behind Bogen leaving the transition area. However, it's only going to put him 30 seconds down on people like Mick Anoit and Yelagines, so he's not going to be too far back, and it'll be Bidados that's going to be chasing Kyle. So I don't know what's going to happen here, but yeah, unfortunately, I'm very devastated for Kyle at this point.
I guess that if you're trying to be optimistic for Kyle, at least he's got people to chase down around him in the immediate vicinity who perhaps he can run off and be a part of. But yeah, that is absolutely gutting, I'm sure, for Carl Smith.
Yeah, he's in second place right now, and he's going to drop back into sixth place after he takes that minute. And all he can really do is stand there, take on some nutrition, maybe try and stretch out a little bit, because he is about to then head out onto the run. But so devastating.
Yeah, it really is. I think that the winner's going to come out of the top 7 here right here today. But Bogen, he's going to get out there and show us that it wasn't a fluke down in San Francisco, that he's going to run his best run of the day. Van Riel, we know that's coming back into form, but Yelagines is that guy that can just throw down you know, an 18K like no other, and we saw him do it at the end of last year. He was by far and away the best at the second part of 2024.
And I think he's been the biggest beneficiary of Mika Nut's drafting penalty, because he was able to regroup, just go with Mika when Mika made that move and started closing in on these front three. And he's gone from being a minute behind with still a good couple of laps to go to only being 35 seconds down. That is a perfect position for Jellegiens right now.
Yeah, without a doubt, Vicky, he was the guy that did benefit from, you know, Mika Nut's mishap. Mika Nut is now at 21, Jellegiens at 32, and Benito Lopez at 37. Now, Jellegiens is doing great because the power that Mika Nut can really put out is something that Jelle cannot. So he's just trying to keep him within a stone's throw.
Just be able to see him up the road a little bit.
It is. It's just that, you know, I'm right there. And if they can see me, I can see them, and vice versa. And that may put a little bit of, you know, pressure on Mika Nut anyway. But now as we come back down off the Spanish Banks descent here, this is where they're hitting about 77, 78k an hour. Very, very fast riding. But it does look like Rico Bogen's going to go out on his own.
Yeah, Jellegiens certainly in San Francisco looked really, really good on the run. 59.40 was his run time for the 18 kilometres in San Francisco. So he really is perfectly placed to become a factor later on as we can just get sight of him.
He said he really likes running on the gravel too, so he's not going to be phased by that. 35 seconds down, oof, this is good for him.
Yeah, I wonder, something we can, I'm sure, get into as well on the run course. But it is similar to San Francisco in its unpaved nature, but it feels a little bit more unpaved. And like, if there's a few more gravel, there's a few more rocks under, you know, tiny gravelly rocks. And I was actually wondering if, and Jellegiens was asking this, if some athletes might change shoes for it and go with something a lot more grippy than perhaps they did in some of the other tarmac races.
Yeah, well, again, on Jelle and Aaron's podcast, they spoke about how some of the athletes, and Jelle himself got something stuck underneath his shoe in San Francisco, and Aaron pulled it out for him, or it might have been the other way around. It might have been in Aaron's shoe, I can't quite remember, but it was something they were talking about as a factor with this gravel, that it can get stuck in your shoes and really impact and feel a bit different how you run. So yeah, I do wonder if some of the athletes have really taken that into consideration and changed up their shoes for this course. And some of the athletes, again, have spoken about how they think this will impact them, this kind of running. Other athletes don't mind so much, and just as I'm talking about it there, we've got our sectors back on screen. So Jellegiens, again, after talking about how he thought that the descent wasn't going to be his bag today, he's still leading on our descent sector, 2:32, fastest descent of the day. Joint, I should say, of course, with Kyle Smith, and just a couple of seconds behind for Panagiotis Vitisos.
Vicky, I absolutely love this stat, and for the simple reason that he's one of the lighter guys in the field.
And that's why he said he thought he was going to struggle. And then there you go.
All I can say is another word for you to put into your triathlon vocab. Sandbagger. Yeah, he's been sandbagging the whole way. Vicky, he's Belgian. He was born on a bike. They know how to ride the pave. They know how to descend. I'm not buying it. I know that he was going to do that.
He was calling our bluff, wasn't he?
He certainly was.
He was putting it out there into the public, saying, oh, the descent's not going to be for me, and Rico's going to take time out of me. And then look, fastest descender of the day on that segment, Jellegiens.
I also think someone else who called our bluff, I know he's still got a 1 minute drafting penalty to go, but Kyle Smith, because he said he wasn't feeling particularly good this week. He said his recovery had been very slow from San Francisco, but certainly on the evidence of this bike leg, he is in good form, and yeah, will make that 1 minute penalty feel even more damaging.
Well, he spoke in that interview, didn't he, about he's the athlete. He thinks he's probably got the biggest mongrel in him, and he really will use that to fight like a dog to the end. And today's really going to test that, because he wants to get back up to the pointy end of this race after that penalty. He's going to have to unleash that mongrel.
So on the point of recovery between San Francisco and this race here in Vancouver, a lot of the athletes have stayed out here. A lot of them have spent time out in the local area, not gone back to their homes. And perhaps in this phase of the race, this is where we're going to start to see how good those recoveries have been.
Yeah, look at last week when Ashleigh Gentle, was going to go back to Australia, but she didn't, which was a good move. And, for people that did go back, like Jacob Birtwistle all the way to Australia and then back, you can see where he's sitting right now in 18th place. So, he'd been on the road for quite some time anyway, but let's have a look at this.
Yeah, so Carl Smith.
It's a shame we don't have VAR in triathlon.
She totally had wrapped over. I have athlete number 6 doing his penalties.
So there we go, Carl Smith taking his minute drafting penalty. And this will feel like an age, but he's getting in some water, getting in his nutrition ahead of the run leg.
And that's honestly all he can do now. He'll have just seen there Mika Newt blast by him, and we saw him ask for a bit of VAR in triathlon, and it's obviously still weighing heavily on his mind.
Yeah. And guys, just to reiterate that a drafting penalty is non-disputable.
Yeah, it's certainly not. So 12 seconds, 11 seconds left of this penalty, and he's going to probably be joined in this transition zone by those behind him. Mika Newt, Jelle Geens, Antonio Benito Lopez aren't going to be far behind, but Rico Bogen and Marten Van Riel,
yeah, I think they've already gone past him.
They're neck and neck at the moment in transition. Rico getting the jump though on Marten.
With those socks already on that we know that he wore all through the swim, with those booties that he had on as well.
So Carl Smith out of the penalty box, and he'll join Mika Newt there in the second transition zone, who is putting on socks. And Jelle Geens as well. Similarly, getting ready. I think almost Antonio Benito Lopez went a little bit far past his stand.
He's flying into transition there, didn't he? He's having a brilliant race today. I think we saw him race quite a few times last year. I think his best race was 6th in Ibiza. He was 7th at our series opener in Singapore, but a bit of a poorer day for him in San Francisco. But I think he also works part-time as a police officer back in Spain. So he's another one of our athletes who's a very busy athlete, but having a great day today.
No socks for Carl Smith in some pretty snazzy shoes, has to be said.
He's going to have to run like fire
Well,
if he's going to get back.
I tell you what, guys, that was an electric transition for Kyle Smith. The socks is about 20 seconds to get on when they're tight like that. They're semi-compression socks. And look, for Marten Van Riel, look at this guy. He's going to get after Rico Bogen and try and put the pressure on. Rico's run in San Francisco was no joke. And today, he's got to get out there and match the set of legs that he had on that particular day in the Bay. Today for Marten Van Riel, look how hard he's running. I think he just wants to get to the front, put the pressure on, throw down the pace, and then just see if it holds. He's trying to hold off fast-finishing Jelle Geens as well. Jelle is the fastest runner in our top 5 here on paper, but Mika Newt, remember what happened in San Francisco? He was 3rd place and showing possibly the best form of his life. So today, what are we in for, Vic?
A barn burner of a run, Greg.
Such a good memory.
So our first look at the athletes on this run course. It's 6 laps of 3 kilometres. As we see a fan there with the German flag. So pretty busy road here. We've got people coming back from the beach. We've got people supporting. I'm sure some of those.
Got some cowbells there on the side. And we should mention this is not a closed path, so we do not have permission to close this down. Similarly, we didn't in San Francisco, but in general, the public are nothing but supportive of that, and they want to watch these athletes and they don't want to impede their race. But we do have to expect every now and again we might see a pedestrian or a family or a dog or something out on the course, and just adds a little bit of extra spice to the race.
Just going about their business on a Saturday in Vancouver.
Absolutely.
And that is a volleyball tournament that I believe is happening on the beach as well. So it's all going on along the shores here in Vancouver. Our attention for the time being, though, is not on the volleyball tournament, as good as I'm sure it is.
I don't know much about volleyball, I'm sorry.
Neither. It's on Rico Bogen and Marten Van Riel right at the very front of this race. And Marten has done really well just to catch up to Rico.
He definitely had to put quite a big surge in, didn't he, early on? Rico really stole a march on him out of transition, and Marten's had to go really deep in that first kilometre to try and catch up to him. I was interested to see whether he was going to try and blow straight past him, but he hasn't done that. He's caught up to him. He's probably now using the time to just try and regroup a little bit. There we go. I think that might be Marten's coach there, and I think it might have said fuel on it. Just a little reminder what to do now. Don't get too carried away in the moment. Do your processes, take on your fuel. Here we go past another aid station there, so we'll see if the athletes do take on some more nutrition. And there we go, back to Kyle Smith, who's having to try and make up some of that ground that he lost. That's Antonio Benito Lopez just in front of him. But at least he does have someone. We kept saying that, didn't we, Matt? He has got someone to try and chase down and to try and run with and make the best out of this situation he finds himself in.
Yeah, I'm sure it will add insult to injury that he's a minute off the lead to the exact second, as we have eyes on Morgan Pearson in the second transition zone. As Greg was mentioning earlier, one of our fastest runners and someone definitely to keep your eye on who might be a factor in this part of the race.
Well, interestingly, he's gone out with Miguel Hidalgo. Now, Hidalgo was in that second pack of 3 that then became 4 athletes once Mika Nuke came back into it. He was in that pack for over 60 kilometres of the ride, and he's ended up coming off the bike 5 minutes down. So either there was a mechanical issue there, or that was just a real testament to the fact that it was just that bit further than he's used to, that he is so good at that short distance, the Olympic distance, which of course is only 40 kilometres. And as I'm talking here, Marten Van Riel taking a really wide line. I thought maybe he was going to try and surge away and use it as a little moment to break, but he just seemed to take a wider line round those trees.
But he has got in the lead.
He has gone to the front, yes.
So Marten Van Riel overtaking Rico Bogen there to take the lead here in Vancouver. And we saw just on that graphic,
the heart rate
graphic, which I think just goes to show how hard Marten Van Riel is working right now, and how actually Rico Bogen's was much lower, wasn't it?
Yeah, but that I think just shows, here we go. So Rico Bogen only working at 83% of his max heart rate, but he had a smooth transition. He already had his socks on, shoes straight on, out of transition, had a 5-6 second gap on Marten Van Riel. Marten closed that within a kilometre. To close 5 or 6 seconds in a kilometre, that's a lot. That's a big push he's had to put in there, and his heart rate is reflecting that. But just as we speak there, they've gone through yet another aid station, and is Marten really just trying to put the hurt on Rico early on the run?
Yeah, unlike San Francisco, at least he's got Rico Bogen in his sights or on his shoulder. He can see what he's dealing with now. He was so far back in San Francisco, he would only have seen him on a U-turn or coming the other way around the course. So yeah, at least now they're able to see each other, size each other up as they make their way around this run course.
Yeah, this is familiar territory, isn't it, for Marten Van Riel? He is back where we are very used to seeing him, where he is very used to being right at the front of the race. We said that all week he has seemed much more relaxed, much more confident, got a bit of fire in his belly ahead of this race, and he will thrive on being right at the front again.
So that is Sam Long, who was right near the back of the swim, hasn't really been able to make too much more of an impact so far. But what's he got in the legs? We know, of course, he raced last weekend. You would think he might start to fade, but maybe he's going to prove us all wrong. He's done that so many times in his career.
Yeah,
don't count him out.
It's really difficult, isn't it, to write off Sam Long when we know what he's capable of doing. But at 7 minutes and 42 down, it's kind of hard to think that he's going to really feature as we go on in this race. And yeah, is it just a factor that he's done quite a lot of racing recently?
So just looking there, the timing behind Marten Van Riel and Rico Bogen, who are 1 and 2 at the moment. Yelageen's 19 seconds behind, Mikanu 20. They're not far behind at all. And actually, if Yelageen's is running at the same sort of pace that he was running at in San Francisco, he's potentially going to catch these guys. in what, the next two laps
well,
or so?
there we go. Just as you're speaking there, it's updated to 14 seconds. So we've not yet had eyes on Yelagines, but he will be able to see them up the road. There we go, Yelagines. He can see the lead motorcycle just ahead. He knows that those two athletes who are the very front of the race are within striking distance. He has spoken about how he loves running on the gravel, no impact for him, doesn't mind it at all. And I think it's only going to be a matter of time before we see Yelagines take to the front. And when he does, what do Van Riel and Bogen do? Do they try and hold in? Do they know that that's just simply not possible for them? Do they hope that Yelagines has gone out too hard to try and catch them? The tactics of this final part of the race are going to be fascinating.
And we're really going to start to understand the toll of the last 2 weeks of these athletes and who's recovered well, who's got enough in the locker to battle and to fight in the closing stages of this race. Do not go anywhere. This really is set up perfectly for a fantastic finale here in Vancouver. And I think Yelagines can actually see the motorbike now in front. That is the back.
And you can literally see he's got Marten Van Riel's heels in his sight right now, and he knows with almost every stride he's closing down on these guys. He also spoke about, you just were talking there about, of course, the recovery in the 2-week time frame. And Jelle spoke about how he finds this a really difficult gap between races. And it is, I think, I agree with him, it is a difficult gap. 2 weeks is that time period where you've got to try and recover, but you can't really afford to not do any work at all. You've got to put in some kind of stimulus. Because when you think about it, the athletes will have done probably a week or so taper into that first race. Then they will have had another 2 weeks between the two races, or taking the real racing line there, Jelle. That was a clever move. I mean, there's nothing to say he can't do that, but yeah, he's taken a really racing line. And you've got to plan how you manage any kind of quality work around those 2 weeks off that you've got, because most athletes cannot afford to simply taper, race, and then don't do anything for another 2 weeks and then race again. You will start to find your fitness is dipping a little bit in that time. Of course, the first race acts as essentially a huge session as well. But trying to manage that 2 week time gap is tricky. I always found that, and I heard Jelle speak about it himself. So very interesting to see who's done it well. But right now, I think we can say that these guys have, and Jelle himself has done it pretty well too.
Yeah, it's an interesting gap, and like you say, a tough gap to know what to do. Especially if you have, if you have a good result, I guess it's just more of the same. But if you have a bad result, it's like extra motivation, perhaps, to work a little bit harder in those 2 weeks.
Well, yes, it's more of the same, but you literally can't go off and do all the same training again because you just simply don't have the time. And it's kind of a battle of your wills, maybe not to do too much, but also to know you've got to do something and try and keep mentally on top of that, because it can really play mind games with you when you've got that 2 week gap between races. It's really difficult to manage, to try and not go too hard, but also make sure that you do enough. It's definitely a really tricky time period. Whereas when you've got 1 week between races, there's no question. All you do is recover. There's literally nothing else to do, really. Whatever your recovery looks like might be specific to you, and something I spoke about with Jan Frodeno at the first race of the year in Singapore. He spoke about how his recovery involved quite a lot of short, sharp stuff the day after the race, whereas I know a lot of athletes wouldn't do that. So very individual, but you've just got to recover if you've only got a week.
Yeah, it will look different, won't it, for every single athlete here. They all know their bodies, they know what they need to do. Fantastic support from the fans down here. Many people on the beach having a barbecue. And not that that's on the mind of Yelagines. He is now almost within touching distance of Rico Bogen and Marten Van Riel.
So there we go. That gap now down to just 3 seconds off the back. Jelle has really smoothly brought this gap down, but he's doing it relatively fast, I guess we can say, but it's only, about 4, not even 4 kilometers into this run yet. But he's doing it in a really, really smooth way, and I think he's going to blow straight by.
All right, as the men are making their way down on the run course, it's time to head over to the De Boer swim course for the women's race.
Wearing number 35 from the United Kingdom, Lucy Charles-Barclay. Wearing number 32 from the United States, Taylor Spivey. Wearing number 33 from the United States, Taylor Knibb. Wearing number 31 from Switzerland, Julie Derron. Athletes, you are now in the hands of the starter. Take him on!
So the women's race underway here in Vancouver, and away they go, running off the beach. And
That's a great start from Ashleigh Gentle there. So Ashleigh Gentle's in the red cap. Obviously not always known as the absolute best swimmer we've got in the field, but a beach start is something that will really suit Ashleigh because she's got such good foot speed. She's also from Australia. We know this is the sort of thing they do day in, day out with the beaches and the great oceans they've got to swim in there. So yeah, brilliant start from Ashleigh Gentle. That's the red cap, and the yellow cap just coming around her now. That is Jessica Learmonth.
yeah, Jess Learmonth, who has basically been at the front of every swim that she's done in the T100, both in San Francisco and in Singapore. And you can just see in the bottom left part of your screen, we've got eyes on the men's race, and Jelle Geens has now taken the lead.
He's taken
ahead.
Marten Van Riel with him.
Yeah.
And Rico Bogen is starting to drop.
Goodness me. So this is where, to be fair, this is what we were used to seeing Rico Bogen doing. That's why when San Francisco happened, maybe he has expended a huge amount of energy on that race, and that just happened to be the one that it all clicked for him.
Yeah.
But now will be the ultimate test, won't it, if he can go with Marten and Jelle.
It's so hard to back up after your first massive win, and we don't know if that's exactly what's happening here or whether the other guys, Marten and Jelle, have just gone, we've got to take it up a notch, we've got to take risks, which we've seen them both do today. Marten by riding with Rico the entire time, and Jelle by choosing to go with Mika when Mika dropped back into that group. And whether this is just the products of that decision that they've made.
So we'll bring you any updates from that men's race as soon as we see anything different. But for now,
I think that's Lucy Charles-Barclay. So on my, I don't know about you, Matt, but on my sheet, I thought she had a slightly different colour hat to that. But I'm going to go with that being very distinctively the stroke of Lucy Charles-Barclay. We know what she looks like in the water. She's got a incredibly high turnover. She's always near the front, if not at the very front of the races. And so Lucy Charles-Barclay taking on our swim to begin with here.
Yeah, she is the athlete in form in the women's field. She has won in Lanzarote recently. She won in Maryland last weekend. It's going to be really interesting to see how much she's got in the legs when it comes to the run part of this course. But for now, she's right where we kind of expected her to be honest, right at the very front.
It's
and
no surprise, is it?
Alongside Jess Learmonth as
Jess
well.
Learmonth, and then the athlete in third, I believe, is Maya Kingma. Now, Maya Kingma is a new athlete, not only to the T100, but to any sort of middle distance racing. So far, never raced over the middle distance, but has become known as a really strong athlete in short course racing. She's been to a couple of Olympic Games. She was 7th in Paris last summer. She was also 4th just a couple of weeks ago at the Alghero round of the Short Course World Series. But she was awarded her wild card here in Vancouver and frequently swims right at the front of the races with Jessica Learmonth. So currently she is in third place, and behind her is the white cap of Holly Lawrence.
So it'll be interesting to see the kind of line these athletes take on this De Boer swim course. As you can see, the bib numbers there, those are the numbers that will be on the side of the athletes and will also be on their swim caps as well. So ones to keep in mind. But yeah, I mean, this is obviously a very, very different course to what the men had earlier. We've got a big change in the tides. They've got further to run into the water, so completely different conditions for the women.
Yeah, a lot further to run into the water. We know that the sand is almost kind of muddy, and so that's quite a lot harder for them to run through. And then we're expecting the currents to sweep them a little bit further off course.
Well, while Jelle Geens is doing fantastic things on the run course, he actually was saying in an interview on the T100 YouTube site, he was saying actually it could be quite comical, the race later on in the day when the women's race are trying to wade
it's all right
through
for
the
him
mud.
to say, isn't it? He doesn't have to do it.
The men this morning didn't have as far to go, but yeah, the women, and it will also be a big factor, of course, for the Aussie exit when these guys come out for the 1 kilometre part of their swim and then have to go back in to do the 2nd kilometre.
Yeah, so just looking a bit further back, Lucy Charles-Barclay has managed to make quite a bit of separation again early on in the course as they come to the first main turn buoy here. And further back, that pink hat, I believe, is Taylor Knibb. And just behind her, I think we've got Taylor Spivey. So there's one further athlete who's sort of dangling maybe on, maybe off of that pack that I haven't been able to identify yet. But I think we've got Lucy Charles-Barclay, Jessica Learmonth, Maya Kingma, Holly Lawrence, Taylor Knibb and Taylor Spivey definitely making that front group at the moment, with one other possibly just about there.
As soon as they come through the Aussie exit, we'll be able to tell you exactly who is where. Yeah, they're already big gaps stretching
Huge
out
gaps.
in this
look
part
at
of the
that
race.
gap behind there. That's a really big gap for this early on, and it's what we see Lucy Charles-Barclay do time and time again whenever she races. What's unusual for her is having a group of 6 or 7 women who are actually able to live with her at this point in the race.
The women's race certainly making going around the boys look a lot easier than the men did earlier, because they were almost hitting it. Every time they went past it seemed like they were grazing it on the side, and a better line, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe the women's race, having watched the start of the men's race, have actually picked up a few little local tips on this course.
Well, either they've done really well at overcorrecting for the current that we've been told to expect in there, or it hasn't been quite what we expected in there and actually maybe has impacted the men's race more than the women's race, but that's certainly not what we were expecting. But Lucy Charles-Barclay leading them very smoothly around these turn buoys at the moment. No real wide lines being taken or no worries with anything like that at the moment. So, yeah, Lucy Charles-Barclay still in front. Jess Learmonth looks to be just coming up beside her possibly, and maybe looking to take on the lead as they head back in to shore on this first 1 kilometre lap.
Brilliant sight of the city of Vancouver in the background. We've had pretty cloudy conditions here all day. The weather forecast is due to get a little bit warmer this afternoon. We're due to have the sun coming out. That'd be nice, wouldn't it, for the finish of the women's race?
That'd be lovely.
It's been quite grey while we've been here in Vancouver. We were reliably informed. We were in the high 20s a few days ago.
I think we missed that, didn't we, Matt? We came in too late.
I'm sure the sun, fingers crossed, it comes out a little bit later on.
Just taking a quick little peek down in our box in the left corner of the screen, and Jelle Geens and Marten Van Riel are still running together. And I find this fascinating. We assumed the speed that Jelle Geens was running at, how fast he caught up to Marten Van Riel and Rico Bogen. He might go straight round and straight by, but that hasn't happened.
So Lucy Charles-Barclay still out in front in this familiar pattern that we saw in Singapore with Jess Learmonth just behind. And I wonder how much they will have discussed tactics and recognised that if they work together here, they can really help each other out.
Well, the way they did it in Singapore was that Lucy Charles-Barclay took the first lap and then Jess Learmonth took the second. So we'll see if the same plays out now.
Well, it's been a superb start to the year for Lucy Charles-Barclay, as I mentioned, but she still is yet to win a T100 race. So I wonder, what does she have to do here in Vancouver?
Yeah, I'm yet to win a T100 race, so I feel like I've pretty much been on the podium nearly every time I've lined up on a T100, so I'm always at the front of the race. I'm normally always leading at some point in the race, so yeah, I guess the only thing I have to do is stay there. Yeah, I think for me, having Jess there, if we could actually work together on the bikes, we know we can both swim incredibly strong, and Jess is a really strong cyclist as well, so actually if we're able to work together on the bike, we may be able to get a bigger gap on Taylor, which is obviously going to help both of us. So yeah, I think having a fellow Brit in the field who is also incredibly strong, I think we saw in Singapore just how tough Jess is. Like, she obviously wasn't in her best run form. I think she'd had a bit of an injury, and yeah, for her to just still keep going and get to the finish line in the way that she did, she's probably one of the toughest cookies on the race circuit. So I think she's definitely someone who I will try and work with in this race, and hopefully it'll benefit both of us.
Well, there you go. We did wonder if they were going to work together, and indeed they are.
Turns out they're planning on it.
Yeah. I just wonder, Vicky, though, I mean, what does that look like in practice for professional athletes? Do you actually sit down, I mean, do you get in the lift together and just go, oh, we should probably do this? Or is it something slightly more formal and actually calculated?
Well, I think that massively depends on who you are and also how well you know the person. And some of it will often just be intuitive. They will know for each of them that their best bet in this race is to get away early on. And so they will be considering that Jess will probably take the lead at some point on this swim, that might help them to push on a bit more, because they have got a group of girls behind, but they are strung out. So there is an opportunity for them to do something. We saw how well Morgan Pearson pushed on the second lap of the men's race and the damage he was able to put in to the athletes behind. And just as we talk about it there, that group is now down to, we've got 5 athletes plus, I think that's Taylor Spivey off to the right-hand side of them. So I won't count her out of this pack just yet. But yeah, the more they can whittle this pack down, the better it is for the likes of Lucy Charles-Barclay and, of course, Jess Learmonth.
And interestingly, the water looks a lot choppier than it did this morning.
Doesn't
Certainly
it? Yeah.
when we were down there by the start-finish line at the very start of the men's race, it was very, very still and very, very calm. It looks like the women are getting a slightly tougher swim here, perhaps, than the men had earlier. But they'll start to find their way to the exit here.
And I'm going to be fascinated as well to see the gap back to Julie Derron. She's an athlete we know is not in that pack. She's wearing a blue cap, so we'll keep eyes on her. But our winner from San Francisco is not right at the front of this race early on.
So
very different exit to the men. The men immediately were able to start running. The women have got to do some of those dolphin dives because it's just a completely different tide time that they're dealing with.
So out of the water for lap 1 on this De Boer swim course. They will make their way up the Aussie exit through the crowds.
I was just going to say there, the first 3 seem to get out much quicker, much more smoothly than Holly Lawrence, Taylor Knibb and Taylor Spivey behind them. So there has been a little bit of a gap created just as they got out of the water, and you saw Taylor Knibb run around Holly Lawrence and try to sort of correct that, and she knows that now's the moment if she wants to get onto the back of these three.
Yeah, the drone shot there really proving the point of just how big the gaps are so far in this race as our leaders make their way into the water and begin the second lap of this course. But yeah, the timing gap between these groups is huge, Vicky.
It is huge, and there we go. So those coloured caps, blue cap is Julie Derron, the green cap is Paula Findlay, the red cap is Ashleigh Gentle, all swimming together. But that is going to be a big gap as they now come into the end of just the first kilometre.
You can see Ashleigh Gentle there just looking around at those around her, seeing if it was time to start running or walking, but there we go. I think the decision has been made to walk out the water.
And I think she possibly could have done another 1 or 2 dolphin dives there. I think that possibly could have made her a little bit quicker. But I did hear the athletes talk about as well how it's almost like grabbing mud when you grab the bottom there. So it's quite hard. It's not as easy as it normally is when you dolphin dive. You'd grab onto the sand, hold the sand and push yourself forward with your feet. They can't do that as easily in these conditions.
Yeah, and as we mentioned earlier, this is tough sand. This will be hugely tiring, I'm sure, because it's not a smooth surface. It's going to zap energy out of the athletes.
So there we go, the splits just come up 1 minute and 27 behind the lead after the first lap, and again that just highlights the difference to what we saw in San Francisco. Of course Lucy Charles-Barclay wasn't there, but Jess Learmonth was. She was pushing the pace the entire time on the swim and wasn't really able to create a huge amount of separation because of that extreme current pushing them all together from behind. We don't have that in this race. It really favours, or it really, I would say favours, but allows the swimmers to show their strength and to play their hand, which was just really hard for them to do on the course in San Francisco.
So keep your eye on the bottom left of your screen. That is Kyle Smith and Mika Newts, currently sitting just behind our leaders of Marten Van Riel and Jelle Geens.
Did you notice that there's now cones around what I'm now going to call Jelle Geen corner? There wasn't cones before, so Jelle Geens was able to run across the grass because there was no denotation that he needed to stay on the gravel. They've now put white cones there, so they've realised that that's a little shortcut that they can take if they don't mark it out.
Quite like that we're going to rename it Jelle Geens Corner. If he goes on to win this race, I'm sure he'll have a few corners
It'll be all down to that.
Exactly. So there we go. Kyle Smith does get the overtake done there on Mika Newts. And I wonder what response Mika Newts has. We saw him running, didn't we, in San Francisco together with Marten Van Riel. And that footage of them saying, can we catch Rico Bogen? Can we catch Rico Bogen? And not able to do so in the end. But
well, I've actually just had a quick look at the tracker for right now, and they are about 30 seconds down on Rico Bogen. So we've got Jelle Geens and Marten Van Riel still head-to-head at the front of the race. And then we've got a gap of 38 seconds now back to Rico Bogen, and then another 30 seconds back to Kyle Smith and Mika Newts. So there is no doubt that at this moment Kyle Smith is catching Rico Bogen, but is he going to catch him fast enough?
That is the big question, alongside who is going to win this men's race, because it is so finely poised.
That's Miguel Hidalgo. So what a shame for the young Brazilian on debut here. We were so excited about what he could do today. We were really excited to see, especially his run leg. We know what he's capable of doing. And unfortunately, that is a sight no one wants to see, him walking his way back to the transition zone. So Miguel Hidalgo, unfortunately, out of T100 Vancouver.
Yeah, not the result he will have wanted at all. But for the time being, our attention at the front of the women's race. Lucy Charles-Barclay still out in front, and
interestingly, Jess Learmonth hasn't taken the lead, and I just thought that they might share the lead a little bit on this swim. And knowing the way that Jess races, she's often stronger on a second lap of a 2-lap swim. It was her big strength, especially in short course racing, that she would string out the race early and then just continue making it harder and harder. Doesn't seem to be the way this one's panning out, with Lucy Charles-Barclay still at the front.
So we'll keep an eye on the women's race, but this men's race is reaching its climax here in Vancouver. Jelle Geens and Marten Van Riel right at the front here, and have been for most of this part of the run leg. Jelle Geens was behind Marten, but managed to make up that time pretty quickly. Marten was running at the front with Rico Bogen. They managed to break free of him, and now really, Vicky, it's all to play for now, isn't it? It's just
a Belgian head-to-head, isn't it?
It's just who has got the legs, who has got enough left in the tank. They must be so fatigued at this point, and who has got enough in the tank. Interestingly, looking at the heart rates there, Marten Van Riel.
Pretty similar though.
Yeah, come down, hasn't it? From his push early on, was in the 95% range, and has come down significantly.
And as we're talking about it, Jelle Geens has made a move.
Wow.
He has surged out of that turn. So that turn was 3.5 laps into our 6 laps. We've got 7.5 kilometres to go, and now is the moment. Jelle Geens has pressed on. Marten Van Riel right now, he's got to respond. He doesn't seem to have anything to quite get back up to Jelle Geens, but this is where he's got to find something, or Jelle Geens has got this race sewn up.
So all questions now on Marten Van Riel. You saw Carl Smith and Mika Newt passing there, the two athletes that got a penalty on the bike course. Penny for their thoughts on that, but for the time being, all their focus has to be
It's got to be on Rico.
Yeah.
Because Rico is the next athlete up the road. I mean, who knows what will happen with Marten or Jelle. One or other may blow up at some point. But right now, the athlete that is in striking distance and is grimacing as he runs in the opposite direction. Although we should say, he grimaced the entire way through the 18 kilometres in San Francisco and did take the tape. But he is the athlete that stands between Kyle Smith, Mika Newt and the podium.
Yeah. I mean, fascinating contrast, wasn't it, between Jelle Geens and Rico Bogen. Such different running styles. Jelle, kind of the perfect runner, as it were.
Look at that pace on the screen now, as you say about his perfect run style. He does have a beautifully smooth run style. 3:14 per kilometre average he's running at right now. And I actually, again, heard him talking with Miguel Hidalgo about how that was their target run pace. Although Miguel was an athlete who thought that the gravel wasn't going to suit him as well, so he was maybe readjusting his pace as what he thought he could do. Again, unfortunately, Miguel out of the race today, but Jelle Geens holding 3:14 per kilometre. And we said it before, didn't we? But for the park run enthusiasts at home, that's 16:10 for 5 kilometres, and he's doing that nearly 4 times back to back.
And he's doing it after 80 kilometres on the bike.
Oh yeah, and that too,
and
yeah.
a pretty fast swim as well. That is the beauty of our sport here in triathlon.
That's why these are the best athletes in the world, Matt.
They really are. They really are. So Jelle Geens still out in front. You can hear the cheers of the crowd going past. A good sign there.
I like that. I saw it. Run now, cry later. Yeah, brilliant, brilliant.
Very good.
The nature of this course, because there's a lot of laps on the run, 6 laps of 3 kilometres, they're catching and passing athletes all the time. So even though Jelle's out front, and on some courses he therefore wouldn't see another athlete for quite a long time, he's actually still got athletes to kind of use as carrots to keep motivated, to keep pushing on, because even though he has taken 8 seconds now out of Marten Van Riel in a short space of time, he's got to keep pushing on.
He was also saying, Jelle Geens, it's about 5 seconds per kilometre slower, he thinks, running on this gravel surface than the tarmac. And really, I guess it does become a case of who's used to that, who's got experience of running on this. He doesn't live in Girona anymore, but pointed back to the 4 years he spent there, saying he's used to this surface. This is what he trained on for 4 years. And I guess if you're used to it, if you know what to expect under your foot, you can have a real advantage.
Well, there you go. That's Yuri Kulin on the side there. Obviously, he had to DNF today, but giving a shout out to his friend there, to Jelle Geens. But yes, what you were saying is correct. There's certainly an element of being used to running on this surface, but it also, I think, massively depends on the type of athlete you are. For me personally, I was an athlete who would not do particularly well on this surface, even though I train on it a lot at home, because I rely on contact time. That was my big strength as a runner. I've got very good contact time on the floor. My engine, not as big. I was not as good at the strength element of running. I was good at the sort of efficiency and the contact time. If you're an athlete who's better at the strength side of things and you don't face that impact of the gravel moving around under your foot as much, then the gravel doesn't affect you. You can still run the same run times on the gravel, or similar, I should say. He's spoken, of course, Jelle's spoken about how he thinks it might be a few seconds per kilometre different. Some athletes that might be closer to 10. So it just depends on your running style and how you hit the floor, really, with each stride.
I wonder if he'll have a little smile to himself seeing the extra cones placed.
My cones, he thinks, my cones.
Placed in that part of the course. And he will, of course, have seen Marten Van Riel there as well. I mean, from a kind of mental perspective, 6 laps of 3 kilometres on an out and back feels quite brutal to me.
Feels like a lot of laps, doesn't it?
Feels like a lot of laps.
It's not that common that we have more laps on the run than we do on the bike. So that is definitely quite different. But that is the section of this gravel path that we've got for them to run on. And on the one hand, you can tick the laps off quite quickly. You know, you get through the 3 kilometres quite quickly, so maybe that helps. But again, another thing interesting to ask these athletes after they've raced, whether they enjoyed the 6 laps or whether they preferred, you know, the 4 that they had in San Francisco.
It's hard to believe at 95% of your heart rate you're ever enjoying this sort of racing. But
I think when you're out front, you can always find a little bit of it to enjoy.
I'm sure you can. Not a problem I've ever had, but something you have.
We'll wait for London, Matt, and then, you know, when you're smoking everyone else in your 100k. First in age group, I expect, from you, Matt.
Well,
won't be allowed back in our commentary box otherwise, I'm afraid.
So, Jelle Geens looking absolutely imperious at the front of this race. We'll come back to him shortly and find out what could be the difference between him winning and not winning, see if anyone's got an answer. But for the time being, we're going to focus on the end of the women's swim.
And it is those 6 athletes. So the 3 girls who are a little bit distant out of the Aussie exit have made it back on. That's Holly Lawrence in the white cap at the back, Taylor Knibb in the pink cap, Taylor Spivey just in front of her, and then our front 3, as they were, Lucy Charles-Barclay, Maya Kingma, our wild card on debut, and Jessica Learmonth.
They make their way out of the De Boer swim course onto the sand and through into the second transition zone. Not a huge run, certainly nothing compared to San Francisco, which is 700 metres, and certainly on sand you do not want to be running 700 metres to get on your bike.
No, that would be my idea of hell. Again, going back to my running style being very much reliant on contact time. Your contact time on sand is shot, so it was not for me. There we go, Lucy Charles-Barclay just taking a moment there to dip her feet in these trays that you can see. That's so that they can wash off the sand before they then get onto the bike, if that's something that they want to do.
It's a long time to have sandy feet in socks.
It's horrible, it really is. There's nothing worse. You know, you go to the beach and you come back and you've got sand all in between your toes. It's fine when you're on the beach, but not, you know, afterwards when you've got your socks on or your shoes on.
Yeah, we can all relate to that.
Yes, very much so.
If we can't relate to the speeds that these guys are doing.
I can totally understand Lucy taking a second to wash off her feet there.
So here we go then, the first transition zone for the women's race. And this is a case of who can get on their bike in the smoothest possible fashion.
See there on the ticker that Alice Beto is now out the water. So she was the athlete just dangling off the back of this pack at the end of lap 1 and has been distanced by a further 40 seconds on lap 2, but is now totally alone in 7th place.
Jess Learmonth and Lucy Charles-Barclay, you can see it's a fantastic transition for Lucy Charles-Barclay and indeed for Jess Learmonth. They are able to get out nice and quickly.
Both the Taylors putting their socks on, I can see, so no one else really did that, and it's showing the difference it's made in their transition times.
It certainly has. Taylor's bike there just going in the slightly wrong direction, but she corrects it and she'll make her way out onto the bike course as quickly as she can. Fantastic support from our local fans here. 10 deep in places. Absolutely brilliant to see.
Yeah, a lot of people out watching today, and there we go. Alice Beto, wild card again on debut in the T100. Predominantly a short course athlete, just raced once over middle distance so far.
So as the women make their way through the first transition zone, this is getting very exciting for the final podium spot here in the men's race. Rico Bogen being hunted down by Carl Smith and Mika Newt. And this really could be a battle all the way to the finish.
Yeah, I mean, we might not get the battle for first place the way Yelagines was looking, but it does look like we're going to have a pretty exciting battle for that final podium spot. So they're just about to come up on Rico Bogen now. Rico's got to respond if he wants any chance of holding on for another podium result today. But these two athletes coming behind him in Carl Smith and Mika Newt, they are the athletes who will feel that they have been wrong today. Whether they were or not is, we can discuss at a later date, but they will feel hard done by with those penalties that they served. And so they will be desperate to at least salvage something out of this day.
Yeah, they're 3 abreast at the moment as they head down to this section of the course, just past the aid station. Perhaps here for Rico Bogen, who, I mean, the trouble with Rico Bogen, as you said earlier, with him sort of grimacing, is he does look like he's in pain all the time when he's running.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to tell whether he is or not, but I think we can probably say, can't we, looking at him there, that he's not in his best run shape.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw them pass Yelagines going the other way with the contrasting run style of Yelagines, and of course then Marten Van Riel came past in the opposite direction. You know, Rico Bogen not only has a grimace on his face all the time, but his run style does change quite a lot, I think, between when he's running really smoothly and when he's starting to struggle a little bit. I would say he's not looking as good right now as he looked in San Francisco, and that's obviously just from this angle we've got behind him. But he's not done too badly. These athletes, you know, Kyle and Mika have gone past him, but they've not clean dropped him. So he's done a really good job of keeping within touching distance. But they're just about to go round the U-turn here, and this is exactly where Yelagines pressed on. And tactically, if I was Kyle and Mika, I would push on now. Try and break Rico now.
Because as well, that if you're hurting, I imagine a corner like that, a very, very sharp U-bend.
Well, you've got to change your cadence as well. You've got to slow down, you've got to change your cadence, you've got to get your leg speed going again. Now, it doesn't look like they've been able to take advantage of that, but it's a really sort of common tactical maneuver to make, is round the U-turn to try and accelerate as hard as you can out of it, get yourself up to speed as quickly as possible, because if you've done that, it means the person behind you's got to go even harder to get back onto your shoulder.
So as the battle hots up for 3rd, 4th and 5th, Yelagines is able to maintain a pretty healthy lead here ahead of Marten Van Riel in 2nd. 20 seconds the gap.
Yeah, some fast running a little bit further down the field as well. We spoke about both Morgan Pearson and Jason West as likely being pretty fast runners on course. I actually just saw Jason West going the other way, and that was Bitdos that Yelagines just passed. So all those 3 athletes running pretty well, but Morgan Pearson running the best of all at the moment. He's currently in 7th place. He's got another minute and a half if he wants to move up one more place to 6th place, where Antonio Benito Lopez looks to be about to equal his best ever T100 result.
If you're Morgan Pearson in that situation, that's a huge ask, isn't it, to make up that time? So do you perhaps tactically
with only a lap
back?
And a half to go, that's quite difficult, and that's what he did in San Francisco. He spoke about how when he got to, I think he got up to 8th place in San Francisco, he realised that the gap was so significant to get up to 7th, which I think was Yuri Kulin. He decided to switch it off and say, I'm just going to hold steady at this place. And of course he had this race coming as well. But the season is long and we're only at the beginning of June, and with that in mind, he might take a little look around him and say, I'm pretty solid in 7th place right now. I probably can't get to 6th, so maybe I'll just shut it down again.
Yelagines still happy to take the applause of the crowd. with just over a lap to go here. Vicky, if you were Jelle Geens right now, anything running through your mind, anything that could stop you from winning this race?
The way Jelle has looked throughout this run, I would say probably not, but of course we can't actually know. We can't know exactly what's going on with him. We can't know if he's in any kind of distress, if his stomach's okay. We know that was a problem for him in Singapore. It doesn't look like he's got any issues right now. I mean, you probably don't want a stone to go in your socks, but I think with 3 kilometres to go for a win, his second ever win at the T100, I think he'd probably just ride that out.
I think a stone in the socks now would be a horrendous way for this race to end. But yeah, I'm sure Jelle. Well, look, he's got a 26-second gap. I'd say that's just about time to get rid of a stone in your sock. Right, Vancouver is the third stop on the T100 Tour. Rico Bogen, who's currently sitting down in 5th place. Him and Kate Woff currently lead the top of the standings. But who's going to finish first in the race to Qatar?
We have a race on our hands.
And a win here for Jelle Geens would certainly propel him up the rankings in the race to Qatar. 3 kilometres or so, just under, to go now between him and the finish line. And a bit of sunshine, Vicky Holland.
Oh, finally. That's nice, isn't it? We can see the shadow there as he's running along. So we're just starting to get some brighter weather, which will be very welcome for all the athletes.
So the sun coming out perfectly in time for the women's race. And this is Taylor Knibb, who's closing in on Jess Learmonth just out in front. Taylor Knibb losing her 100% record in the T100, 100% winning record, I should say, in the T100 last time out in San Francisco. And I'm sure will be extra motivated to make sure she is in the best possible position off the bike.
Yeah, I mean, she said in things she's spoken about this week that it's actually maybe even more fun now that she's not the person who is undefeated, now that she gets to go out there and try and hunt down the likes of Julie and try and work out how to beat her. That makes the racing more fun for her. And I can totally understand that. The pressure that's been on her, this title of undefeated, unbeatable, the queen of the T100, our world champion, no one can get close to her. That puts a lot of pressure on her. And I think that pressure has just been taken off with the race in San Francisco. So I am expecting to see some relative fireworks, I think, from Taylor Knibb today.
But Julie Derron's victory does prove that she is beatable,
yeah,
and she can be beaten. And I just wonder what that does for the rest of the athletes in the field, knowing that the person who was unbeatable, all of a sudden, if you tactically can get it right, as Julie Derron did, you can win against her.
Yeah, definitely. I think, again, to talk about the Triathlon Hour, our own Jack Kelly's podcast, he interviewed Taylor at the end of last season, and he brought up some stats which I think were fascinating. So we have our own world rankings, and each race gets ranked out of a massive score. You can get over 100, but she had 5 results over 100 last year, and that's exceptional. You just don't get athletes with results over 100, and she was just so consistent.
So back onto the men's race, and that is quite clear there that Mika Nut has made a move into 3rd position ahead of Carl Smith and Rico Bogen.
He did this in San Francisco, didn't he, when he was running with Marten Van Riel. He really put a surge on, and he really battled out on the way out on the final lap, because he said that was into the headwind and that was his moment, and he's chosen his moment again. They are going out on the course on the final lap. And the way things stand right now, Carl Smith's going to get another 4th place.
Oh, we heard him speak about earlier that no one dreams of finishing 4th or even 3rd or 2nd. You only really dream as a professional athlete of finishing in 1st. And this will hurt, I'm sure. But we know that he's been struggling this week and struggling in the time between races to get back on form and to feel like himself again after expending so much energy out in San Francisco. And I just wonder if Mick Canute going off into the distance there is enough to perhaps seal his fate as either 4th or 5th.
Yeah, I still think when you look at the fact that Kyle's had such a wild start to this season, really, with the illness that he had off the back of that mishap, I should say, with his heat preparation for Singapore. That put him out of training for a couple of weeks. He then got himself back onto the straight and narrow, got himself fit for San Francisco, was a little bit disappointed, obviously lost his nutrition there that affected him on the run, and possibly a little bit race rusty as well, as someone who just hadn't been able to race. And then to try and recover for this race, which he's again said he's found really difficult and has been a bit sort of negative about whether he was fully recovered and ready for this race. On top of all of that, to then put on a really strong performance right at the front of the race, coming in to transition looking like he's going to be in the top 3, all of a sudden penalty, and now he's in 4th, I should say.
So the inevitable happening in the women's race, Taylor Knibb going round the outside there of Jess Learmonth and taking the lead in this women's race. But as that is just entering the early stages of the bike leg, the men's race is entering the closing stages. We're in our final lap, halfway through our final lap, 1.5 kilometres to go. Jelle Geens with a 40-second lead ahead of his fellow countryman Marten Van Riel.
It's a big gap he's got now, isn't it, as he heads his way back.
It's taking out a stone in your shoe, length of gap.
He could take a couple of stones out of his shoe now. Yeah, this is another marker from Jelle Geens. We all thought we'd probably see something like this from him in San Francisco, but on that day, Rico Bogen was too much of a complete athlete. The way he rode and then held it together on the run was sensational. But today, Jelle Geens was able to come into transition with a gap of only just around 35 seconds to the lead. He closed down that gap within the first lap and a half, took Marten Van Riel with him, and then surged on again. And since that point, it's been all about Jelle Geens, and it's looking pretty certain now, bar 25 stones in his shoes, even probably with those, because he just ran with them, that he's now going to take his second T100 victory.
Yeah, and actually, if you ignore what happened in Singapore, and we've spoken at length before about how unique Singapore is, about the conditions there, they really can bite you. He had some stomach cramps in Singapore, which put an end to his race, but a second place in San Francisco and potentially a win here. What a remarkable start to the season for Jelle Geens.
Yeah, Jelle Geens is an athlete who's raced short course for such a long time and even won some really, really big short course races, World Series level races, the equivalent really of the T100, but was never able to quite get it right at the Olympic Games, and ever since the Olympic Games in Paris last year has turned his attention fully to racing across the middle distance, the T100. He only raced once last year as a wild card because he was actually emigrating to Australia, so couldn't attend the grand final. But this season, he's shown why he is the very best in the world. Nice high five there for someone in the crowd. That was brilliant.
We've mentioned it a couple of times, actually. He's got a fantastic podcast with Aaron Royal called All in Triathlon, which I really do recommend you check out, because hearing these guys talk so candidly about the challenges of being a professional athlete, hearing them interview each other is just so interesting. And yeah, Jelle, we'd love to have you in the commentary box at some point if you fancy that. I think he's got a knack for the old for a way with words.
Well, he's going to have to hang around, providing no disasters and no eagles swoop in or anything. He's going to take the tape here today, and he will have to hang around until the end of the women's race, because that's when we're going to do the presentation. So he's going to have a little bit of time on his hands, I would assume. So maybe someone can persuade him to come in and talk to us.
It's always an open invite, Jelle, if you ever watch this back. So Jelle catching up with some back markers who he's about to lap, which just goes to show how impressive his performance has been here in Vancouver.
Yeah, it's been a super solid all-round performance from Jelle Geens today. I mean, he was incredibly solid in San Francisco, but there, of course, was one man better than him on that day, but not today. Today, Jelle Geens has proven why he is the athlete that so many people were talking about ahead of this season, himself and Of course, we can't forget Hayden Wild, who we hope to see back later this season after recovering from that horror crash and the surgery that he's had to go since then. And there we go, a little bit of a double fist pump from Yelagines as he accepts the fact that he is now just meters away from the finish line.
He certainly is. And it's probably at this point it does start to sink in, and you do realise that you're going to end this race winning. Very happy to take the applause from those fans as he rounds that U-bend and puts his fist up in the air.
And he should enjoy this moment. Wins aren't that easy to come by, and he's earned every second of this one.
He certainly has. He stayed close enough on the bike. He managed to battle it out for 18 kilometres on this run leg. And he's going to take the tape here with Vancouver in the background. Yelagines wins his second ever T100 race here in Vancouver. And that's a huge smile
Isn't
on
it?
his face.
The smile says it all. Yelagines, of course, has a partner and a child back in Australia, and so for him, he's just spent several weeks away with, of course, the San Fran race and here in Vancouver, and that hit home a bit differently when you've got to take time away from your loved ones to do this, and you can't take them with you everywhere. So I know Kate and Sienna back at home will be rooting for him and just delighted with what he's managed to achieve over the past 2 races.
So Marten Van Riel didn't quite have enough on the run. This is a really, really strong performance from him, though.
Back on the podium where we're so used to seeing him.
Exactly. A brilliant performance here from Marten Van Riel. Second place for him, and he'll, I'm sure, get a congratulations from his good friend.
And that is it. They are incredibly good friends. They've raced together at the short course circuit for a decade or so, and now they've stepped up to the T100 together and are dominating.
And about to join them on the start-finish line is Mika Newt. A very impressive result this, a third place, given he did get that 1-minute drafting penalty on the bike. He was, as we mentioned a few times, one of our most confident athletes coming in to the race today. He was
taking the hair out again.
Talking the talk.
I love it. Go on, show us those locks, Mika. I absolutely love that.
If you've got hair like that, you might as well flaunt it. But 2 third-place finishes for him in 2 weeks is really, really strong stuff. And it sets him up
especially with the penalty, of course.
Especially with the penalty. But it sets him up really, really well for the next part of the season. And he looks delighted with a third place for Mika Newt.
Here we go. So Kyle Smith appears to almost be labouring a bit around that corner. He seems to be just dragging a foot as he goes. Whoa, so Antonio Benito Lopez, we missed this. He must have overtaken both of Mika Newt and Kyle Smith. Wow. He is going to come in with a career best 4th place.
Antonio Benito Lopez in 4th. And he looks pretty tired from his efforts.
Here we go. Oh, he's limping his way across the line, Kyle Smith. Full grimace on the face, but he has managed to drop Rico Bogen. So with all that he's faced today, he's still crossing the line in 5th place for Kyle Smith.
Wow. It'll be interesting to hear what happened there. If that's a cramp or an injury, we'll find out later. Rico Bogen, winner in San Francisco, will have to settle for 6th place here in Vancouver. They're all crouched over.
They're broken, aren't they?
It looks like that run course has really taken its toll on these athletes.
I think this course in general, I think we've broken them. But hey, these are the very best all-round endurance athletes in the world.
Yeah, I mean, we were playing pretty fair.
The inquest starts about the drafting penalty between those guys who were fighting at the front.
You heard Marten there, didn't you, just say we were playing pretty fair. So Marten didn't want to see that penalty either for Kyle Smith. And this is Morgan Pearson coming down the finish chute in 7th place. A great run from him.
Yeah, he's joining us on the T100 this year as a hot shot. It's great to see Morgan Pearson do so well with us on the T100. And that's the 7th place for Morgan Pearson.
But then if you're on front, then you have to play next.
Again, that seems to be a little bit of an inquest as to what's going on with the penalty that Mika got too.
They're doing it in German, so unless you can translate.
There was some English going on, but then now we've gone to German. I did notice on the time splits, actually, Marten Van Riel finished 50 seconds behind Jelle Geens, and Mika Nuut was 1 minute and 57 seconds behind. So Mika got a 1 minute drafting penalty. If you take that off, that's 7 seconds at the finish between Marten Van Riel and Mika Nuut. I think that would have been a fascinating run battle had that not happened. We could have had an even more exciting finish without that penalty.
And you don't know how hard they were pushing at the end. Perhaps they were settling in for that position, or maybe they were pushing a bit hard. So we'll go from the finish line of the men's race onto the downhill of this bike leg for the women's race as they near the end of the first lap.
Yeah, so lap one, of course, we mentioned it earlier, is a longer lap than the other laps, because we just wanted to make up the distance, didn't want them to have to do a little out and back section every lap, so it was just put on to the first lap instead. And it does appear that Taylor Knibb and Jessica Learmonth have broken away from everyone else, so they have managed to put in a little bit of a time gap on the likes of Lucy Charles-Barclay and Maya Kingma. At the last time check, that was around 45 seconds to Lucy Charles-Barclay and about 1:10 to Maya Kingma. Oh, wow, look at those images of those orcas. That is just stunning, isn't it? The wildlife we have around here, I feel like we are in a nature documentary. It's absolutely stunning, and we really should mention that where we are here in Vancouver, it takes place on the traditional and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh. Jericho, or Locarno Beach, as we've been racing on here, is considered shared territory between those three nations, and Jericho holds a really significant meaning for all three nations. And at the T100, we've been so grateful to have received their welcome and their stewardship of these lands, and that we've been allowed to hold these races here.
Yeah, very well said, Vicky. I'm still slightly in awe at seeing orca basically on the swim course.
I know. I mean, they saw seals at familiarisation yesterday. I don't think anybody was expecting orcas that close to the course.
I think an orca's a one-up on a seal.
What would have happened if we'd spotted those orcas during the swim race? Would that have been grounds for getting them out of the water? I'm not entirely sure what happened. What's the contingency plan for orcas on course? I'm not sure.
We'll deal with that next year, but for the time being, we're grateful that they chose to come up a little bit later than the swim. Fantastic stuff here in Vancouver. So we're not in the water anymore, though. We are on the bike course, and Taylor Knibb and Jess Learmonth here able to, oh my goodness me, they're there again.
I know.
Sorry, as interesting as the front of the
Sorry,
race
Jess.
is,
Sorry, Taylor, but let's look at the orcas.
You've been outstaged. Oh, goodness me, there they go again.
Is there anything like seeing breaching whales in the water? I mean, just incredible.
Yeah. I won't ask you to do your David Attenborough impression.
I wouldn't dare. He is an absolute national, and I dare say international treasure. No one should mimic David Attenborough.
No, absolutely not.
Unless you can do it really, really well.
If you're watching, David, you're welcome to come into the commentary box.
His voice is so iconic. I think that would be just epic, wouldn't it?
Wow, you can see the size of that fin. I mean, imagine living in Vancouver and having that as your back garden and seeing that once in a while.
I mean, wow. It just goes to show the incredible nature that we have here. We've spoken about cougars, mountain lions, bears, eagles, now killer whales and seals. Just unreal. It's a proper sort of tourist destination if you're into nature. And now, well, it's a triathlon destination too.
Yeah. Hopefully none of those animals get in the way of our triathletes, because I bet they'll come off better than most of our guys. So tactically here, let's discuss what's going to happen between Taylor Knibb and Jess Learmonth. Do you think Jess is quite happy to sit on the back here of Taylor, who's clearly setting the pace?
Yeah, I think she probably is. I mean, we've seen 3 races so far with Jessica Learmonth. In Singapore, she rode off the front on her own. We then saw in San Francisco, she was at or very near the front for pretty much most of the ride. Taylor then took to the front and got a gap. And really close to the end of the bike ride, Jess Learmonth dropped back from Julie Derron and came into transition third. But she has said that she didn't feel very good in San Francisco. She actually found the ride really hard there, didn't feel like her bike legs were anywhere near as strong as they usually are. And she said to me just yesterday, I really hope that my legs feel better today than they did in San Francisco. So to me, the fact that she's riding right behind Taylor Knibb right now indicates that she's feeling pretty good. Because let's have a look down that leaderboard. These two athletes have taken 52 seconds out of the likes of Lucy Charles-Barclay, one of the absolute strongest cyclists, strongest all-round athletes in our sport, and they've taken 52 seconds out of her in one lap.
Yeah, that's extraordinary and quite ominous, really, when you look down there and you think of who's got the pace to match on the bike.
Yeah. Well, Julie Derron, of course, we've got to keep an eye on, and she's currently in 8th position at just over 3 minutes down now. She did come out the water with these girls in San Francisco, so very different dynamic from the start of that race. We don't have that here today, but it's a long race, and they're only just at the end of lap 1.
It certainly is, and I'm sure as the race unfolds, we'll get more of a picture. I'm still distracted by the orchestra, to be honest, Vicky. If I'm being completely honest with you, I'm still a bit distracted.
The producers are killing us here, aren't they? Giving us all these shots of the amazing wildlife. I mean, it's just... Yeah, I wish I'd had some orca stats ready for us. But
I had the shark stats in San Francisco, which is all a bit silly, really, because it's very unlikely that you'll see a great white in the bay in San Francisco. I should have brushed up on my orca knowledge.
But you know, in San Francisco, there was something in the water with them. There's some footage. We don't know if it was a seal. We don't know if it was a shark, but there was something in there. Footage was sent to us by Phil Clayton, who is a world-renowned surf lifesaver from Australia, and he picked up on it on the feed and sent it to a few of us and said, what is this in the water? It could be a shark. So we didn't notice it at the time, but there was something in there with the athletes in San Francisco.
Great pictures down in the bottom left of your screen of Sam Long with his toddler. I called him a baby earlier. He's more of a toddler, isn't he, Leo? Yeah. They've got a second child on the way, Sam and his wife. As the inquest starts, he's going to let Leo walk over.
Leo's going to run off back to his mum, yeah.
So Sam Long finishing in 11th. Did make up a fair amount of places on the run there, didn't he?
He did. He moved up really well. I think he came off the bike in about 17th, 16th maybe. So to move all the way up to 11th, that shows that his legs are actually still in pretty good shape after racing last weekend. So his run legs, there's nothing wrong with those.
Just getting a high five there from Wilhelm Hirsch, the German athlete in 10th. And not to forget as well, Panagiotis Bitidos finishing in 9th. Pretty good, given he didn't finish in San Francisco. Not a bad outing from him on, let's call it his first T100.
We'll call it his first one. Unfortunately, we now do have to admit that he's lost his 5-race win streak.
Yes.
So, again, maybe that is just a testament to the level that we're at here. And as we talk about the level, on screen now, Taylor Knibb, 2024 world champion and 4 wins. And oh, who's this? We've got Findlay. Is she in the penalty box or she got a mechanical? It looks like she's taking a penalty.
Yeah. So penalty for Paula Findlay.
That's a really early doors penalty to get there in the race, and it's just not what you want to happen here. A drafting penalty she'll be serving there. So that's not the way that Paula will have wanted to start this course.
Certainly not. And being Canadian, racing at home,
yeah,
this will be bitterly disappointing for her, because she was saying ahead of the race how much being on the podium would mean to her. She's such a consistent performer across her whole career, but particularly in these sorts of distances, she really is a fantastically consistent performer. And you would have bet that she would be...
That's just made it a bit harder for her now, hasn't it?
You would have bet she'd be in sort of 3rd, 4th, 5th, that sort of territory. It's going to make it a lot harder, as you say.
I don't know if I've ever heard of Paula having a drafting penalty before, so that's a pretty rare occurrence for her, but she'll have to use that as fuel for her fire, as we're now with Lucy Charles-Barclay currently in 3rd position on the road, about 50-odd seconds back from our leading duo of Taylor Knibb and Jessica Learmonth. I genuinely wouldn't have expected her to have lost quite that much time in the first lap, even accounting for the standard, the level of course, Taylor Knibb. and Jessica Learmonth, but she's totally alone on the road right now in third place.
It's being alone in that position, especially if you're not really within sight of the front two, must be quite a lonely place. I mean, I've mentioned it before, but she is the form athlete really coming in. She won last weekend. She also won in Lanzarote as well. So she's had a busy few months of racing. I guess the proof will be in the pudding, won't it, in terms of how much she's still got left in the tank ahead of such a busy schedule.
Well, we can't forget that she was injured in the second half of 2024. So we saw her race in London, but unfortunately she wasn't able to finish on that day because of a small injury. Unfortunately, thought she got over that, suffered another injury later on in the year. So she didn't race again after the T100 in London last year. And so when you face that kind of time out of the sport, you're just desperate to get back onto as many start lines as possible and try and tick off as many of your goals as you can do. And I think she did race last weekend, but I interpreted that as her breaking up her travel on the way over here to Canada, having a hit out, testing her legs, seeing where her form and fitness was at, and using it really to almost prime her for this race, because certain athletes can really do that. If you've got a race 2 weekends in a row, if you are fit enough, if you've got the endurance base, if you know yourself and how to recover and do all those basics well, you really can use the first race to be better for the second, but you've got to do everything right in between. Lucy is the consummate professional. We see it time and time again. She knows exactly how to do the right things for herself, for her body, for her recovery. And so I was sort of expecting her to turn up today probably even better than we've seen her race last weekend, and definitely better than she was in Singapore when we know she wasn't 100% well. So yeah, right now in third place, and I guess what we can't tell is how much of that is a testament to what she's doing, or rather what Taylor Knibb and Jessica Learmonth are doing.
Yeah, time will tell across this race. Okay, well, out in San Francisco, it was Taylor Knibb's 100% winning record that had to come to an end at some point, and it was indeed in San Francisco. This is Taylor reflecting on how that weekend unfolded.
So Julie's race in San Francisco was very impressive. The T100 posted her splits, and it was like by the 3Ks, and it was like 1 to 3K what she averaged, then the surge which she passed me, and then the next, and I was like, oh wow, that was like a noticeable effort that I didn't recognize. I would like to win again, and I won't be shy about that. I don't know if it'll happen this weekend. I hope it happens this weekend, but regardless, I hope to be racing the T100 series for many, many years. And so in terms of my development as an athlete and a person, I am excited for the process ahead. Oh, I think the level of the field is always rising, and I need to up my game. I know I need more fitness. I think that's very apparent with my racing, and I just need a little bit more time and a little bit more, I hate to say focus, but yes, I need to have a little bit more focus, and I'm really excited for the back half of the season.
Really interesting interview, I thought, there, Vicky. I mean, what do you make of the fact that she didn't actually notice at the time the surge that Julie Derron put into her, but then was so meticulous in going back afterwards and looking through the splits?
Well, that's classic Taylor, isn't it? We spoke about it a lot in San Francisco about how that is who she is. She's a total perfectionist about everything that she does, but she also meticulously looks back on results. She knows every finishing position of everyone in every race. She knows the split. She knows her own splits. She knows that she was a little bit quicker in the swim, a little bit slower on the bike than she maybe was the year before. Those sort of things are her bread and butter. She absolutely loves that, and I think it is just an absolute tell of who Taylor is, who Taylor Knibb is, what she does. And she will have gone away and gone, okay, so if the same thing happens again and Julie Derron comes past me, know that it's a surge, know that I've got to go then. And those are the sort of things that she will then put into her training and see if she can amend that and be better for future races.
Perhaps reminds me of sort of Formula One, or that intense scrutiny that data has in a sport like that where you pour over it during the race in the case of Formula One, but obviously that's not the case with our triathletes. That would be an awful lot to ask of them to do when they're going at these speeds on the bike. But the idea that after a race, that's just as an important process as before the race.
Yeah, definitely. And it is something that some athletes thrive on and really enjoy. And I think Taylor is one of those athletes. And certain athletes don't. They don't like to analyse too much. They like to kind of take their personal learnings from it, how they felt, what their data numbers might tell them, and then they go on to the next one. But that's not Taylor. Taylor is very analytical in everything that she does. And yeah, it doesn't surprise me. And I guess that is another thing that I want to talk about. I sort of got to touch upon it earlier, but didn't really get to go into the details. And, the ranking system we have, each race is ranked. And it's an algorithm that we use, and every race, whether it's a T100 race or not, the middle distance and up is ranked. And to score over 100, it's a combination of the quality of field and your times at the end. To score over 100 points is super rare, pretty much never happens. And as I said earlier, I was listening to it on the Triathlon Hour at the end of the year when Taylor was on that podcast and they were analysing her races from last year. She had 5 results that were over a score of 100. Only one other athlete scored 2 results over 100. That athlete was Ashleigh Gentle. And there were 5 other athletes who scored 1 result over 100. Taylor had 5. That's how consistently exceptional she was last year. She wasn't just good on 1 or 2 days. She was so amazing that no one could even get close to her. And that's where the level was. That's the bar. And the other athletes have looked at that bar and said, Taylor is the one we've got to beat. We've got to do something new. We've got to do something different if we're going to try and beat her. We saw Julie Derron do that in San Francisco. Jessica Learmonth having a red-hot crack here today as well by going right out there with her early on this race. Of course, there we can see at the bottom, she does have an Olympic gold medal from the mixed team relay in Tokyo. A very established athlete in her own right. We know her run, perhaps not on the same form as she would like it to be. You can see that tape there on her left calf. That's where she had the calf tear just a couple of months ago, and she has been rehabbing that. And now she's got to try and improve that run as she goes through the season, and she knows that's her plan, to build through the series. She knows she's not expecting to run at her best yet, but she's giving herself the best possible chance by riding with Taylor Knibb, and right now riding away from absolutely everyone else in the field. The gap back to Lucy Charles-Barclay in third has gone out to 1 minute 13.
Nice little nod there from Jess. She was great value in Singapore when she was talking to us via the camera, I think we could say. We kind of wanted to give her a mic, didn't we? Because I think she'd be brilliant value if we could speak to her during the race. But for the time being...
let's mic her up.
Yeah, for the time being, we'll have to make do with hearing her on the motorbike. Just what you were saying there, Vicky, about how the level has gone up, and someone like Taylor Knibb just performing so insanely well for a whole year.
Yeah.
It's kind of is the thing with sport, isn't it, where you almost forget that it takes so much. We do just get a bit, I don't know, you get a bit lazy with it, and you kind of just forget, oh my goodness me, she is doing incredible things. But the beauty of it is making it look so easy.
Well, that's it. We sit here in commentary and we spout superlatives about Taylor time and time again, and every single time we saw her race last year, that was all we could do because she was so exceptional, so far ahead of everybody else. But it's really nice to have those stats on what the points she earned were for each race, because that shows us just how amazing she was. She was just a level above everybody every single time she raced.
Remarkable stuff that Taylor did last year. I'm sure she'll be wanting to repeat, I wouldn't say exactly the same, but close enough in 2025.
Her standards will be high, we know that.
She's going to have to raise her game just like everyone else is here on the T100. Right, so the women's race well underway on the bike leg, but we're going to take a quick look at the men's results, because it was a fantastic race this morning. Jelle Geens finishing in first. Marten Van Riel went with him on the bike, went with him on the bike, went with him on the run as well, but wasn't quite enough to match the pace of Jelle Geens. Germany's Mika Nuut rounding out the podium in third, and even more impressive when you consider that he also had a drafting penalty. Spain's Antonio Benito Lopez in fourth, Carl Smith in fifth. He also had that 1 minute drafting penalty. Then it's Rico Bogen in sixth, our winner last time out in San Francisco, with no surprise again, the fastest bike leg of anyone, but the run not quite quick enough to challenge at the top. Morgan Pearson with a couple of purple sectors there. That's a Formula One term, but if you watch Formula One, you'll recognise the purple colour there. But with the fastest swim and fastest run of anyone, a 57.44, comfortably faster than Jelle Geens in first place. Jason West in eighth. Panayotis Bitados, beg your pardon, in ninth, and Wilhelm Hirsch in 10th. So that race has had a pretty big impact on the race to Qatar standings. Marten Van Riel now out in first place with a nice little lead there ahead of his good friend Jelle Geens. Rico Bogen in third, Mika Nuut in fourth, Antonio Benito Lopez proving consistency is key. He's in fifth, Carl Smith in sixth, Yuri Kulin in seventh, Hayden Wild in eighth, Morgan Pearson ninth, and Leo Berger rounds out the top 10 in the race to Qatar standings.
So just while we were going through those results there, Jess Learmonth has taken to the front of the course. So we weren't sure whether we were going to see that or whether perhaps she was going to be happy to let Taylor Knibb do the majority of the work here with the known bike power, the prowess, the athlete that Taylor Knibb is. Was Jess Learmonth just going to tuck in there and let her lead and set the pace? But no, that's not Jess Learmonth's style. You know, she's been known in short course racing for years now as someone who takes the race on early in the swim and goes on the bike, and anybody who wants to try and have a good result has to go with her. So it's not really that surprising to me to see her go to the front and say, actually, maybe I can take this section a bit faster than you, Taylor. I can help. Let's keep the pace high, because this is the more sort of, I guess, technical section through the university district. So yeah, Jess Learmonth showing that she's not afraid to race from the front of the race here today.
Well, it's the first time the T100 has raced here in Canada, and to race here in the city of Vancouver requires the blessing of the Indigenous people who occupy these lands.
My name is Calder Canal, and I'm from Musqueam. Being active like I am in swimming makes me feel really focused, calm. It puts me in a new headspace mentally. And physically, I feel energized, I feel healthy.
Movement is what connects us with the living things around us. It's what teaches us about ourselves, how we fit into that family. It teaches us about our own soul.
My name is Javen. I'm from the Squamish Nation. Movement makes me feel excited. It's something I look forward to. Connection with the land has always been important to us. It's where our people come from. I think Vancouver is one of the most beautiful cities to live in.
My name is Zoe, and I'm from the Tsleil-Waututh and Squamish Nations. The movement is very important to me as a person, just for my overall health, but also as a Tsleil-Waututh member. Movement has always been a core value for Tsleil-Waututh people. Back in the day, we had warriors who would go through training. Overall health and movement and activity is very important to me and my family.
When I'm struggling on the land, I draw strength from my ancestors. That gives me the strength I need to deal with the mental and physical pain.
Stanley Park's always been part of everybody's life around Vancouver. Coming here on weekends with the family a lot. And one time in my younger days, dedicated sport of canoe racing was part of my life. And being a youngster that young, it meant a lot to me because that's the only sport I knew when I was a kid.
A really unique race here in Vancouver, and we're very fortunate to have the blessing of the local Indigenous communities. So let's have a look at Julie Derron. our winner from San Francisco, and 3:26 back from the lead here. That's quite a distance already, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And so what we saw her do so well in San Francisco was minimize that gap to Taylor Knibb. So off the bike, it was around about a minute. And we all felt like that possibly was within her striking distance of Taylor Knibb. And as it turned out, she took out that time really fast. She got to the front of the race really quickly. But right now, we're only, still got 48, nearly 49 kilometers of the race to go. And she's already about 3.5 minutes down, and losing a little bit more time with each sort of time check we get to the very front of the race. And we're now getting to the point where she needs to try and hold that gap. If she loses much more time, I think it starts to go out of her range of where she can possibly catch up to the likes of Taylor Knibb on the run. But hey, let's not write her off just yet. It's a very long race. We can never predict how someone's going to run off the bike. And who knows what will happen as well with Jess Learmonth. Again, we know that her run isn't as where she wants it to be just yet, but we can expect her to keep improving with each race that she does.
Well, this was a little bit earlier. This is Lucy Charles-Barclay, and I think she's lost her bottle.
I mean,
off
you could
the back.
see it sort of wobbling just before it went, couldn't you? And it's almost a replica of what we saw a good couple of years ago now. I think it was at the Dallas PTO Open, going back to maybe 2022, and she lost a bottle in exactly the same circumstances then. So again, we don't expect to see any penalty for that situation, but what it will mean is that she's just a bottle short. She's a little bit light, and we can't know whether that had nutrition in or just water. I suspect water, but again, hard to know. It's a bigger impact if it was nutrition, because she won't be able to replace that while she's actually out on the bike.
Yeah, we heard the impact it had on Kyle Smith, losing his nutrition in San Francisco. And I imagine as triathletes and professional athletes in general, you try to control the controllables, and things like having your nutrition with you seems like something is sort of a core basic, really, isn't it, of being able to achieve what you want to in a race like this. And yeah, if that did have nutrition in it, that could be very problematic come later in the race. But I'm sure she'll have gels as well, also attached either to the bike or in her race suit.
Just looking at those time splits, she's now 1 minute and 37 seconds behind our leading duo, and behind her about 15, 20, about 18, 17 seconds behind her, we've got Maya Kingma. So Maya Kingma, our probably most hotly anticipated wild card of today's race, someone who races in crit racing back in the Netherlands, races for a development cycle team over there. A really animated rider, and not too surprised to see her holding a pretty decent gap to the front there. This flatter section here as they come past the beaches on the front, heading back towards Locarno Beach, Jericho Beach area, where we've got our transition zones set up. So any minute now we will see Jessica Learmonth and Taylor Knibb go round the transition area. There we are for the second time. So they're just at the end of lap 2. They're about to head out onto lap 3. And not far behind them will be Lucy Charles-Barclay doing the same.
It's interesting to see where the challenge is going to come to Taylor Knibb and Jess Learmonth at the front. Maya Kingma, as we know, is very inexperienced at this distance. So
never raced a middle distance race at all. It's a complete unknown,
it's a complete unknown, which is kind of what we love.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
I love that from the wild cards.
Exactly, and that's why our wild cards are here, is just to provide a really interesting angle and possibly bring something completely different to the T100 than we might be used to seeing. So we look forward to seeing what Maya Kingma can do. Ashleigh Gentle sitting there in 8th as well is an interesting one. I mean, she's had a tricky start to the season. She's admitted she's not been feeling her best. But if she can try and stick with these guys, perhaps she can maybe start to
eat
something out of that lead.
I agree with you there. She's not had the best start to the season, but she's currently sitting in 8th. She's about 35 seconds behind Julie Derron, and about 35 seconds behind her is Paula Findlay. Now, Paula, we know, served that drafting penalty, so it's likely we can reasonably expect that Paula Findlay will catch up to Ashleigh Gentle, and I think Ashleigh has to use that. She has to use that momentum in the same way that we saw Jelle Geens use Mika Noot I think that could really help her and help her propel her just a bit further up the field today.
And just before, right there, was Lucy Charles-Barclay passing Taylor Knibb on that part of the course. Taylor Knibb just out in front of Lucy Charles-Barclay at the moment. Interestingly, I mean, the last time that Ashleigh Gentle and Paula Findlay were racing together in Canada was at the PTO Canadian Open back in 2022, when Ashleigh Gentle did actually beat Paula Findlay there. But
they were first and second on that day, weren't they?
Good memories of being here.
Yeah, absolutely. And another fact for you about those two athletes, they are the only two athletes racing today who raced back in 2008 when the World Championships happened here, and they're both just wee little juniors back then. Ashleigh Gentle coming second and Paula Findlay coming seventh. So that shows you how experienced those athletes are, that they have been racing for 17 plus years and racing at a really high level.
Yeah, the better part of 2 decades, you would say.
Absolutely, yeah. As I said, male and female, they're the only two athletes who were here racing in Vancouver on that day at the World Championships way back in 2008. The other athlete, who is a contracted athlete of ours but not here today, was Vincent Luis. He actually won. He was World Junior Champion back in 2008. So a lot of these athletes, they might be relatively new to this distance, someone like Vincent Luis, but not new to this sport at all. Been doing it for, as you said, a good 2 decades pretty much.
So Jess Learmonth out in front at the moment, and you can see there her best finish 7th at San Francisco last time out. And I do wonder as well, when you're someone like Jess, who's obviously so experienced in short course, and you come to the T100, and I know she's been battling an injury, as you mentioned, Vicky, on her calf, certainly not helped her running. But it feels like Jess is kind of getting more and more comfortable with this form of triathlon racing, and it's lovely to see, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is, and it's why she's actually chosen to race when she knows she's not at full fitness, because she knows that she wants to learn this distance, learn the T100, understand the tactics, the nutrition, the pacing, all of those things. And so for her, it is worth coming to these races, even though she knows she's not at her best. And I love to see the fact that she knows she's not at her best, but she's still going to take it on and lead the race and see what kind of gap she can establish on the bike.
Yeah, it's really impressive that she's become such a factor in these races, despite never racing on the T100 before. In all 3 of the races that we've seen, she's been right at the front of the swim.
She shakes it up, doesn't she?
She really does, yeah. She certainly gives the other athletes something to think about.
But again, that's exactly why our hotshot contracts were given out. Is why we have wildcards. They are athletes that come in to shake things up, to make things a bit different. And having an athlete riding Taylor Knibb off the front of a race, we've never seen that. Every time Taylor Knibb hits the front of the race, she ends up on her own. And yes, okay, we're still only on lap 2 here, so maybe that changes, or lap 3. But right now, she's with Taylor Knibb.
Yeah, definitely a different look to the T100 this year for Taylor Knibb. So dominant in 2024, but she's got company, as maybe...
She's got some friends.
Yeah, I'm not sure she wants friends at the front of races. I'm not sure that's where she wants them. But there she is, making the pass on Jess Learmonth to go back in front. So Taylor Knibb making that pass, and all day here at the T100, and tomorrow indeed as well, because it's a full weekend activity. We've been treated to all sorts of races going on, and this morning we had a 5k for those who woke up early enough, and it was absolutely fantastic to see so many people enjoying themselves, having a really good time. Vicky and I walking the wrong way down here when we arrived this morning.
We should add, not while there were thousands of competitors coming towards us.
But just further evidence, really, that the T100 is a fantastic event with so many different types of races. You don't just have to do the 100 distance. There's all sorts of distances you could do. Olympic, you could do sprint triathlons, but you can also do the running races as well.
We've got about 3,000 competitors, I think, people competing in various races here this weekend. So absolutely anything that you can get involved with, go to our website on screen now, T100triathlon.com, and you can find your race at the event that you want to go to.
And that is the beauty of the T100, is we are racing in such different environments on such different courses. Obviously for amateurs, you get the chance to experience completely different race conditions. Like Singapore compared to this is a totally different type of race. And it, I think, really benefits the pros, because each race that we have is so different, and we don't know who is going to win each race. It's brilliant.
Well, we've already spoken about how this course is, on paper, very similar to what we had in San Francisco. So we kind of just thought we're going to get more of the same. We didn't get more of the same in the men's race. We're already on the women's race, and it's playing out very differently again to what we saw in San Francisco. So even two courses that we might consider are relatively similar are still throwing up totally different results. And that is the absolute beauty of the T100.
You can just see Lucy, Charles-Barclay, putting some water, was that down into her drinks?
Her hydration unit, will have a bladder inside the frame. So she was just pouring some water down in there so that she can use that straw that we can see, so that she doesn't have to, she can do hands-free drinking.
Yeah. I'm going to assume that's an e-bike from the chap in the high-vis.
I really hope so. Yes.
He doesn't look like he's putting much effort in compared with what our athletes are doing here.
So we're now with Ashleigh Gentle, and we spoke about her a little bit earlier. She at the time was in, I think, 7th, 8th place, and we were just saying about how we know that Paula Findlay is likely to be coming from behind her and not had the best start to this season, but we can't forget just how impressive she's been over this distance. The very first ever 100k distance of the PTO Tour back in 2022. She dominated that race here in Canada, of course, in Edmonton. And she's won so many times since that point that you can't help but think it's only a matter of time before it all clicks for her again and we see her right back at the pointy end of the racing.
Well, yeah, as you mentioned, Vicky, by her high standards, it has been a tough start to the season. 6th in Singapore and 11th in San Francisco, but more determined than ever to get back on the podium.
The last few years have been super successful for me, and I've podiumed at nearly every race that I've done, and of course it's not a nice feeling when you're not kind of getting those results. So I think that it's hard, because if you have had success in the past, there is like an expectation just kind of keep that going. But I also think that sometimes we're really hard on ourselves, because no matter how many times I've won or been on the podium in the last 3 years, I can just have 2 races that aren't so great, and all of a sudden it's like, you start doubting yourself. You've got people asking or wondering, why aren't you on the podium again? And it's just like 2 races out of 3 or 4 years, and sometimes I think that's unfair, but I also think that that's the brutal part of sport, and I've been here before. I've been doing this for 2 decades.
Yeah, it is the brutal part of sport, but also it's a reflection on how high we expect her to be performing, and I'm sure how her own expectations as well. But I guess, the questions, when you win all the time and then you stop winning, the questions you're going to be asked week in, week out are, why are you not winning?
And it's a really brutal part of sport. It's the psychological part of how you deal with those dips in your performance and how you come back from those and how you let them affect you on a day-to-day basis. And, right now, I think it's fair to say that Ash isn't having one of her days that we can expect her to take to the front of the run course halfway through. I mean, it could happen still, but it's not looking that likely. But I still feel like the level of athlete that Ashleigh Gentle is, the quality of athlete she is, it's that phrase, isn't it? Form is temporary, but class is permanent. And I really think that Ashleigh Gentle is that athlete. So we'll come back to Ashleigh, but we'll just have a little quick look at the sectors that are on the screen right now. So again, we've been checking on the climb and the descent, and on the climb sectors we've got our fastest, no surprise to probably anybody, is Taylor Knibb with 5:14. Second is Paula Findlay. no doubt, as she tries to make up some of that ground she lost with the penalty. And in third place at the climb sector so far today is Jess Learmont with 5:19.
Yeah, Jess saying she feels refreshed and ready to go ahead of this weekend. And what about the descents, Vicky?
Yeah, there we go. So fastest descender of the day so far is Lucy Byram, and again, I'm actually not too surprised by that because she is an incredibly aero athlete. This is a course that you can do the whole descent in aero position, tucked down nicely, and so she's been rewarded for obviously being able to do that. Fastest sector, but also by 5 seconds. We've not seen that on any of the other sectors.
Huge difference,
yeah,
isn't it?
male or female, no one has had more than 1 second ahead of anyone else pretty much. 5 seconds ahead for Lucy Byram as fastest descent of the day. Second, Meg McDonald, 2:49, and third, Kaidi Kipiojo at 2:50. So some athletes who aren't right at the front of the race right now, but doing some brilliant descending.
So as we look at Taylor Knibb and Jess Learmont at the front, could probably actually take time to compare their 2 weeks since racing in San Francisco. I know that Taylor Knibb has been home. I'm sure she's, well, she said herself, she's slotted back into her routine at home, which is in Boulder, which is not a million miles away from in this part of the world, certainly compared to some of the far-flung corners of the world we go to on the T100. Jess has stayed out, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So if you are someone who is based in North America, of course it makes total sense that you can go home in between these two races. But for the others who come maybe over from Europe or from Australia, the travel just doesn't add up to go home. So virtually all of those athletes have stayed over in either the United States or up here in Canada. And Jess Learmont is here in Canada with her partner and her son, Freddie, he'll be 2 in September, I believe. And so they came over ahead of San Francisco, moved up here and have stayed right on the university campus for the last couple of weeks. And yeah, she said she's had a brilliant time here. She feels totally ready for this race, or as ready as she can be, knowing that, again, we always caveat it at the moment for Jess, knowing that her run fitness isn't quite where she wants it to be. But she's really enjoyed her time up here in Vancouver. And so a very different approach to Taylor. As you said, Taylor got to go home, whereas Jess has been away, but has been able to do it with the comfort, if you like, and the support of her family.
It is a tough period to get through, 2 weeks between races. I know we keep mentioning it, but a lot of these athletes have spoken at length about how difficult they find it, whether you build fitness, whether you lose fitness, unintentionally of course, but that is a very real possibility when it's only 2 weeks between races. I mean, Vicky, what would you have done in when you were racing between races on one weekend and then leaving it 2 weeks?
Well, I guess the difference to me is that with short course racing, the recovery tends to come a little bit quicker, perhaps, than with the middle distance. So you would always firstly prioritise the recovery. You have to be recovered before you start to put anything else in. And then probably try and do 3 to 4 days with a bit of volume in there and probably a couple of quality sessions as well, maybe one across each discipline, and then start to taper down again. So you haven't got time for much, but if you can manage off the recovery to get 4 solid days in, you've done really well, usually maybe more like 3.
Yeah, a few of the athletes choosing to spend it together. Marten Van Riel and Yuri Kulin going to Victoria, not far away from here at all, and having a training camp, a little mini training camp. I imagine it's a lot easier to do it with a partner rather than by yourself.
Yeah, and we should mention, of course, they are in the same training group, they've got the same coach, so for them it makes total sense to go and base themselves somewhere together and work together day in, day out. The value of training partners can't really be overstated, I think, sometimes. Having someone there on the good days and the bad days to push you, to help you, is invaluable.
And just sort of final point on the recovery as well. I was hearing a few athletes talk about your immune system and how it's obviously weakened after you've been racing. How important is it to look after yourself and just make sure that you don't? It must be the sort of the danger zone for getting ill and getting fatigued, and maybe then you get some muscle issues as well.
Yeah, it's critical, and when you come off the back of a race, your immune system is pretty much at its lowest because you pushed your body to the absolute limit, and these guys are doing it for well over 3 hours. Then they've got to try and recover from that without getting sick and then try to keep training at the same time. It's a really, really tough balancing act.
So we mentioned her just a short while ago. This is Lucy Byram. She's made 8 places up to date from the swim, which is impressive by anyone's standards.
Yeah, it's a brilliant bike ride so far by Lucy Byram, and we've seen her do it quite a few times actually. She raced, I think she was the only female who raced every single T100 in 2024, got her contract again for the 2025 season. She was unfortunately DNF'd in Singapore. She'd had a calf injury, I think it was, in the build-up, maybe a shin injury in the build-up to that race, but has since that point been back training fully. She was 6th in San Francisco. And yeah, again, as another athlete who's based herself here in Canada ever since that San Francisco race. And we spoke about it earlier with her top descent of our rankings so far, if you like, but look how aero she is. She's a really good example of how to get tucked nice and low, to keep that head low. It's a lot about neck stability and core stability to keep yourself in that position, and she does it really nicely.
Well, just like last season, across the year, athletes are going to be competing to become our world champion. And who will finish first this year in the race to Qatar?
We have a race on our hands.
And we've seen, certainly in the men's side, from the result today, just how much an impact one weekend can have on the race to Qatar standings. Marten Van Riel currently leading on the men's side. I wonder who's going to be leading come the end of today here in Vancouver on the women's.
Yeah, the beauty of us being this early on in the racing and in the race season is that things do move around and change so much. We saw what effect it had in the men's racing, and again, in the women, expect that to happen. Say, for example, Taylor Knibb wins today and Julie Derron doesn't have the best result. That really could change the standings. And again, all this sort of information, you can track the live timing. Get onto our T100 Triathlon.com website. There is a second screen there. You can get all the data to fill your boots with and work out exactly what's going on with all of your favourite athletes at any moment.
But don't compare yourself to these athletes.
No, Matt, we've discussed this. You should not compare yourself. Do not compare your watts to Rico Bogen. Repeat after me.
Oh, it's hard though, isn't it? It's one of the joys of this sport, is you do get to see just how impressive these guys are. I was quite surprised actually when we did see those numbers from Rico Bogen. Not surprised at the numbers themselves, but surprised at perhaps him sharing them, or happy that people can talk about them.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Why are some athletes more open than others?
It's interesting, isn't it? Because if no one was sharing them, I'd sort of understand a bit more why no one wanted to be the first one out there to do it. Whereas now we've got quite a few athletes who are just very open about sharing their normalised or their average powers, or some athletes share every single session from their training. It goes onto their Strava, it's for everyone to see. So I guess maybe it depends how confident you are that your powers and numbers are good. You maybe want to show them off a little bit, or whether you're not worried that by putting those numbers out there that you make yourself a bit of a target, because that is the danger. As soon as if you are known as the best cyclist, for example in San Francisco, of course that was Rico Bogen, you put those numbers out there, all of a sudden people have a target to work to. Does that mean they can attain that target just by looking at the number? Probably not. But is it a psychological game that you want to play, whether you're willing to share all that data or not? I think it's really interesting that some athletes share everything, but then you've got the likes of Taylor Knibb. No one knows what Taylor Knibb's power numbers are. We can all hypothesize over what they might be, but she's never explicitly told anyone and never released that data.
I'd never really thought about it more as a kind of boasting element, but
it's a bit of a flex, isn't it?
It is a bit of a flex. Yeah, when you think about it, it kind of is, and that's a very interesting side of the sport. And let's be honest, all these athletes are, especially on the T100 where we've got kind of smaller fields and week on week vaguely who your competitors are going to be. you can kind of start to work out what people are doing. And interesting on the Rico Bogen situation, where San Francisco did that, and kind of similar-ish bike course perhaps in terms of those hills.
Yeah.
And people know basically what he's pushing.
I know, and I just wonder if it was me and I was as strong as someone like a Taylor Knibb, whether I would want people to know and be like, hey, this is what I can do, or whether I'd be like, no, I don't want them to know. I want them to guess. I want the mystique around me while they figure out whether my normalized is over 300 for a race or not, you know, that sort of thing. I've thrown out 300. I would be more than impressed if it's 300. I think it's probably a little bit below that for Taylor Knibb, but probably not actually that much below. So yeah, those numbers, we can all just wonder until Taylor at such time maybe she decides to let us know.
Yeah, maybe she'll put it in a autobiography or something.
Yeah, I reckon we've got to wait for her to retire. Yeah. I don't see Taylor changing her mind on that one anytime soon.
Yeah, but it will all be logged. You can bet that. And as we were mentioning earlier when talking about her, well, she analyses not only her own data, but she will have been analysing the splits of those around her, particularly in San Francisco, of course, the race where she lost her 100% winning record here on the T100. So this tight technical part of the bike course. But Taylor Knibb and Jess Limhook have ridden this together. We've got 30k left, just over 30 kilometres left.
Yeah, 2 laps to go now for these girls, and they've been inseparable, haven't they, the entire bike ride? And we did wonder whether at some point we might see Taylor push on again. But so far it seems they've been pretty evenly matched, and Jess doesn't seem to have struggled to match her at all. She's taken to the front on a few sections, especially the more technical sections through the university, and 1 lap as well through this section, which we know is a little bit slower as they head out of the main triathlon park now, back out onto that long straight road. But yeah, so far these two are putting a serious amount of time into everyone else. You've got Lucy Charles-Barclay, 2 minutes and 46 seconds down in 3rd place. Maya Kingma 3 minutes down in 4th place, and another great day out really for Holly Lawrence, currently in 5th at 3:06. So the chasers are all between 2:45 and 3:06 down, and we've still got 30 kilometres to go. I mean, this gap coming into T2 could be huge for Jess and Taylor, and we're not surprised really to see that from Taylor. It happens a lot if we're really honest, but for Jess to be with her, that's a great result for Jess, and it gives her the best possible chance of holding on for a top result on the run.
Yeah, hugely impressive stuff at the front. Hard, I guess. we'll get an understanding, won't we, of just how hard Jess pushed to keep up with Taylor, or vice versa, after the race, I'm sure, when we speak to them. Right, let's hear from Holly Lawrence, shall we, who came back to racing so impressively in San Francisco 8 months after giving birth to her daughter Poppy.
I found, like before, it was like training is like something I have to do, it's on the schedule, and then you'd be like procrastinating to get out, whereas I think when you're now living these like 2 different lives with like mom, and then like getting out and training is like, I think it makes me show up better for her. You need the time away to like go do something for you, and I'm more grateful for getting out and doing it instead of it feeling like it's like part of my job, or even like, if it's like on your training plan.
It isn't always easy, right? And you will encounter your own challenges.
Oh, for sure.
And I think as women, we just tend to like compare a lot. We tend to look at what other women doing, and I get that a lot from people who are not as fit as me. They're like, well, I don't know how you do it, right? And I tell them, like, you don't need to do what I'm doing, right? You just need to take whatever small step means, like, it's gonna get you a bit closer to where you want to go, and not look at me as like kind of like what you should be doing.
You raced, what was it, 10 weeks post?
I raced like 8 weeks postpartum.
If I was out racing 8 weeks or 10 weeks postpartum, like, I don't want people to think like, oh, that's what you should expect or you should strive for. One, as athletes, we're good at listening to our body, but then we're also good at overriding it.
Yes, yeah.
But then I think when you're pregnant, that voice of like what your body is telling you is like really
The
clear.
women's intuition, right?
Yeah.
That was Holly Lawrence talking to Elaine Young. I mean, 8 weeks postpartum and racing a triathlon. Extraordinary.
Yeah, so she's one of our T100 community captains from Singapore, and you can see why with a story like that. But I guess my big takeaways for that were what Holly said about feeling she's, you know, a better mum for doing sport, for having something that's her own thing, you're having your own time, and that you shouldn't feel guilty about that being a mum. And that really resonated with me, because I certainly felt like that when I started training again after having my daughter. I felt like I was a better parent. I was more present when I was home because I had something I was passionate about and doing outside of parenthood, but that I was also then able to be more mentally present with my daughter when I was at home. And the other big takeaway was Elaine saying, as much as what she did was phenomenal, unbelievable almost to compete at 8 weeks postpartum, don't compare, because it is so rare that anybody's body would be in the shape, even just to recover from birth within 8 weeks to race. I mean, she must have had just the most smooth and miraculous recovery to be able to do that. I would hate people to watch that and think that's what they should be doing, but let's not take away from what she did. Exceptional, but it's maybe not necessarily the aspirational point of that VT was not to tell women that they should be competing at 8 weeks postpartum, but still an incredible feat from Elaine Young there.
It really, really is. I thought Holly Lawrence was fascinating after the race. I mean, there were just beautiful shots of seeing her hugging her daughter Poppy, and I just thought that was very,
had me
very
in
moving.
tears.
Yeah,
I'm glad it moved you too, Matt. Had me in tears.
It really was. We had to hold it together though, Vicky.
We did, and then when I was down at the finish line talking to Alex at the end of the show, and we were talking about our highlights from the race, he came to me to talk about Holly, and again was barely holding it together. It hits a bit different when you really feel and understand it as someone who's lived that same experience as Holly, coming back to the sport as a mum. And I'm going to throw the excuse out of being pregnant and the hormones getting to me again as well. So it was an emotional one.
I don't have that excuse.
No, you can't use
it.
that one. I'm sorry, you can't have that one. But it was really great to see her just return with such a great result there in San Francisco. I think no one would have expected quite that level from her on really debut for the year, back racing after 18 months, not quite 18 months out of the sport, and to come back with a fifth in that level of field was super impressive. And once again here today, currently sitting in fifth and looking really good.
Yes, she said she felt like a total newbie again, which at any age I think is always very healthy and encouraging, just to learn a new skill or in her case get back to racing and feel like she's got something to prove and something to learn again. But yeah, really, really good to see Holly Lawrence back, and I think one of the performances really of the weekend, certainly in my view. So Taylor Knibb still out in front here. Her and Jess Learmonth really have proven and put this bike leg out in terms of at the front. They are commanding this lead, and no one can get near them really. Lucy Charles-Barclay at the moment 3 minutes and 3 seconds behind Maya Kingma, 3 minutes and 9 seconds behind, completely untested on this course. Oh, well, everyone's untested on this course, but untested in terms of this distance of racing. Holly Lawrence, we just mentioned, she's in fifth. Julie Derron, 4 minutes 32 back. Lisa Byram, Paula Findlay, Ashleigh Gentle, Taylor Spivey rounding out our current top 10.
Yeah, there's been some big gaps forming as we've gone through this bike course, and really just two athletes seem to be taking the rest of the field apart so far, and this is playing perfectly into Taylor Knibb's hands. She will be getting time check. She will know exactly what the gap back to those other athletes and the real gun runners is looking like, and I think she'll be much happier to know she's coming towards the end of the bike leg with over 3 minutes on everyone bar Jess Learmonth. And Jess Learmonth as well, I'm sure she's going to be pretty happy to know where she's at right now, to have that kind of cushion against some of those fast charging athletes from behind. I'm sure she'll want more. She'll always want more, and knowing the person that Jess is, she'll be saying, I need more time, this isn't enough, but she'll just keep plugging away and see what she gets. So now we have moved back here to this, I believe, is Maya Kingma, I think. There we go, yes. So she is our wild card who has never so far raced over this distance, so a real unknown. Fascinating to see how she's going to do. As I said, she does a lot of bike racing back in the Netherlands, as well as, of course, short course triathlon, which she's done for a really long period of time now. Been to the last 2 Olympic Games. Has even won a short course World Series race. Shouldn't forget to mention that. So incredibly strong athlete.
Yeah, curious. I guess the test is when you move up to this distance is the TT bike, right? As accomplished as she is on the bike, the TT position and the unique characteristics will be the ultimate test, really.
And she said that. She said she's really excited to do this. This is the distance she wants to race now, but she didn't know how she was going to fare on a TT bike, because although she does do bike racing, she races on a road bike.
So look at Taylor Spivey. It's a consistent season, isn't it?
It really is.
Taylor?
And you know what? With Taylor so far, she's another athlete who's, again, relatively new to the TT bike, although, of course, she did race a couple of times late last season in the T100 as a hot shot then. She's still learning the TT. I don't think she's quite got her position perfect for her yet. I think there's a little bit of room for her to make this position better, to become more aerodynamic, to become more powerful. But what she's done really well in pretty much every race is run exceptionally well off the bike, and we've really become used now to seeing her move up 4, 5, 6 positions even on the run. So that's something I'm going to keep my eye on today. I'm going to see where she comes off the bike and see just how many places she manages to move up on the run, because that's sort of become her trademark in the T100 this year.
It feels like she hasn't yet this season had a sort of clean bill of health coming into a race. She had a sinus infection after racing in Yokohama, and she actually thought about stopping quite a few times at San Francisco, and currently 3rd in the standings on the race to Qatar, which I guess just proves even further, you know, she thought about stopping in San Francisco, but she kept going. And when you've got an overall championship and a leaderboard for that, it's worth getting and grinding out every single result you can, because you don't know if at the end of the season that's the one that's going to count.
Well, that's it. It's easy to say, oh, I'm not having the greatest day, I'll write this result off. And then actually something happens later in the season, whether that's a niggle or if it's illness or a mechanical problem, and you have to write off 1 or 2 more results. All of a sudden, you're scrabbling around for a result to go towards your overall score for the series. Whereas where she ended up in San Francisco, was it 9th place she was in San Francisco?
Yeah, finished 9th.
9th place. So that's still a solid top 10 result for her there. That might end up being, you know, her backup result, or it might end up being a scoring result. We just don't know yet.
Also another athlete, being American, who might just have one eye on her home Olympic Games. We've said that.
I'm sure it will do.
We've said that
She's
for a lot
California
of the...
girl as well, so, you know, with the racing happening in LA, I think it would be a huge incentive. And you're right, we say it about a lot of the athletes, the Olympic incentive, especially if you're American, but I do think being someone from the state where the Olympic Games is happening, I think that provides a whole nother level of incentive.
Yeah, there's only so many places and so many people that can go to the Olympics, so as is always the case, people are disappointed, particularly from countries who've got a very, very strong triathlon.
As America do, especially with their female side. They've become so strong and so deep in terms of the athletes that are putting out, the competitive level that they've got. You can only have a maximum of 3 slots at the Olympic Games per gender, and it's incredibly tough to make it if you're from certain countries where the depth is just so much greater than others.
What point in the 4-year cycle do you start to build up to it and start to think about it?
Well, that depends again on whether you're from a country where you pretty much know you're going to get a slot, or whether you're from a country where you're going to have to fight tooth and nail the whole way for a slot. So the actual Olympic rankings open about 2 years out from the Olympic Games, and from that point on, your results go towards your Olympic ranking, which, depending again on which country you're from, that could be enough if you're in the top 30 to just automatically qualify your spot, or it might just simply qualify your nation one of their quota spots. So within Great Britain, you need quota spots, and then there is a separate selection policy. But for certain other nations, if you put yourself in that top rank, you're in. So again, it's very different, but really probably the 2 years out from the Olympics are all built towards maintaining a high ranking, ensuring a quota spot, performing at the test event. There's always a test event 1 year out, and then nailing it on for that Olympic Games.
Just makes you realise what a long endeavour it is for these athletes who want to go to the Olympics.
It sometimes does feel like one Olympic cycle ends and then the next one begins the next day, and it's like, okay, here we go again. But in a usual 4-year cycle, which of course we're back to now after the 2 different cycles we had because of COVID, this year, this post-Olympic year, is a year where you can allow yourself to have a little bit of downtime, because as I said, that Olympic ranking, it opens midway through next season. So if you're someone who's going to start chasing those points and you're ranking and try and keep that high, you've got to be racing on the short course circuit from midway through of 2 years out from the Olympic Games.
I can only imagine the stress of injuries and making sure you're at all the right races, but this is the very top level of the sport, and it's part and parcel, isn't it, of this level of competition. So at the moment, making their way around the university section of this course, Taylor Knibb still out in front, Jess Limont just behind, Lucy Charles-Barclay leading the chasing pack, 3.5 minutes behind. So the sun's out, as it has been for most of the women's race here in Vancouver, which is quite a big change actually from the men's race earlier on, which was fairly grey and gloomy. Not the racing, mind you. We were treated to an absolutely incredible race and win from the Alleghenies.
A barn burner.
A barn
of a
burner,
race,
to
thanks
quote,
to Greg Welch. Yeah.
To quote Greg.
We had a barn burner of a race. I'm not sure it sounds right with us two with our British accent.
Does it? We'll have to get Greg back in the commentary box to give it to us one more time. But yes, it's been an incredible day of racing so far. We're not finished either. So Taylor Knibb and Jess Limont working together at the front, as they have done really for the entirety of this bike leg.
Yeah, and that gap, it's gone out now to 3:42, back to 3:40. It's just updated there to Lucy Charles-Barclay and Maya Kingma. Just a small gap back then to Holly Lawrence in 5th place. She's only less than 15 seconds back from them. But then there's another big gap back to Julie Derron in 6th. So here we are back again with Maya Kingma and Lucy Charles-Barclay, of course, holding currently in 3rd and 4th place. But they've lost, again, nearly 4 minutes at this point of the bike, 60 kilometres into the bike, and they're nearly 4 minutes down on Jess Limont and Taylor Knibb. So just again shows the level that those two girls are pushing up at the front.
Is there anything Lucy Charles-Barclay and Maya Kingma can do here? Is there anything they can try to initiate just to get that gap down, or do you think they have to settle into this rhythm and make peace with the fact that they're going to be a significant amount of time down from both of them?
I mean, yeah, you can always say that they want to try and stop that gap going out any further, but I mean, that's easier said than done, of course, isn't it? I think they've got to just accept this is their position on the course right now and just look ahead to the run and to see what they can do. The way Lucy Charles-Barclay has been running so far this year, we wouldn't be surprised to see her hold on to that podium position.
Well, this is Paula Findlay, and it's nice to see her not in the penalty box. I think that's pretty much the only other time we've seen her.
Yeah, we haven't had much eyes on Paula so far today, but yeah, this is an athlete who's always one of our fastest bikers on course. Of course, that's going to be massively impacted today with that penalty, but still riding nicely through the field and put herself back up into 7th position right now.
Well, she's one of 3 Canadians in the field, and we mentioned earlier she's had a career which has spanned the better part of 2 decades, and she's seen the sport change beyond recognition.
Yeah, I think the sport as a whole has progressed even since 2020, or especially since 2020, in terms of just the professionalism and the attention to aerodynamics and nutrition and things that the athletes at the pointy end have been focused on for a long time, but now everybody is. So it just makes it that much faster and that much more challenging to be competitive at the top end. And the marginal gains are no longer really there because like literally everybody is doing them. So it really comes down to like who is mentally strongest on the day, who's put together the training without getting injured, and little things like that. I don't know how much longer I'll do the sport for, whether it's 1 year, 3 years, but I really am trying to appreciate everything that comes my way, and that mindset has just allowed me to enjoy it a lot more and come in with an open mind. And maybe I'm not going to win these races, but I can still be competitive, and I'm proud of that. As a 36-year-old who's been doing this for longer than most athletes in the field, that I can still like be in the conversation and be in the mix. So, yeah.
Really remarkable, her consistency to keep doing what she's been doing at the front of races, and it's easy just to forget just how impressive that is, that she's been going so long and able to do that.
Yeah, we talk time and time again, don't we, about consistency and how that's the aim of the game. It's the key to most endurance sport, to be honest, and that goes for your training and your approach to training, but it also goes for your results, and to be able to be consistent in your results for a year, then up to 2 years, then 3 years, then a decade is just extraordinary, really, when you think of all the different external pressures that come into it, and also all the factors that can affect whether you are able to maintain that consistency. And you know, she's done a remarkable job. Yes, she has had her injury hit periods through her career, and she's had those dips, but on the whole she's been a force for such a long time now that she's just a proper sort of stalwart of our triathlon community. And she said there she doesn't know how much longer she'll do it for, 1 year, maybe 3 years, and it'll be a sad day when we do lose Paula from our screens, I think.
Yeah, she was doing the rounds this week, obviously being our Canadian athlete. She was invited onto CTV, which is one of the local morning shows here in Canada. She appeared alongside Bronwyn Davis, who is one of our community captains here in Vancouver and is taking part in the age group categories tomorrow. She is a proud Canadian, and I kind of expected she might be in sort of Canadian colours racing around her hometown, but maybe that's I've got a bit of
special suits.
Yeah, I've got a bit of Vincent Louis.
Yeah.
In my head there, thinking she might get a custom suit for racing at home.
Yeah, I mean, come on, why can't all the athletes have a custom suit for every race?
So we've got pretty familiar with this bike course over the course of today, but let's have a look, Vicky, shall we, across our climbing and descent sectors and just take us through the sort of challenge that the athletes are experiencing.
Yeah, so just to recap, we have these two main sectors of the course. The red section, of course, our climb, and our descent section there in purple. And we've been measuring the athletes. We've been timing them, because as if they haven't got enough to worry about, we're going to measure them even more. So we've been checking out who's been fastest up the climbs and fastest down the climbs throughout today. We did that in the men's race, and of course we're now doing that in the women's race too. Last time we checked, we saw that Taylor Knibb was our fastest climber of the day so far, and Lucy Byram was our fastest descender. So here we go, the climb sector, that is still Taylor Knibb. She's still leading that with a 5:14. She's got a 4-second lead there on Taylor Knibb, of course on Paula Findlay, who's there with a 5:18, and Jess Learmont just behind in 5:19. So those are our three fastest climbers of the day up that section. And then we'll just have a little look at the descending as well. And it is still Lucy Byram with a 5-second difference to second place of Meg McDonald, and third place Kaidi Kivioja 1 second behind again. And that really is extraordinary. We know Taylor Knibb had a 4-second lead on the climb, but that was over more than, double the amount of time, because of course the climb takes so much longer. So for Lucy Byram to have that level of gap over everybody else on the descent shows a really, really impressive skill at descending for me.
I mean, how much are you practicing those technical skills of the cycle part? I mean, the thing with being a triathlete, obviously you've got to practice all three disciplines, but in terms of the bike, in terms of those technical skills, how often are you practicing them?
Oh, well, I think you should be practicing them all the time, and a lot of it depends on where you live, the terrain you train on. It might just come naturally because you're out on it every single day when you're out on the bike. But I would say that this descent isn't particularly technical. It's not technical at all, actually. It's pretty much straight. So what that shows to me is that Lucy's really good at keeping the power on. That's perfect, because I think that's Lucy Byram, I think, on screen right now. So yeah, the perfect time to have a little look at how she's going down. 67 kilometers, 68, there we go, just hitting up to about 70 kilometers an hour. So this is the downhill. You can see it is pretty much straight. We've got a bend in the road ahead, but what it rewards is keeping the power on the power on the pedals, sorry, of course, and keeping yourself as aero as possible when you descend.
Yeah, I think the pictures do it justice, just as to how steep this hill feels. We mentioned earlier we were running up it, we were running down it, so then unfortunately have to run back up it yesterday when I saw Vicky on your morning run and I was on mine. It's actually pretty steep.
It is.
I can totally imagine. I saw some of the athletes actually going down here and descending and just getting their eye in for this course.
Well, that's right. We know that the average is about a 3.5% gradient, but that's only the average, of course. So there are parts of that are a lot steeper. But yeah, 3.5% gradient for about 2 kilometres. And Lucy Byram, we've seen a brilliant example right there, just kept nicely tucked the whole way down.
Paula Findlay was actually talking about how she finds it quite difficult to train for those speeds because you are going so fast on a TT bike, and obviously we've got closed roads for this event.
But you wouldn't want to do it with traffic, of course.
You really wouldn't.
Exactly, yes. So to ride down a road that's open to traffic at close to 70 kilometres an hour, and obviously faster for the men, feels really scary. You know, a car decides to slow down, pull over in front of you, or anything can happen and you can't brake suddenly. It's going to take you a lot longer to brake on a TT bike than it is a car. So it's the sort of thing that is, as Paula correctly said, really hard to train for. And having races like this where they can absolutely let rip is brilliant. It helps them to practice, but some of them find it really hard to do because they've got to just sort of let go of that control that they've maybe got inbuilt into them for safety purposes.
I guess that's where being on the turbo trainer is such a valuable asset for a triathlete and for any cyclist really, because you do get to go in that position but from the comfort of your living room. So Taylor Knibb still out in front. 3 seconds the gap between her and Jessica Learmont.
And then we're back on with Julie Derron. So Julie Derron currently in 6th place for the day. She's 5 minutes and 20 seconds behind. Now that's obviously not the impeccable position that she was in coming off the bike back in San Francisco, where she just had a 1 minute deficit to Taylor Knibb. And is, of course, as it says there on screen, the only athlete so far to ever beat Taylor Knibb in a T100 race. But to do so today, she's going to be looking at taking out more than 5 minutes on Taylor on the run. And that is a huge ask, because while we do consider Julie a better runner than Taylor, we don't consider her that much ahead of where Taylor's at. So I'm going to say now it'd be a very hard job for Julie Derron to catch up to Taylor Knibb today. But that doesn't mean that she can't be looking ahead to the podium, because we look right now at 3rd place. That's currently Lucy Charles-Barclay at 3:54. It's almost exactly 1.5 minutes ahead of where Julie Derron is, and that could be exciting.
Yeah, it is. I also wonder, you know, the point with the recovery as well between the two races, we don't know quite how well each one's recovered, and maybe Taylor and, well, we know Taylor and Julie both pushed on pretty hard last time out in San Francisco, so it'll be fascinating to see what they've got left in the tank, and you never know exactly what's going to happen, of course, later on in the race, particularly with Julie and her pace and being the superb runner that she is. But last time out, of course, she did she managed to take off Taylor Knibb's 100% winning record, but I guess now she might just have her own target on her back.
Yeah, I don't really feel like I'm being hunted. There's so many good athletes on the start line, and this weekend again. So there's the win or the top performances or the top spots are always up for grabs. So I don't see myself as being the hunted one, especially in the races. Sometimes I don't get out of the swim in the front. So in the race itself, I'm oftentimes the one that's hunting. So yeah, I quite like that. In this series until now, it was never about beating Taylor because she was the one that
that's been unbeatable over this distance. It's more about being the best one on the start line because there's so many athletes that can win these races. So it wasn't about being better than Taylor, but it's about being better than everyone else.
Yeah, I guess that's the party line. But she must have had a little fist bump at knowing she was the one to beat Taylor.
Oh, there's a fair bit of kudos there, isn't there, to be the one who actually finally breaks that record and makes everybody else realise that actually Taylor isn't unbeatable. Taylor is exceptional, we know that, but she's not unbeatable. And we also know that Julie and her coach had spoken about how if there was a course that they thought that they could take down Taylor, it was that one. If there was going to be a course where Julie could really, really pressure her and win, then it was going to be San Francisco, and that is exactly what happened. I was then thinking, well, actually, this course is, you know, not too dissimilar. Maybe we're going to see a replica of that and see the same again, but that just hasn't materialised today. Julie wasn't able to keep with the pace in the swim, and as they've headed out onto the bike and as the bike sort of wore on, Julie's doing a good job. She's holding pretty solid, but she's having a lot of time taken into her today that did not happen in San Francisco. So very different race dynamic for her today, but still putting in a solid performance.
Yeah, perhaps the swim in San Francisco, which as we know is very unique, it's such a fast swim for these athletes. They kind of all get pushed towards the shore and it kind of negates the impact really of the swim. In the race.
I don't think the top swimmers like the San Francisco swim because for them it just doesn't allow them to show what they can truly do. It doesn't allow them to apply their strength to the race and really start to break it up. So it's a bit of a disadvantage for them because they don't get to show what they can do.
So we've mentioned across today the race to Qatar really is starting to take shape now because we're 3 races in, and as it stands Julie Derron would be 1 point ahead of Kate Woff, and Jess Learmonth there 59 points, 3 points back from Julie Derron, and Taylor Knibb with 58. I mean it is so tight. If that's an advert for the rest of the season, then I think we're in for a real treat.
Yeah, and it just shows how one really good result can rocket you up the rankings, especially at this early point in the series. So all to play for, especially someone like Jess Learmonth, who is looking to improve race on race. And if she could hold on to a podium result today, it would massively improve her rankings.
Seems a silly question to ask, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Go on then. No stupid questions in the commentary box.
So Kate Woff is watching at home.
Yes.
What's she thinking? Where would she, do you think, if she was here and, you know, obviously had recovered well and whatnot after San Francisco, where do you think she might appear?
I find it hard to think she would be anywhere other than right up there with these two girls, or possibly dangling 30 to 40 seconds off the back as we know she does. But yeah, the way she swims and bikes, I think she'd have been right up there too.
Because quite clearly the swim today has favoured the stronger swimmers, hasn't it? They were able to get in such a better position than those at the back. The gaps were huge.
And in Singapore, she swam brilliantly, said she didn't find it particularly hard in the water. Of course, in San Francisco, she was right at the front, actually at times really at the front of the swim. So again, I think her swim has got to a point where she could be relatively confident that she would have made that front group in the water today. On the bike in Singapore, she was just 30 or so seconds behind Jess through most of the bike ride. As they went into San Francisco, she did lose a fair bit of time in the second half of that bike. So I guess maybe she wouldn't be quite there with Jess and Taylor. Again, really hard to know. We're sort of predicting off of one amazing day from her and one day where she didn't feel great. So there's probably a somewhere in the middle, isn't there?
Yes. We've got the time, so I thought we'd indulge in some
well, that's the beauty of it, though. We'll have her back soon enough.
Yeah.
So she'll be back, I imagine, at the next round, and we can see just what she can do on the bike course in London, which is the next round of the T100 in early August.
It certainly is. A couple of months between
How are you feeling about
this
it,
race and London? Well, I almost didn't mention London for fear that this might come up yet again. Well, I think, you know, anyone who's training for a T100 race at the moment can probably empathise with the time element. As professional athletes, I think all of us amateurs sit at home and go, oh my goodness me, what a luxury it would be to be able to make that your full-time job and to commit that amount of time and energy into it.
Yeah, it's a wonderful lifestyle to live, I think. It's a privilege to be a professional athlete and to call that your day-to-day job and that be what you do. But at the same time, it can therefore become really all-consuming, and you know, it's a battle sometimes with your own head, because the pressure gets a little bit much of it being your sole thing, your sole purpose, and your money earning capabilities are all tied into it. So there are positives and negatives, but I still have to say, on balance, it was a privilege to say that was my job for, you know, nigh on 20 years.
Yeah, we've heard already from Sam Long talking about the pressures that he now feels, providing for one toddler and another baby on the way, and it's a side of the sport that is definitely there for all to see. Ultimately, you live and die by your results out here as a triathlete, and if you're not winning, if you're not in the top five even, you know, it's tough, and it does just add a different pressure to you.
Yeah, that's true. Just got those fastest lap segments there down at the bottom of the screen. So Taylor Knibb with the fastest lap by 11 seconds there. So 22.21 for her fastest lap, with Ashleigh Gentle there second at 22.32, with a big gap then of 20 seconds back again to Paula Findlay in third. So big gaps at the front, as we're unsurprised to see, probably, given the time splits that we're seeing on that pylon on the left-hand side of the screen.
So, final lap of the bike course, 7.8 kilometres to go. And perhaps starting to think about what Ashleigh Gentle could do here. We know that she's struggled, obviously, with her run this season. It's not quite at the point where she'll want it to be, but she's in such a phenomenal position. And I'm just comparing it to perhaps San Francisco and Singapore, where she was out in front, but the others were so close to her. And frankly, they were able to pass her in, you know, whatever, 5-6 kilometres at a push. Here, she's got a serious lead out in front of Lucy Charles-Barclay. 4.5 minutes. It might even be a bit further once she gets off the bike. I wonder how she's going to approach this run. Is the danger that she tries to go with Taylor?
I'm really interested to see what happens now, and I don't think she will try to run with Taylor. I think she will try to have a slightly more measured approach. She will know that Taylor's obviously in good run form, and that she's still working on getting her run back to where she knows it has been and where she needs it to be super competitive at the pointy end of these races. But I'm just trying to kind of work out how much time I think she needs to sort of hold on to a podium spot. So I'm just having a look back actually at the results from San Francisco. So Taylor Knibb in San Francisco ran nearly 7 minutes into Ashleigh Gentle. We'd like to think it won't be quite as much as that here, but then you've got the likes of Julie Derron, and Julie Derron ran 10 minutes into Ashleigh Gentle in San Francisco. So there's no question that Jess has room for improvement, but she's got to get it down, get that gap down, if she's going to get on the podium today.
All right, well, we alluded to my London adventure a little bit earlier, but if you're sitting at home and watching this and you want to get involved in the T100 this year, there are still plenty of opportunities.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. Foot on the gas, ain't no slowing down. Aiming for greatness, no settling in. Kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Taking the wells, yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Running the game now. Foot on the gas, can slow down. No. Watching the wells, yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Watch the game change, yeah.
And if you visit T100Triathlon.com, you'll be able to have a look, find your race. We've got all sorts of races available. We've obviously got the 100 distance, but you might fancy the Olympic distance, the sprint distance, a relay perhaps. Or many of our events also have running races as well. So plenty for you to get involved with this year, and if this year feels a bit soon, as it does for some other people in this room,
It's too late now,
you
Matt.
might want to look at 2026 because yeah, we've got plenty of races then too.
I think as well we should touch on the relay element. The relay is a brilliant way to get into the sport. Firstly, you can do it with your friends, but secondly, it means you might only have to tackle one discipline at a time. So maybe you're someone who's not swam very much, you're kind of learning to feel more confident, especially in the open water. You don't really want to take on the whole pressure of the whole triathlon. Well, just get involved in a relay then, get a couple of friends with you and get the bug that way. I think that's a brilliant sort of entry method into triathlon. That's how we hook you in, everybody. So get in a relay now.
Yeah, pick your team wisely is probably what you would say. Make sure you've got a good spread of those who are good at running, good at swimming, and good at biking. So that is Julie Derron. He's 5:52 back from the lead as things stand.
So if you're sort of looking on the form of, I guess the most recent race, the most recent form guide that we've got, of course, is San Francisco. And whilst Lucy Charles-Barclay wasn't there, Maya Kingma wasn't there, pretty much everybody else in the top 10 was at that race. And we can say that from that, you would expect Julie to make the podium from this point, that would not be an unreasonable suggestion that she would be getting herself onto the podium. Huge amount of that depends on whether Jess Learmont's run has been able to move on in just a couple of weeks since San Francisco. Who knows? That's the great unknown with Jess at the moment. How quickly is she progressing? And then, of course, Lucy Charles-Barclay. So we don't know whether Lucy Charles-Barclay is going to be able to hold Julie Derron at a minute and a half gap there. That is going to be a very interesting situation as we hit the run course.
It might be unfair as well to compare Maya Kingma's effort to Miguel Hidalgo, but both short course athletes on wildcards coming here to the T100, and we saw Miguel, and I guess we don't know, he did DNF in the end, so perhaps there was an injury or something more sort of serious at play, but kind of did fade off, didn't he? Obviously an amazing short course athlete, but by this point in the bike felt like he was dropping back and back and back. And Maya Kingma has kind of maintained that sort of position the whole race so far, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's been really impressive. She's just held herself really strong, and I've actually been really impressed with her position. It's quite rare that we see athletes come from short course who don't really have any experience on a time trial bike, as we know Maya doesn't really, to then be able to put themselves into quite an aggressive position and ride well in that position, sort of just right off the bat. And that's what we've seen with Maya. Yes, she's lost 4.5 minutes on these two athletes, but on every other athlete in the field, she's riding better than them. So, that's a pretty good measure for her that actually as a first time out, she's done a really good job. It's yet to be seen how she then runs off it, because that is so different running off a TT bike to running off a road bike. You're just in such a more aggressive and more difficult position for your muscles to then get used to running again. So that will be interesting to see how her body sort of fares when she comes to the run. But again, you said she's someone who's just come from racing in Alguero a couple of weeks ago, as did Miguel Hidalgo. And that 2-week time gap, we keep speaking about it. It is tricky, and those athletes, they didn't even have the luxury of competing in North America. They were competing in Europe, so they've had to do big time zone travel as well as trying to recover from that race.
How much time do you think someone like Maya Kingma has spent training for this? And probably more in the sense of, do you think she's ever done a T100 distance in its entirety in training? Would you train to do that?
No,
or would you try and put together the different elements in various combinations?
Yeah, I think that's more likely. I don't know many people who would go and do 100 kilometres of swim, bike and run sort of back to back, whereas going for a 100-kilometre ride or more is pretty normal for a triathlete, especially someone who's training for middle or long distance. But yeah, I would be surprised if to do it back to back to back you'd have anybody doing that in training. That doesn't seem to be the way we tend to do it.
To be fair, she was only racing in Alguero 2 weeks ago,
well,
so
exactly.
I don't quite know when she would have had time to go and do that. I mean, that's why I'm not a coach, isn't it? Let's be honest.
That's why you're paid to ask the questions.
Yes, I don't give the answers, that's for sure. So 4:44, that lead is starting to increase. I wonder if Taylor and Jess Learmont are just starting to try and eke out even more of a gap as we've only got 2 kilometres left of this bike course.
Well, again, Jess will know the time gap that she had off the bike in San Francisco. She will know just how much time the athletes behind her were able to run into her on that day. Now, I also know she had to be relatively conservative because she was worried that she would re-tear her calf. She barely ran. I think she only done one run up to 45 minutes before the race in San Francisco. And of course, the race in San Francisco took her, well, the run portion alone, 1:16. So it was a big unknown, a big test for her calf that day. And the fact that she got through that hopefully has given her the confidence to push on again today. But I know what she's like. She'll be on the bike, she'll be getting time checks, and she'll be saying, that's not enough, let's push on, let's see if we can make it over 5 minutes. How much time can I get? What kind of buffer can I give myself?
Imagine every single other athlete in this field, apart from Taylor Knibb, is a bit angry with Jess Lim for continuing to push Taylor's lead even further, because that's exactly what's happened. They have managed to build up this remarkably impressive lead so far in this race.
It's looking a lot like we might be back to the status quo of the Taylor Knibb show, and I don't want to say that before they're even off the bike. We don't want to write Jess Learmonth off. We don't want to take all the jeopardy out of the racing and say that we know what's going to happen here, but it is looking ominous.
It's looking ominous and hugely impressive what Taylor Knibb is doing here when you consider that she was beaten in San Francisco and sort of the turnaround to get to this point in the race and be in the lead.
But is it surprising when we know now the character that is Taylor? Are we surprised to know that, number one, she's assessed everything in huge detail, and number two, that she's taken this as sort of a bit of a red rag to the bull? I'm coming back to get you now. And she even said in her interview, it's more fun now. I get to chase. I get to try and get back to the top. And I think that's what we're seeing here today.
So here we go then, the end of the bike course for Jess Learmonth and Taylor Knibb, 1 and 2. And you can see all the bikes there of the age groupers who are going to be taking part over the next, well, over tomorrow.
And you can see, of course, Taylor Knibb's already got her socks on. We saw her take the time to put those on in T1. So she will have undoubtedly a faster T2, as I expect Jess to take the time to put those socks on now.
It's always remarkable when you see these athletes going into transition. They're trying to balance the bike. Is that something you practice as well, trying to direct your bike? And especially when you're tired, I imagine that's fatigue-inducing.
Yeah, we usually hold them by the saddle, and they're pretty good in a straight line, as we predicted there. Taylor Knibb going straight out first, and not too slow at all there from Jess Learmonth, going out just a few seconds behind. But yes, in a straight line, they can be pretty obliging, but not always the case, especially when you've got to go around a corner. And we should note that they have the bike racks that they've got to put these bikes in as well. We call them our pods, and they were actually designed by our own mechanic Foyce. They're very special, they're unique to T100, and they're designed with a slightly wider entry to put the wheel in, so that it's easier to get the wheel in, and it also doesn't damage the rear wheel, as because in T1 they're all in racking with the rear wheel into the pod. So when you come back in at T2, you can put them in front wheel first or back wheel first, but when you're in T1, they're all racked with the rear wheel in the pod. And to try and stop any damage happening to the disc or the rear derailleur or any of the components at the back of the bike, he's designed these special pods, and so the athletes have yet another new invention here at the T100.
Clever chap. Keeping all of our athletes' bikes on the road, and also able to design...
Protecting them in transition as well. It's great.
I suppose that saves them a job, though.
Because it is hard. I've had it myself in races where you're trying to get your bike wheel into the racking pod. We call it a pod. It's only a pod here at T100. That's our word. Thank you very much. But trying to get it into the racking point, and you can't get it in there. It's too tight. It's hard to get it in. And it costs you time, and your bike might fall over, whereas that doesn't happen for these athletes here. And that just, I think it's really nice, because it just makes it a more even playing field. It's not something that should affect them on race day.
Just looking at the transition times for T2, 42 seconds for Taylor Knibb. She did not hang around. Jess Learmonth, 47 seconds, 5 seconds slower than Taylor Knibb. And already that lead, 9 seconds in front for Taylor, who looks like she's putting her foot down here to continue to build out that lead.
Yeah, you know, a nigh on 5-minute lead, you might think she could just sort of cruise her way out of TT, but that's not Taylor Knibb. That's not the Taylor Knibb we know. We know what she's going to be doing here, trying to put down a marker, trying to show that she is back, and that San Francisco, she may have been beaten, but she's still more than capable of winning these races, and by winning them by a decent margin too.
Be intrigued to find out what conversations she had this week, perhaps with her coach, perhaps with the team around her, just to work out what happened in San Francisco, and to come back this strong is truly remarkable, really.
Yeah, I think just the way she's biked today has been really exceptional. Again, on a course that's not massively dissimilar to that we saw in San Francisco, to be able to put that much time into every other competitor than Jess Learmonth was really, really impressive. And I know she didn't bike quite as fast in San Francisco this year as she did last year, and maybe that's something that she's gone back and analysed, because again, we know she analyses absolutely everything, and no doubt looked at her bike power and her speeds at certain sections of the course and worked out where she lost that time. But whatever she's done, it's worked.
Yeah, certainly has. Just can see there the volleyball tournament that's happening. Perhaps we'll go down there later.
That's a lot of matches going on right there,
isn't it? I was going to say we could go down later and give it a go. So the rest of the athletes making their way into the second transition zone.
Yeah, again,
led by Lucy Charles-Barclay.
Yeah, and Holly Lawrence has joined Maya Kingma and Lucy Charles-Barclay. Worth remembering, of course, that because we are in this technical section ahead of the transition zone, it's not an area where the drafting rules are enforced. So you may have seen some flashing red lights there, but that is perfectly legal at this point of the course.
So all eyes on the dismount. Lucy Charles-Barclay just her bike there and actually got overtaken into TT.
That's right. Lucy's never been an athlete to do what we call a flying mount, which is when you run and jump onto your bike at T1, or to do a flying dismount, which we saw Holly Lawrence do and overtake her there coming into T2. So it's not necessarily something that plays massively into racing in middle distance, but it did give Holly just a couple of seconds there ahead of Lucy.
Yeah, you never know, come the end of today, those seconds might prove very valuable. Lucy choosing to sit on the floor.
Yeah.
Most efficient way, she thinks, of getting those shoes on. And out she goes onto the run course. Just seen the transition time from Maya Kingma, 37 seconds.
Well, she blew by in the background when we were watching Lucy Charles put her socks on. So very impressive from Maya Kingma there. I'd be interested to know whether she's got socks on, already had socks on, or whether she's gone without them. She's definitely got calf sleeves on. Just don't know if she's got socks on as well.
It was a whole 13 seconds quicker than Lucy Charles-Barclay.
Yeah. I mean...
Just goes to show, doesn't it? That
impressive.
Very, very impressive.
It's that short course background.
Yeah,
you know, transitions in short course do really matter, and maybe that's what we're seeing. Is got now eyes on Lucy Byram, just taking the time to put her socks on. This group of Lucy Byram and Julie Derron only 45 seconds or so behind those three in front. And that was, again, a very fast transition from Julie Derron as she heads out onto the 18Ks, as she knows the exact task that lies ahead of her. She's got to try and take out somewhere 5 minutes and 46 seconds she is behind Taylor Knibb. You can't help but think that might be insurmountable, but she has got a very good chance of catching these girls just in front of her. And can she catch up to Jess Learmonth?
Yeah, that's the interesting part of this next phase of the race. That battle for third, I think, is going to be very, very interesting. And indeed, maybe battle for second, depending on the sort of run form that Jess Learmonth is in.
She's so unknown over this distance, really. We can't count what she did in Singapore. She had awful cramps, had to walk a lot of the run, but did get there in the end. So we can completely discount that time. In San Francisco, she was just about nursing herself around an 18K, getting to the finish line without re-tearing her calf.
Is she running properly for the first time here today? Is that what we're going to see? We just don't know. Has she overcooked it on the bike by staying with Taylor Knibb? Is she completely in control and feeling amazing? I mean, these are all the questions that will be answered in the next 18 kilometres, but the incentive of a podium is surely incredibly high for someone like Jess Learmonth.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this one is going to play out. Taylor Knibb obviously still out in front, but yeah, the battle for the rest of these places is really important. Of course, we've mentioned the race to Qatar. Really means that all of these results could end up counting and really mattering come the end of the season. So there's plenty to play for in this phase of the race. Just got sight there of Lucy Charles-Barclay running on the gravel. We spoke about how Jelle Geens favoured this type of surface, said he was strong, and Lucy has also been saying that this is what she trains on at home. This is, for her, a very natural environment in terms of what's under her feet.
But she's also an athlete as well who I think runs off a huge engine and really great strength. I think that's how she runs. And when I say strength, I mean like your muscular strength through your glutes and your hamstrings and your calves. And that style of running, if you practice on the gravel, can be brilliant. You can run really fast and really consistently. And that's what she's doing right now. She looks fantastic. And now we're panning back here to see Maya Kingma just being overtaken by Holly Lawrence. Holly Lawrence, again, having a phenomenal day, just running herself up there into 4th place. And again, looking great. These girls are putting on a show.
Yeah, I mean, hugely impressive performance from Holly Lawrence in San Francisco, finishing 5th. She looks really good on this run. She absolutely powered past Maya Kingma into 4th position.
Yeah, so she'll be looking ahead to Lucy Charles-Barclay, but she'll of course know that coming behind her is Julie Derron. So Julie Derron is the athlete that these girls will know and will expect to come up to them at some point. So they know that it's not as simple as the battle being for 3rd place right there. There is another athlete coming behind and going to put themselves in the mix any second. And they're of course going to be keeping an eye on what Jess Learmonth is doing up ahead. But on our most recent time check, Jess has lost time, but only 20 seconds right now. So she's holding strong.
We can just take a look at a moment a little bit earlier as Taylor Knibb passes Julie Derron. About 5.5 minutes the difference between them.
Did you notice her just check her watch there? So what she will have done is she would have checked her watch when she went round the U-turn, and then when she came up to Julie, she would have checked her watch again. She would have then doubled that time and said, right, I've got 5.5 minutes. That's exactly what she will be doing. She'll be taking time checks. We know from the interview she said she was very interested to know that T100 had published the time splits, and she'll be looking at that now. And as we talk about that, Julie Derron passing Maya Kingma, who is just about running again, but she had to stop there, and that is very early on the run to be having to start to walk.
Yeah, we were saying how impressive she was looking on the bike leg. She held her own superbly, but maybe the damage that has done, she's perhaps expended too much energy. Her muscles might just be cramping up. As we look at Meg McDonald,
who also looks to be struggling a bit.
So Julie Derron comfortably ahead now of Maya Kingma, who
it just looks a bit gingerly.
Yeah, she's
really
moving again,
yes.
and she's definitely, going from a stop. She is at least moving, but yeah, she doesn't look as comfortable, does she, as someone like Julie Derron, who's obviously powering ahead.
And when you're this early on the run, you haven't even made it to the 1,500 metre turn point on lap 1. It's pretty soul destroying to know you've got 6 laps to go and you've had to have a little walk that early. But who knows, maybe it was just a little cramp or a little stitch or something that she's shaken out now and she's back running. But Holly Lawrence here looking fantastic, looking like she's really she's full of running, clearly. And she knows that this is all on for a podium here, so she's going after it.
From the untrained eye, I love watching Holly Lawrence run. She looks like she's running fast, but it looks quite an efficient run from my perspective. Would you agree?
She has really good cadence, I would say. She's always she's got, I don't want to say heavy feet, because I don't think that accurately, describes it. She's quite neat as a runner. When she gets tired, you see a fair bit more head movement, but that's again really common with a lot of athletes. But right now, it's all smooth. She's holding it together well. She's still got a little bit of that head movement, but that's pretty trademark of Holly, I would say. So she's already got a little bit of that, but right now, not under any stress at all, it would seem, with the way she's running. She's maintaining that gap to Lucy Charles-Barclay. Seems to be pretty much exactly as it was the last time we had eyes on her. But yeah, just a very neat-looking runner, I think, is probably the best way I'd describe her.
You can see there on the graphic her average pace, 3:44 per kilometre. Would run 5k in 18:40 at that pace. Mighty, mighty impressive, given what these women have already done. 80 kilometres on the bike, 2 kilometres in the water, and around just under 15 kilometres to go of the run course.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to keep an eye on all those time checks we've got at the front of the course. So Taylor Knibb out in front, all on her own. Not super surprised to see this right now. She's looking strong, she's looking confident. We know she's checking out exactly what's going on with the athletes behind her, especially Julie Derron. We saw her take that time check, so she'll know what's going on. And in the not too distant future, we will probably see those athletes cross over again. And that's the beauty of this run course. 6 laps, 1,500 metres out and back. You pass each other 12 times. You get eyes on your competitors so frequently. You can really keep a check on the gap. And here we go. So she's just coming up to Lucy Charles-Barclay here, passing her in the opposite direction. Yeah, quick check of the watch, so she knows exactly what the gap is to her. And here you go, she's passing now Holly Lawrence as well, going in the other direction. There's Julie Derron, so expect another little time check. We didn't quite, oh, there we go. We did catch it, we did catch it. So yeah, that is the meticulous and analytical Taylor Knibb, caught in action doing exactly what she does.
I find it remarkable that she's able to mentally think about that. Maybe it's a distraction perhaps from the pain and the sort of suffering of this part of the run, but she's got the bandwidth to be thinking tactically about the race. Even though she's got this commanding lead, she doesn't want to repeat the mistakes perhaps of San Francisco, where she was caught on the run.
Well, that's it. You're working at a level that is, of course, incredibly high to your maximum. But remember, these athletes are racing over 3.5 hours or so. They can't race right up into the zone where they're producing a huge amount of lactic acid, because you can't do that for a really long amount of time. So she's got enough in the tank, so she's under control enough to go, I need to keep an eye on this time gap. I'm not going to be caught unawares like I was in San Francisco, and it is worth my while just checking every single time.
Just looking down at the average paces, Jess Learmonth 3:47. It's actually only 6 seconds slower than Taylor Knibb.
Doing really well,
so
isn't
she's
she?
holding her own at the moment, and that's really encouraging signs, I would say, for her maintaining the second place.
I mean, it's so early on the run here. They're only just out onto lap 2, but what we can say for sure at this point is that Jess Learmonth is running in a different league to where she was in both San Francisco and, of course, in Singapore. And again, it's really hard to use those as comparisons. It's not fair, really, to use those as comparisons. But right now, she's holding it together really well, and the incentive of a podium and a top result will be super high here for her. We don't know whether she's got it in her to hold on right now, but so far, I think she's putting in a brilliant result, brilliant run.
Yeah, she's working hard. 91% of her max heart rate on this run as things stand. And she'll be hoping to maintain that gap as we move into the next few phases of this run leg. But for the time being, Taylor Knibb all by herself out in front.
Just where she likes to be, I would imagine.
It's where she feels at home, isn't it?
It is, and here we go. So Julie Derron is about to make the pass on Holly Lawrence, and we spoke about how good and fluid and compact Holly has looked. But there we go, we've got Julie Derron blasting by her.
That was really round the outside, wasn't it?
Really
Incredible
was.
move.
And what's interesting here is she's come round for the end of lap 1 just at the same time as Danny Kleiser, has come out onto the run course. So she's a full lap ahead of the athlete in green and yellow that you can see just in front of her. That is Dani Kleiser. Dani actually had the fastest run in San Francisco. So she is, at the moment, the fastest runner that we've got in this race. And those two athletes are the first and second fastest runners in the race, and they have come out together by complete chance because of the lapped nature of this course and because it's quite a short run loop. So that means these athletes could actually work together. That could work for Julie Derron now.
Yeah, I mean, what a stroke of luck. If she's able to keep with the pace of Daniela Kleiser, I mean, wow, what a...
She's like a pacemaker for her in the race to get to the front. It's you couldn't write it, you couldn't predict that it was going to happen exactly like that, but we could very well see these two athletes run together now, because their timings in San Francisco were that Julie Derron ran a 66.37 and Dani Kleiser ran a 65.48. So Dani Kleiser actually ran, what's that there, 50 seconds or so faster. So this could be very interesting if these two do run together the whole way.
Just saw that. I think that's Maya Kingma, who has stopped. It looked like she was holding her stomach. I just caught that as we passed her, racing the other way. Maybe that is some cramps or something happening in her stomach.
I mean, we obviously don't know at this point until we can hear from her. But what I would say is, as an athlete who's incredibly new to this distance, she won't be an athlete used to trying to stomach the amount of carbohydrate and nutrition that these athletes have to take on. It's something, of course, she can practice in training, and no doubt she has done, but she's never put herself in this position, racing under this intensity for this long, trying to take in that amount of carbohydrate and then run off it. And it is something that for some athletes, it just takes a long time to get used to. And so that could also be a factor for Maya today. That might be why she's struggling.
Is it a case that some athletes, it just clicks and they're able to get the nutrition right? Perhaps they've got quite a strong stomach and they're able to digest it all. And for others, it becomes a bit of a chemistry lesson in what works, what doesn't work, and trial and error.
Very, very much so. Every athlete, of course, is different. Some can just stomach pretty much anything, and some are very particular, and that goes for your pre-race meals as well. We've got athletes who from 4, 5, 6 days out are eating incredibly bland meals. There we go, the pass just happened again. Taylor Knibb will have seen Julie Derron heading in the other direction, and now she'll come across Holly Lawrence as well. And yeah, of course, then there's some athletes who eat whatever they want 2 days before a race, and 1 day before a race they're out for a pizza or for a meal or whatever. They're not too worried because they know their stomach can handle it, and it's just super individual.
That must be the most frustrating thing as an athlete that struggles with your stomach, to see someone just eating whatever
when you're there with your bland rice bowl.
Whatever you want the evening before a race. So Julie Derron is eating time out of Taylor Knibb. Not enough to challenge her at the moment at the front, but averaging at the moment, running I should say, at a pace of 3:18 per kilometre. Which is mighty impressive.
That's exceptionally fast. I mean, yeah, we'll have to see if that evens out later on the run, because 3:18 is pretty much what Yella was running. So I'm going to say that we maybe need an update on that at some point. There we go. So 3:30 is the average now for Julie Derron, whereas 3:43 for Taylor Knibb. So that is, again, in miling, for those of you working miling, 5:38 for Julie Derron, 5:59s for Taylor Knibb. So very good running. And as we talk there, that is Julie Derron going past Lucy Charles-Barclay. So she's moved herself into a podium position. And of course, don't forget that athlete there in the green and yellow suit is Dani Kleiser. She is an athlete who has been lapped, but is one of our, if not our fastest runner on course. So expect her to be featuring next to Julie Derron through a lot of this run, but don't forget that she is actually a full lap behind.
Yeah, slightly strange scenario this, isn't it, where we've actually got one of our fastest athletes in with our front pack, although she'll, sadly for her, have a whole extra lap to do come the end of the race.
Yeah, she had a really remarkable run in San Francisco. As we said, she was the fastest runner on the day, but she moved, I think she was actually 20th off the bike, and she moved up to 10th. So it was an absolutely amazing run for her that day, and she'll be trying to do something similar again here today.
Yeah, the term that I hear a lot in triathlon bike for show, run for dough. Seems to me that this is where it really counts, and as impressive as you might be on the bike, if you don't have the run to back it up, if you're not strong in this part of the race, then you're going to get caught.
Well, you're absolutely right, and it is a well-known sort of triathlon phrase, I should say. But what I think it's changed slightly. I think the landscape of triathlon has changed over the last few years, with the likes of Rico Bogen doing what he did in San Francisco, showing that the bike wasn't just for show. That pretty much won him his dough, didn't it? The way he rode.
Bike for dough, run for dough.
There you go. I probably need to think of a better rhyme, but I can't right now, so we'll just leave it there. And again, here today, Taylor Knibb showing that the difference has been what she did on the bike. So maybe the tide is turning slightly. Maybe it's not all about what you can do on the run, but of course you've got to hold on the run. And there we go. We've not seen her this entire run, but there's Jess Learmonth coming in for the end of lap 2. So she's holding that gap at around, last time check there says 49 seconds. We'll get an update of that as she goes round that U-turn at the end of lap 2. All we can say right now is we don't know how Jess will fare later on in the run, but this is a significantly better run for her than she has done at the other races so far. So she's putting in a big effort to try and maintain her position on the podium.
I would imagine as an athlete, one thing you constantly want to see is improvement, or you want to see a trend in the right direction, and for sure that is what Jess Learmonth is experiencing right now on this run leg.
Yeah, and maybe that's the beauty of having been injured. You've got a massive upward swing in your fitness coming, and where athletes look for these tiny little marginal gains from one race to the next, and they'll analyse, oh, I was 1 second per kilometre average faster in that race than the one before. With Jess, she's going to take minutes off, absolute minutes off. Huge chunks of time are going to come down in her run time here today. So she can hold it together. She's now 1/3 of the way through this run course, and she's putting up a real fight to try and hold on to one of those podium positions.
So Taylor Knibb opting not to take any water on. And our poor cameraman getting hit by a branch.
Under the tree you go.
Sure, I'll thank the driver for that later.
Just a quick update there. So Jess Learmonth has gone through the end of lap 2, and she's now at 53 seconds behind Taylor Knibb. So we'll get an update when we get the next athletes through, but they were still another 4+ minutes we're expecting for them to come. So right now, the pace that she's running at, and as I talk here, we've got the pass again from Julie Derron and Taylor Knibb, and here we go, that's Lucy Charles-Barclay there. So they're our first 4 athletes. Taylor Knibb, Jess Learmonth, who's just gone round the U-turn, then it was Julie Derron, and then Lucy Charles-Barclay.
We've had some really good tunes at this part of the course, actually. It has to be said.
I know, it's really helping them along.
Yeah. I imagine the athletes are grateful for all of the fans out here on this beautiful sunny day in Vancouver. Fantastic atmosphere down here.
I mean, these beaches are known to be absolutely rammed with thousands and thousands of people coming down to enjoy them on the sunnier days. And last weekend was apparently their first really warm weekend of the year, and it was absolutely rammed down here. And it's probably helpful to the triathlon that actually it's a nice day without being a super hot day, so it's probably attracting just the right amount of people without it causing carnage. As we said, we know this path is open to the public, so whilst they're incredibly courteous, of course they can't necessarily always know that there's someone coming right behind them trying to run at pace for a top result in the T100.
Absolutely. So that is Jess Learmonth. How do you think she's running, Vicky?
You know, Jess is an athlete who she'll always say she's so derogatory about herself and her own run style. But I think she's actually looking infinitely better than anything we've seen from her so far. She does sort of sit back a little bit. She's got a bit of what we call a lordosis there, a bit of a curve at the bottom of her spine. But actually, she's moving along well. The cadence is good. The arms are moving nicely. It's not the style, the effortless style that we see from a Julie Derron or from a Jelle Geens. But it is functional and it is working for her. And at the moment, she is holding strong in second place.
Yeah, she certainly is. perhaps I won't go down the route of what this result would mean to Jess just yet.
Don't, I'll start crying.
we'll wait for at least another few kilometres before we start to think about
I mean,
this sort of impressive performance that this is.
I can't deny that as someone who, again, we talk about it as a mum, as a person who came back to the sport, I should say, as a mother who's raced as a mum, and as someone who is a friend of Jess's. You know, full disclosure to everyone out there, I've known Jess for a very long time, and so if she were to come back and get on the podium today, you might find me in a wreck on the corner of the commentary box. But we're a long, long way to go yet, so let's not get too ahead of ourselves. And of course, got to look back a little bit further back to Julie Derron, who is now only 3 minutes and 37 seconds, or 3 minutes 33 seconds behind Jess Learmonth, 4:31 behind the lead. So Julie Derron is absolutely motoring along, and behind her, of course, Lucy Charles-Barclay. I think we'll probably be using Julie Derron as a little bit of a carrot, a little bit of a pacemaker, just trying to hold on to her as long as she can, because she'll know she's got a long way to try and catch up to Jess Learmonth, and that's only going to be possible if she can keep up the same sort of pace as Julie Derron.
I just wonder with Julie Derron and the swim, and clearly that was, you know, if she ends up finishing second, say, just behind Taylor Knibb, I mean, you would probably look at the swim as the place where she, in inverted commas, lost the race today. I just wonder, is there anything she could have done differently, do you think, in the swim? Do you think it's a case of she raced all out, maxed out on the swim, and that this is the best result she could have had?
See, I don't know if I agree. I think it's the bike. I think, yes, okay, she lost touch with Taylor Knibb today on the swim, but there's only been 1 or 2 swims ever, I think, where she's actually managed to stay close to Taylor Knibb on the swim. I really think that the difference today was what Taylor was able to do on the bike to absolutely everybody in the field other than Jess Learmonth. I think that's what's made the difference here today. I think we know Julie Derron said that she felt that the course in San Fran was absolutely perfect for her, the gradient of the hills, everything. But maybe today, not that different, just different enough that it wasn't quite what she needed. It wasn't the course that she could really give her absolute best to, but still putting in a great performance and, you know, no doubt closing down the gap there on Jess Learmonth's every stride.
Really quite stunning scenery here in Vancouver. We mentioned, I mean, it feels a long time ago we saw orcas in that water, but we did. They were actually very close to the run to the swim course, so mercifully they were not in the water at the time we saw the orcas. But incredible scenery in backdrop.
Look at how low tide it is now. So the women competed at a much lower tide than the men did, and we thought that was quite a big difference. And look how far out now the shoreline is. So if they were competing any time around now, they'd have been running for about 150 metres to get to the water. So it might be more running than swimming if we had the T100 starting now.
Yeah, goodness me, that's sort of like a kilometre to the swim, kilometre back. I wonder where the Aussie exit would be. Yeah, we've loved our time in Vancouver. It really is a special city. If you love the outdoors, as I'm sure most of you do who are watching this, into your outdoor sports, this is the place to be. Really is nowhere like it.
Yeah, it's a real bucket list city, and so far I've seen a lot of the triathlon course and a bit of the inside of a hotel room, but before I fly home tomorrow I'm hoping to go and take in 1 or 2 sites of the city, because it is an absolutely beautiful place.
That was Holly Lawrence. And the local fans cheering on Taylor Knibb, and rightly so, because right now no one can get close. You sort of mentioned it a little bit earlier, Vicky, but this is kind of ominous, isn't it, really, for Taylor Knibb's form? And obviously Julie Derron in San Francisco was able to take the fight to Taylor Knibb, but give her a course that she likes, or give her a weekend where everything just falls into place and it's business as usual. Yeah, or an incentive.
You know, a little bit of, oh, you didn't win, that kind of thing. And you ask her in interviews and you sort of see the smirk on her face and go, hang on, don't write me off just yet, I'll be back. And what better way to do it than making a statement like today? And she's just passed Ashleigh Gentle going in the other direction. Ashleigh's moving up the leaderboard really nicely. She's now up to 6th. So whilst we can say that she's maybe not at her absolute best right now, she's still running along really nicely and still putting in a solid result.
Yeah, that would equal her result in Singapore, which was also 6th place. So again, you know, this is the problem when you win like she did last year, when she consistently performed so well at a lot of our races on the T100, people do expect you to do similar things. She's just experiencing a little part of her career at the moment where things aren't going 100% to plan, but you can bet she'll be back, especially with a break now before the T100 in London.
I have to say, I think Taylor's running really, really well today. You look at the time gap back now to Julie Derron, it's still at 4 minutes and 18 seconds. So I think it was about 5 minutes when she came off the bike, which means she's only managed to take out 45 seconds in, and we're nearly halfway through the run. So I think this is a really, really strong run performance for Taylor Knibb.
Well, as Taylor Knibb makes her way through this run course, you have to rewind quite a few hours ago, because this morning a lot of the local community took part in a 5-kilometre race here in Vancouver, and off they went. Really amazing turnout, and a lot of these guys, of course, stayed to watch the swim, and I'm sure indeed are enjoying the women's race now as well. But brilliant scenes here in Vancouver. And on the T100, we've got all sorts of races for you to take part in. Could be a 5K like it is here, could be the 100 distance, could be something in between, could be a relay. But whatever you fancy, chances are a T100 race has probably got what you're after. So if you like what you're seeing and you want to take part, you want to join our community, just need to go to the T100 website, T100triathlon.com, where not only can you access all of the live tracking and data from your professional athletes that you can see on the screen now, but you can also sign up to a race, one that's near you. So as we were talking about the 5-kilometre race this morning, Greg Welch has entered the commentary box. How's your day been, Greg? It feels like a long time ago since we last saw you. How have you been?
I've done a lot more than a 5K, let me tell you right now. There goes Ellie Salthouse having a good race, running up into the top 11 right now. But Taylor Knibb has just been impressive. You know, her bike strength is pretty much second to none. I mean, Jessica Learmon's having the race of her life right now, and I'm so impressed to see her still at 120 down on Taylor Knibb. Julie Derron, you know, having a good run, but not the run that, you know, it's going to take to get her onto the second place on the podium unless something drastically happens to Jess Learmon. Now, if you go back to San Francisco where Taylor said that I didn't have my best run, well, she's having her best run today. She looks great. She's up on the toes there. Her form is absolutely brilliant. You can see her turnover's nice, and the arm carriage not quite square, but who really cares when the hips and everything else is working and the biomechanics are in place.
Yeah, she does look good, doesn't she, on this part of the run course?
She's a woman on a mission, isn't she? She's
really
out for
is.
redemption, and it's hard to look past her for getting that today.
Trying to prove people wrong. Greg, intrigued to get your thoughts then on Julie Derron, and we were just having a discussion here in the commentary box about perhaps where in inverted commas she's lost the race today. For you, was it in the swim, or as Vicky mentioned, she thought that actually it was on the bike where she didn't push hard enough potentially?
I didn't pick what was going to happen in the swim today. Absolutely not. I thought that it was going to be a lot, you know, closer than that, especially on the women's race. Did not expect what happened in the men's race. It really, really, you know, spread out early there, Vicky. And I tell you, the currents, I think, you know, really caused a different set of tactics. And the athletes that aren't used to, you know, swimming in a straight line with currents, they had to then go to the buoy and then make that hard right turn to go out to the back. Cost them a little bit more, maybe a little bit of an error. The athletes had the chance to come down yesterday morning and do a swim recce. If they didn't come down, big mistake. You are professional, so get out there and learn by mistakes,
Some
right?
of them didn't want to get cold, did they?
Well, yeah, it was a pretty cold day yesterday with a little bit of wind, but you have to do that.
You've got to, yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. I think it's really difficult if you haven't been in there, especially on a course that's got extreme currents like we know they have here. But yeah, I just think that while the swim obviously played into its day, the top swimmers were able to get away. Jessica Learmon, who's on screen right now, along with Lucy Charles-Barclay right at the front of that swim, and split it down to only 6 girls that came out of the water together. I don't think that was the defining factor today for the likes of a Julie Derron. I just think Taylor Knibb has been too well-rounded an athlete today. She swam right at the front. She biked like the monster that we know she is, and she's doing a fantastic run. And while Julie, again, there on screen, looking really neat, really compact, very smooth, doesn't look under too much stress, running really, really nicely, I still think that it's not enough when she just didn't keep that gap close enough on the bike.
I see Julie running a lot better than what she did, about 10 minutes ago. She looks like she's really up to pace right now, got the stride going. But I don't see Taylor Knibb slowing down at all. She's really looking good, and I think...
She looks really good.
Yeah, that's right. And when they say when you go to school, you learn. And she went to school 2 weeks ago. We talked about her, with the mental pressure of dealing with being an undefeated T100 champion. You deal with this pressure, and it does wear on you over time. She said after the race, I now am relieved from what's happened so that I can now just focus on going out there and doing my race. And
that's it, yeah. She said we can stop talking about her being undefeated now. And in another interview, she said, oh, this is the fun part now. I get to be the one chasing. And so I think she's relishing this.
I do too, and Taylor Knibb is always going to be at the front of any race because she's such a great swimmer. So too is the lady on screen right now, Lucy Charles-Barclay. Just the ever so consistent Lucy Charles-Barclay. She is always up there in the top 3 or 4, and she's getting it done again today. But the good thing is that she's holding one of the fastest runners to only 50 seconds right now in front of her in Julie Derron. So, very impressive. And what's impressive as well is this lady that's running away from us, Holly Lawrence. You know all about this one, Vic. She's had a baby 8 months ago, Poppy, and just incredible running today. What a great way, to get back to the top of the sport so soon.
Yeah, we can't forget she had a run injury in that time as well. So after she came back to running postpartum, she then had a minor stress injury as well that she had to overcome before she could get back onto the race circuit. And at the moment, she's putting together all 3 disciplines really well, right at the front in the swim, held on to that main sort of mid-pack, if you like, when you take out the likes of Taylor Knibb and Jess Learmont. She held on to that middle pack really well, came into transition with them, and is running really nicely as well. I've been so impressed with how well-rounded she is coming back into it. I think most women who seem to come back in postpartum seem to have 1 or 2 of the 3 sports rolling really well straight away, but one of them might be a bit off. For me, that was the swim. My swim was off for probably the first 6 to 8 months of getting back into racing, and then it clicked for me. I think with Holly, what's been so impressive is she's just been good across the board, straight from the gun.
Yeah, and there's something to be said for, having a baby and coming back as a woman. It's one of those things that they do say that your strength is multiplied, and for what reason, I really haven't delved too much into this. Vic, you know more than me.
No, I don't know where the science is with it, but there does seem to be something, whether it's psychological or physical or whatever, but they call it the mum strength, don't they? And you seem to have maybe slightly better biking legs than you used to have, and whether there's some kind of hormonal study that needs to happen here as to what's gone on, but something does seem to happen once you've had a kid.
I think pain thresholds.
There we go. That could be it as well.
I think that comes into my mind.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but there is something that seems to come out in the mums when they race. And again, maybe it is part of this kind of, you put so much into this. It's your job, it's your livelihood, it's your passion, but also you sacrifice things. You sacrifice time with your little one, and you've got to make it worthwhile so you just can dig that bit deeper.
Well, I say we've been treated to some epic locations so far on the T100, but as the sun has come out, as it was predicted to do, we had a slightly gloomy morning, but now the sun out. And what a place this would be to do your first T100. My goodness me, as the city looks splendid in the background. We've got some boats out on the water. We had some orcas in the water earlier, which I think we're still recovering from.
I know, it's stunning, wasn't it?
In this commentary box, because it was really quite remarkable. I mean, what a setting for triathlon. If this doesn't make you want to do triathlon, I don't really know what will.
Well, that's what the T100 series is all about, is destinations and these, wonderful races across the world. And, today, the great thing for the age group athletes too, Matt and Vicky, 10 of the age group athletes in their categories in the men's and women's, they're going to qualify for the T100 World Championship in in Qatar coming up December 12 and 13. So that's the great thing about it as well. You can see there that Taylor's running along at about 90% of her max heart rate here. Jessica Learmonth working very hard at this point in time. Julie Derron, she's just an absolute machine. She is on turbo diesel mode at the moment. Lucy Charles-Barclay right in the same sort of spot. And Holly Lawrence, you know, just at about 89%. So Ashleigh Gentle being the big mover. She is really working hard, moving up into 6th place right now, getting off the bike and just around about that 10th position. So making a move, the Australian.
With Julie Derron here, you'd think she is in with a chance of catching second. I just wonder when mentally, I don't know what her next race is, but I just wonder if mentally she might start to wonder if this is enough, that third place is going to be the best she can get. And at what point as an athlete do you start to preserve your pace and your body in order to recover better?
Well, I just think it depends what kind of racing animal you are, whether you've got the wherewithal to be able to shut it down. Some people can be that calculated in a race, and some people just can't turn it off when they're in a race and it's all on the line. But there we go, she's getting some splits. That's her partner John and her son Freddie on the sideline there, giving her some splits. So she was getting an update there. She's coming towards the end of lap 4, so she's got just over 6 kilometres to run. The gap back to Julie Derron is just over 2 minutes. So Julie is chomping away at that gap, but Jess is still looking good. She's still holding strong. So I would say it's not done yet. I think second and third is going to be very interesting, whether Julie can get to Jess or not. But right now, Jess is holding it together so well, and the incentive is just so high to keep pushing on.
Yeah, two things. I think that Jessica Learmonth has to lose around about 25 seconds per kilometre at this stage, and Jessica Learmonth is getting a mouthful of dust. They're the two things that can come into play here.
From the moto.
Yeah, from the broadcast moto, but yeah. I don't know if anybody heard me say that, but sorry about that. Anyway, Jessica Learmonth is just having a great run, and if she keeps her pace and the way that she's running right now, not a problem in the world. But as you said, anything can happen if something happens nutritionally and she just starts to lose her, composure a little bit. We saw in Singapore, as we go back to the first race of the year, it was hot. It was a meltdown for Jessica. She hung tough. She didn't pull out of the race, so you can tell that she's not going to give up without a fight. But today, I think she's got second in the bag.
Oh, she's a super gritty athlete. I've seen her suffering with heat exhaustion and coaches trying to pull her off the course and her saying, no, I'm going to get to the finish line. And similar situation really in Singapore when she was struggling with those cramps, and she just kept going. But we know she's still so new to this distance. She's not raced very much over the middle distance at all. And as we keep saying, the first 2 races she did of this season, she wasn't really racing on the run. She was getting through the run. Whereas today she's racing, and so we just don't know how the back end of this run is going to go for her.
Yeah, looking at her results this year on the T100, 13th in Singapore, 7th in San Francisco, and I would probably bet whatever happens today, short of something disastrous, she's going to go significantly better than last time out.
Yeah, I think that the top 4 spots are set. I do think that Ashleigh Gentle is going to catch up to Holly Lawrence as well. Ashleigh's really running well at the moment. She needs a good race. Ashleigh, for the most part in 2024 was at the top of the game. She was winning races at the end of 2023 as well. But I do see Ashleigh picking up the pace and probably going into 5th place.
Greg, what's your view on what's perhaps going on with Ashleigh Gentle at the moment? I wonder, as an athlete who has achieved such success, I just wonder what your view is on what perhaps not quite working so far this season, and what she can do to improve that.
Well, I think that the standard gets higher every year. So once Ashleigh was pretty much winning all of her races on the run over the last couple of years. So therefore, the other athletes, her competition was up the ante on the run. Now look what's happening on the bike with Taylor Knibb. She's upping the ante on the bike, so everybody else is having to match that. So, the training regimes of these athletes are changing around all the time. There's only one athlete that's been able to match the bike splits of Taylor Knibb, and that has been Jessica Learmonth over a consistent basis, and Julie Derron on her day. So the level goes up all the time, so therefore everybody has to get better. Otherwise you're off the back and out of the race.
Yeah, we've heard that so many times over the last, I dare say, just even week, but beyond that, this season on the T100, the level has just increased so much more, and athletes now are trying to find these marginal gains in order to match what Taylor Knibb has done, and yeah, just proves how impressive Taylor was in 2024 and seemingly back on form in 2025.
Oh, she's right back on form at the moment. You can see that, you know, passing the athlete at the moment there, she's still up on her toes. Look, at the end of these races, you normally see Taylor Knibb losing her stride length and just, you know, falling a little bit down, you know, with the biomechanics and losing a little bit more time to the ground. But today, her turnover is exceptional. I know she works very hard with the biomechanist, you know, in Boulder, Colorado, her coach. They work very hard together. I love this arm carriage that you're seeing from Taylor right now. It's coming across to the sternum, but it doesn't cross the sternum, so she's keeping it right there in control. So very little friction coming through the hips and the lower back. Look at the knee drive from Taylor Knibb. She has very strong legs, so to drive those knees to the target and have the biomechanics and the feet hitting the ground with the perfect gait is very difficult to do. But today, she's showing us exactly why she's the multiple world champion.
I mean, look at her face as well. She's got the perfect combination of a relaxed face and jaw, but with just the determination. You can see there's going to be no slowing down for Taylor Knibb today. Even though you could say she's got this race in the bag, she's not going to slow down and just accept that. She wants to put a marker out and just say that she's back. And we say back, I mean, she never really went away. She came second in one race. I mean, let's be realistic here.
That's a hard one to take, isn't it? Oh, you get second place and you're out of shape. But no, look, Taylor Knibb is one of the greatest, you know, half-distance triathletes to ever live, winning those 3 back-to-back titles. And it's going to take someone very, very strong to take it away from her, because she just knows how to focus on the big races. She didn't get to show us exactly what she was capable of doing in Paris last year because of the crash that she had in the individual time trial. She was a 2-sport athlete at the Olympic Games. I mean, what's the talent level there, Vicky? I mean, you know what it takes just to represent your country at one sport.
It's really hard to fathom. I think she's a brilliant advert for our sport, because the fact that she was able to qualify for the USA as a cyclist just shows the level that we have now in triathlon. But what I'm just always most impressed about with Taylor is her versatility, not just across sports, but within triathlon. She can race everything from the super sprint relay, which she's now a twice Olympic medalist in, all the way up to full iron distance. She can do the whole branch of triathlon, and she does it all incredibly well.
Well, Taylor Knibb was at the top of the championship in 2024, but who will finish first in this year's Race to Qatar?
We have a race on our hands.
So almost at the end of our 3rd race of this 2025 season on the T100, and the Race to Qatar really starting to take shape as athletes now start to put together a run of results, and we're a long way away from that finish in Qatar. Hard to believe that we'll be there in December of this year, but we will. But there's an awful lot of racing to go between now and then.
So competitive this year. It's amazing to see that Marten Van Riel dominated in 2024, as did Taylor Knibb, but it has not started out that way. So it makes it extra interesting. Hayden Wilde, if he makes his way back into London, may have a chance to still get the job done at the end of the year. Look at Jelle Heens now. He is already back to the top of the podium, so he is going to challenge for it. Marten Van Riel, Rico Bogen, and also Mika Nuut. I'm seeing a 5-way tight race right now, but what I'm most excited about is our women's year, because Taylor Knibb, she's at the front right now, but she's got Julie Derron and she's got Kate Woff and Lucy Charles-Barclay that can all give them a run for their money.
Yeah, it's so exciting. I don't know if either of you saw Hayden Wilde in a wetsuit the other day. It seemed only a matter of weeks ago that we were zooming in on that horrendous X-ray of his shoulder and the crash that he had out in Japan. and I think he was only swimming sort of one-handed.
He's sort of doing one arm over the top, isn't he?
Yeah.
And then one arm where he sort of swims. It's almost like doggy paddle with one arm. He swims under the water and then catches and then pulls through, because he can't do the over the top of the water. That we call that the recovery phase of the stroke. He's not allowed to do that yet with his pins and surgery that he had in his shoulder blade. But yeah, remarkable. And with the way the series works, you need 5 results to score, 4 plus the grand final, which means that actually if he was back in the series by Valencia being at the back end of September, he could still win the series, having had a near career-ending crash and surgery in the middle of the year. And I mean, wouldn't that be remarkable?
It really would be. It's nothing that I'm thinking that he can't do. And, you know, given
he's
that...
He's motivated, that's for sure.
Oh, he's so dedicated to the craft that he is. And he's just an amazing athlete. Look, it's hard to say this, and he's a freak of nature. He's just a freakish athlete. It's like a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Look what he did right before the crash. Vicky, you can probably... relate to this, and Matt, you might be able to relate to it.
I think it's too fast for me to relate to.
After your race in London, but he ran the second fastest ever 10-kilometre in New Zealand history. Now, he's a triathlete.
He went 27:38 on the roads for 10 kilometres. It's absolutely astonishing. And what was that, the day before he had this bike crash out in Tokyo? Right. But unbelievable. We knew he was in good shape. We'd seen him obviously race at Singapore and take that win seemingly in cruise control all day. And then he put down that 10-kilometre result. I mean, it was shaping up to be fascinating as to what he could do.
I love what he said. Like Kyle Smith's interview today, it's the same as Hayden Wilde. They're Kiwis, they are tough, and they will just lay it all on the line. That's the way that Hayden races. It didn't work for him in New Zealand in his home Ironman 70.3 World Championship. However, in just about every other race that he's done, he will just go and lay it on the line. He said down there, I'm going to run sub 69 on the half marathon. Didn't quite happen, but that's how confident he was.
Yeah. Well, we've got eyes on Jess here, and I was actually just doing a bit of quick maths while you were talking. So Jess is about 4 kilometres out from the finish line now, maybe just under 4 kilometres. And she's got 1 minute and 10 seconds on Julie Derron. So now we're talking about 17, 18 seconds per kilometre. Last time I checked, Julie Derron was running exactly that much faster than her per kilometre. So it's going to come very close here. Jess is at the real crunch point now where she's got to hold on tight. And Julie Derron will be able to sniff that she's getting close.
That's a 7-second change in the last comparison that we did. Now, the one thing here for Jessica Learmonth is she's going to get 2 more looks at Julie Derron. Now, Vicky, we know...
Julie's going to love that, and I'm not sure Jess will.
I think she's going to be looking the other direction. Yeah. So, you know what happens when you're getting deep into a race, you're summoning on all the energy that you can possibly drag out of your body. The last thing that you want to do is have a mental breakdown, right? Yeah. And see your competition absolutely flying when you are struggling. So let's hope she can hold it together, just put one foot in front of the other and try not to lose too much time.
Well, if I was her, I would be putting maximum effort in until the last time I pass Julie Derron. So the very last time she passes her, she's probably still going to have over a kilometre to run, but try and make the gap stick now, and then that will break Julie, knowing that when Julie thinks, oh, I can't actually catch her now, she's managed to hold that gap.
Or you can just fake it.
Yeah, if it was me, that's what I would do.
Yeah, no, I think that she's got a bit of work to do. Julie Derron is definitely running lights out at the moment. Jessica Learmonth still at 2:08 down on Taylor Knibb. So what an incredible comeback by Julie Derron on the run course here. Ashleigh Gentle is still moving her way through this race as well, and trying to get her eyes locked in on 5th place and overtaking Holly Lawrence. Holly's lost a little bit more time, 1:43 to Lucy Charles-Barclay right now. Very interesting ladies race here today. It's been nothing short of exceptional, and Taylor Knibb just right back to the top after having that 2nd place in San Francisco and showing us how to get the job done.
Yeah, you're right. Ashleigh Gentle there in 6th is now only 30 seconds behind Holly Lawrence, so it's looking as though she's got 5th place in her sights. And this battle for 2nd place is fascinating. I mean, we're back with Taylor Knibb, of course, at the front, but she's just looking like a metronome, exactly as she was at the beginning of this run. The pace is still high, the cadence is still high, nothing moving too much sideways, everything's going forward motion. She could shut this down, but she's not going to do that. And then we look slightly further back to second and third as we get eyes on Julie Derron running in the opposite direction. And I think whether Jess Learmont does hold on for second or finishes in third today, what we can really say is the improvement trajectory that she's had, especially on her run, has been amazing. When you consider the small amount of running she's been able to do this whole season with the injury problems that she's had, barely run since March, and she's just doing amazingly.
Well, it was 27 seconds a kilometre to take out of her competition in Jessica Learmonth just a moment ago, and now it's come down to 20 seconds per kilometre. This is getting very interesting. And what is the deficit? Oh, yeah, we're under a minute.
We're under a minute. And Julie Derron is going to see Taylor Knibb pass any second. And if you cast your eye down into the bottom right-hand corner, Julie Derron. Sorry, I beg your pardon. She's going to see Jess Learmonth any second now. That is the chase that Julie Derron is on. But right now, Julie Derron, as things stand, is also leading the race to Qatar standings as well.
Did you notice that, Vicky? Just when she saw her, she actually tripped on the road just a little bit. Jessica Learmonth, that was bad timing because Julie Derron might have thought that she was falling apart. But look, I think that Julie Derron is motoring right now. I think she's going to...
It's ominous now, isn't it?
I think so, Vicky. I think that she is really going to, take this last lap and, take it by the horns and really get after it. Julie Derron, she's a turbo diesel. She just gets into that pace and she just stays there. Jessica Learmonth, she's not known for her scintillating run times, but she's known about her mental toughness and how to hang in there in a race. There goes that rough part of the road that I was speaking about. That's where Jessica was struggling just a little bit ago. But after she got eyes on Learmonth, I think that Julie is now back up onto her toes and really accelerating.
Well, there you go. We've got a time check as Julie went round with 1 lap to go. 48 seconds between Julie and Jessica, which means that is just shy of 15 seconds per kilometre because we've got the 3 kilometres left to run. And right now, Julie is running more than 15 seconds ahead of Jess Learmonth. So if Jess wants to hold on to that second place, she's going to have to find a couple of seconds per kilometre.
Isn't this amazing watching the high level of triathlon right here in T100 at this distance and just look at the struggle now. Look at this sideways movement of the upper body causing a lot of friction.
The effort, can't you?
Right now, this is all effort, Vicky.
It's
and
hard.
She is putting in the big ones right now. She is really having to work hard for it. And this is where we see the mental toughness of Jess Learmonth. Look, go back to Singapore one more time where it was hot and humid. She struggled, she walked, she had cramps, and look at this, the comparison. 353 to 334s, are you kidding me? Julie Derron is running lights out.
Yeah, there's probably one person just didn't want to be chasing her down for this part of the race. And
anyone but Julie, please, is what she's thinking.
Anyone but Julie, exactly. And I guess, it's just going to come down to perhaps Jess has got a little bit left in her legs. I don't know if there's a little sprint finish perhaps that she might be able to pull out the bag at the end here, but you can bet she is working as hard as she possibly can.
She absolutely is. The incentive, I keep saying the incentive is so high, but she is all on heart right now. I do think her cadence upped when we got back to her. The first time we came back to watch her, I felt like she was running a little bit quicker, but it's so hard to know until we get eyes on the actual stats, but she's not letting this one go.
Julie Derron is the one chasing Jess Learmonth. This is a really exciting finish to the women's race here in Vancouver.
Coming up to the back of Ellie Salthouse from Australia right now. Look, I wanted to make a little bit of a mention on Daniela Kleiser. She is running so well right now, but what about Julie Derron? She actually ran right up to her when Daniela got off the bike. She is a whole lap down, after that, but she ran right up to the back. They ran together, then it was Daniela that went around, and then it was Julie to come back around again. And look at Julie, she's running away from, but Daniela, She started outside of the top 15 and look where she is now.
I think Daniela is now up into the top 10. So we spoke about when that happened. We were watching that on screen and we were saying that she is the best runner. She had the best time split from the San Francisco race. And yeah, Julie's ran away from her, but Dani is still putting herself up into the top 10 with her phenomenal run today.
Yeah, sorry I missed that. I was on the beach getting a suntan.
You're doing your other job, weren't you?
When the sun came out.
volleyball tournament, I thought.
Yeah, I was down there calling, it was 15-13 in the fifth. Yeah, that's right.
Special mention, actually, you just mentioned her there, Ellie Salthouse, who's 6 months to the day that she has raced since she last was on the start line of any race. She had
knee surgery,
knee
didn't she, at the
surgery.
beginning
I
of the
quote
year?
to have a little clean-up. Apparently there were some fragments of bone that they found in her knee.
She's one of our athletes who earned a contract with her phenomenal racing in 2024, but has had to sit patiently on the sidelines and wait for her turn to get back racing. So it's great to have her here. And of course, first race in 6 months, you're probably going to be a little bit rusty and have some cobwebs to shake off, but we're sure that she will get some improvements going as she goes through the series. But currently in 11th place, that's a pretty strong return to racing after that kind of injury and surgery.
I couldn't agree more. Ellie Salthouse, a great cyclist and a runner out there. And, today I think it'll be a welcome return, just like Holly Lawrence in San Francisco when Holly was in the top 5 and having another great race today, still sitting in 5th position trying to hold off Ashleigh Gentle. And by the look of it, Ashleigh is now making her way very, very close to Holly. But with less than about 5 minutes to go right now, you know that Taylor Knibb at 1.3 kilometres to go is having another great race, and she's honing in on the finish line. Look at this. Oh boy, Jessica Learmonth, Julie Derron.
That is the gap
Daniela Kleiser.
That's less than 20 seconds now. It's got to be. We'll get a time check pretty soon when they go over the next time barrier, the time matting, I should say. But yeah, that I'm on screen. The gap is 24 seconds, but that eyeballing that, it's less now.
Yeah.
So Jess has got to hold on with everything she's got, whereas Julie knows what she's got to do. She can't ease up. She's got to keep pushing if she wants to get up onto second step of the podium.
She's got to get on the back of Daniela Kleiser there.
Here we go. Here's your pacemaker, Jess Learmonth.
That would be a perfect. She might have even just said that. Yeah, she said, come on.
She is. She's giving her a little shout, isn't she, on her way past? So I actually incorrectly said before that Julie had run away from Dani Kleiser. That's actually the opposite. Dani Kleiser has ran away from Julie Derron. So once again, just showing the absolute class of runner that Dani Kleiser is. And her swim just isn't where it needs to be at this point, but she's lighting up our run course every time she takes to it.
Every time, you're right, Vicky. And back in San Francisco, having the fastest run time of the day. She's showing us again that she's probably going to repeat that fastest run of the day on our women's race here as we close in on the finish line. But Julie Derron not giving
up. So close now.
Oh, this is great, isn't it? This
Less
is what
than
it's
a
all about.
Kilometre to go, and this really is the battle for second. Jess Learmonth, who has performed so well today. We were questioning, weren't we, her running ability. She's not been at the level with her run that she would have wanted to be in the first 2 races so far on the T100, but she's got her running shoes back on firmly, you would say, here in Vancouver. Has she got enough to hold off the charging Julie Derron?
And I think it's now just gone to 10 seconds, that gap. So I was just trying to count. I was using a tree to give a little marker. But whichever way you look at it, she was 10 minutes down on Julie Derron on the run in San Francisco. Now it's looking like it's going to come right down to the wire. We wouldn't bet against Julie Derron making that pass in this last kilometre. But
well,
even if she does catch her, we're talking about this has been a 5-minute deficit, not a 10-minute deficit. Look at the improvement that has been for Jess Learmonth in just 2 weeks.
Vicky,
this is a statement of who she is now.
Vicky, this is down to 10 metres. Look at this. It's coming down exponentially fast. And look at the way that she's getting it done. Look at the turnover. If you count those steps right now, the cadence has to be about 10 RPMs more on the side of Julie Derron rather than Jess Learmonth. Look, Jess Learmonth's a good runner, but Julie Derron and the lady in front of Jess, Daniela Kleiser, just so happen to be the 2 fastest runners in T100 right now. It used to be Ashleigh Gentle, but look at the way that these ladies have really worked on it. They've worked on their pacing, they've worked on their strides, and they've worked on putting all 3 sports together. Julie Derron now just about goes into second.
So Julie Derron right on the back of Jess Learmonth. It looks like she might just catch her right before the end, but for the time being our attention is going to focus on Taylor Knibb, who rounds the final few corners. The pass has happened, as Vicky just mentioned. Julie Derron into second. Jess Learmonth will have to settle for third place, but today in the women's race belongs to Taylor Knibb. She had to fight so hard on the bike with Jess Learmonth, but no one could catch her on the run. She's been in a class of her own. The city of Vancouver in the backdrop, a fitting backdrop for the class of Taylor Knibb. Back to winning ways on the T100 here in Vancouver. Taylor Knibb is our winner.
And that's a big smile there for Taylor Knibb. You can tell that she's pretty delighted to put herself back on the top set where she belongs.
Great job. I think Vicky, she just, there was a sigh of relief, and it's just like, I knew I was going to get the job done today, and I did it. I'm proud of myself. So well done, Taylor Knibb.
There we go, a lovely hug at the finish line as well. Oh, I'm so proud of you. There we go. What a lovely moment.
Well, she had three good legs there today, Vicky. A great swim. The bike ride of the day, in my eyes, she was the pace setter. Jess Learmonth was so strong, and she was able to go with her. And to get the job done on the run today, she's going to be especially proud of that. She looks good. If she goes back and watches a replay, she's going to see the turnover that she had, her biomechanics, her posture. Everything was on point.
We know she's going to go back and look at everything, Greg. If every split, she's going to analyse the race, she's going to watch the race, and I do think, as much as it's Taylor, and she'll probably find something to pull apart from it, I think she's going to look at it and say, now that was a really, really solid all-round performance. I think she can be really proud of that today.
Daniela Kleiser in the green is going to make the U-turn and go out for another lap, but not Julie Derron. Julie Derron has started from the fifth place there, heading out onto the run course today, and now is going to find herself in second place overall. Vicky, what an incredible day. What can be said about the Olympic silver medalist?
I mean, you just can't write her off, even after a day where she perhaps wasn't quite on that top form on the swim or the bike. She still chomped away at that lead of every other athlete in front of her and came home with second place. I mean, she could have shut it down and settled for third. She didn't want to do that. That is the mark of a champion. As we said, she's an Olympic medalist for a reason. Julie Derron, second place here in Vancouver.
Started off as a gloomy day, but the heat haze and the sun now out on a hot finish by Julie Derron from Switzerland. Another second place. And I think, Vicky, that she's just so happy to get the job done. I think it was a tough day.
Yeah, you can see how hard she pushed there. And look at the smile on Jess Learmonth's face. And I'm going to try and hold it together here, because that is a fantastic result for Jess Learmonth. She put it all together. She held it together on the run. She nearly held on for second place, but a podium result for Jess Learmonth after that swim and bike. So well deserved.
Dare I say, too little, too late. So far, yet so far away.
I think she'll take the podium, I really do.
Nice celebration by our top three right now. Once again, Julie Derron in second place. There's Jess Learmonth having just another stellar day out there, and our winner. Back to form, back to the top spot on the podium. Taylor Knibb becomes the champion of Vancouver T100 in 2025, where she was undefeated in 2024, and then this year, Julie Derron taking the victory in San Francisco. But the tables were turned today, Vicky.
They were, and I don't think there are many people who would be surprised to see those as our top two athletes in either order, of course. Taylor Knibb and Julie Derron, of course, have shown that either of them can win on their day this year. But I think there will be a few people surprised to see that third place went to Jess Learmonth. I think maybe one or two athletes were earmarked in on that podium. Even by us, Greg, by our own admission, we didn't know that Jess would be able to hold on quite as well as she did on the run today. So Jess Learmonth on the podium for the first time at the T100, and I'm sure that one's going to mean a lot.
It's going to mean a lot, because the way that she started out in the T100 in Singapore was a tough way to start. Cramping, having to stop.
And people criticising whether she'd gone too hard on the bike, and that was the problem, whereas she's really publicly said she just has such a high sweat rate she couldn't get enough salts into her, and the cramping was almost sort of uncontrollable. But now to be able to say, no, I am that rider, I can ride with Taylor Knibb, and to deliver a podium off the back of it, shows her arrival on the T100.
Yeah, exactly. And now Lucy Charles-Barclay, the Ironman World Champion, she'll be coming in 4th place here today. I had her on the podium. You did too, I think, Vicky. And,
yeah, I think both of us had her as our podium getter, didn't we? Alongside Julie and Taylor, of course. But 4th place today, a really solid result from Lucy Charles-Barclay.
Yeah, solid result. Maybe the recovery was just too short on the 6 days there, but Lucy Charles-Barclay, another fantastic result for her. She is just so consistent, this young lady.
This might even be the first time she's actually finished off the podium in a T100. She's been that consistent in all of our races. She's always there or thereabouts, and again, that just shows the level that for the first time she's actually finished off the podium.
And the strength of the great British women do it again in 3rd place. Jessica Lim and Lucy Charles-Barclay. You know that Lucy Byram's coming in as well. But Taylor Knibb, the champion.
Well, I've hot-footed it down to the start-finish line, joined by our men's winner, Jelle Geens. Jelle, congratulations. What an incredible race. Your 2nd win on the T100. How was that?
Yeah, thank you. It was very hard. The bike was, I died a few times in there. It was really hard. The boys made a very honest race, but yeah, I'm very happy to come away with the win.
Tell me about that bike leg, because you just were able to keep far enough back without being right at the very front. You still had enough in the tank, didn't you, in order to get through and make it into that final run leg?
Yeah, I played a bit harmonica there in the beginning. We came with a bit of a deficit out of the swim, and yeah, like guys like Rico, Mika, and Kyle, they went really hard to try and catch those first 4, and it was really tough for me. First lap, I kind of hung on, but it got really hard in there. But then I knew I just had to pace myself well, don't give up. Mentally it gets tough, but then I actually got quite lucky with Mika getting that penalty, and I could try and follow him for another lap and actually gain some time against on the leader, so I could manage my deficit.
Yeah, what was your strategy for this race? Did you obviously look at what Rico did in San Francisco? I imagine all of you looked at what Rico did in San Francisco and thought, hold on a minute, we can't let him get that lead again.
Yeah, definitely. Like, he was so impressive there, and I think actually it was funny. Cal Smith said in the athletes lounge, like 50 minutes before the start, all right guys, we're not gonna let Rico go this time. And they didn't, I had to. But yeah, my plan is just to race up front, race hard. But then it's hard when you get dropped actually. But I know my strength really is the run. So yeah, I had to just focus and try to keep that gap close enough so I could run to the front, and yeah, it worked out well in the end.
Yeah, we were just discussing before we came on air what you've been up to since the 2 hours or so that you finished. So I gather you've been watching the women's race as well. Quick word on what you've seen in Taylor Knibb back to winning ways.
Yeah, it feels like when I win, Taylor wins, and when I get second, Taylor gets second. It's been a few races like this actually. Also Las Vegas last year, and then Taupo 70.3 World Champs last year as well. So it's quite funny. Yeah, it's good to see her back up there, and then yeah, Julie, and very impressed actually by Jess Learman, because I know she's been struggling a bit with run injuries, and it's been fun. We've been here for 2 weeks, and so has Jess, and we've talked a bit, and yeah, she was saying like she's slowly been building up the run, and yeah, it paid off already straight away, so very happy for her.
Yeah, you must have given us some tips on the run. as a man who's one of our best runners on the T100, I mean, she ran beautifully, but so did you.
Yeah, I think she doesn't need tips. She's been along for so long, and for her, I think it's just being injury-free and being able to run on training, and she'll fly.
Lovely. Well, Jelle, thank you so much for joining us down here at the start-finish line. We're going to talk to Marten Van Riel in a minute, but Vicky, back to you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, really great insight from Rico there. I love the quote he said about, I died a few times, and that he mentioned he was a lucky, lucky man with Mika coming through. But everything went right for him today, and he put together a brilliant, brilliant performance to take the win. So now we are back with the women still finishing. We're coming up with Taylor Spivey. She's about to take 7th place in our women's race here today. Another consistent top 10 for her, and another good run.
That'll race her up in the rankings on the race to Qatar as well. Taylor Spivey sitting in 10th right now. She will be moving way down in the rankings there as she rounds out the third race of the T100 Global World Tour. That's all going to culminate in a grand final, the World Championship, December 12 and 13 in Qatar this year. But another consistent race by Taylor Spivey, another Olympic medalist in the field there. There you've got one with, you know, Julie Derron, and also over to Taylor Spivey. There's Jessica Lima. Jess looks a lot better than what she did in Singapore, so good to see you there. Probably recovering, you know, with a nice fizzy drink. But well done. There's Ashleigh Gentle getting the job done as well.
Well, I've swapped out yellow gains for Marten Van Riel. Marten, congratulations, second place. How does that one feel?
Yeah, it feels good. I mean, 2 weeks ago in San Francisco, my race didn't really go how I wished and how I planned it. So to be back on the podium, that makes me very happy.
Yeah, it was a really strong performance. We were talking in commentary about your season so far. How are you feeling now? Does this feel like you're getting back to the sort of form that we saw you in 2024?
Yeah, I think that I started quite good in Singapore, but then on altitude camp I got sick and I just didn't have like the preparation I really wished for to come into this combination, San Fran and Vancouver. So yeah, I'm a bit like my run, I know it's not where I want it to be, but I also know that San Fran was really not a good performance for me. So yeah, like I'm happy to see where I am now, and I think that I have a lot to improve on with hopefully a block of good training and being healthy.
Yeah, you were running with Jelle for quite a significant part of that run leg. I just wonder how much he was able to push your pace and get the best out of you. Even if it wasn't for the win, you were able to work together a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, actually, I tried to work a bit with him because I know there was like quite a lot of guys from like coming behind us, but I also knew that he closed quite a significant gap in the first lap, so I also knew that he was probably the better runner today. And yeah, like I think together we did put a bit extra time into the ones chasing us, so I didn't have a reply when he attacked, unfortunately, but I hope by the end of the year I'll find that reply.
Yeah, just a word on the challenge and the level that surrounds the T100 this year. We've been talking a lot about how the level feels like it's gone up another step, and obviously as our world champion last year, you're probably the perfect person to answer. Do you think people have raised their game, and likewise you're going to have to raise yours too?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think I haven't put together the perfect race yet this year, but I'm gonna leave that for the end of the year, hopefully. But no, like there's definitely a lot of guys that are yeah, either raised their game, ones that were here last year already, like Rico, like Mika, and there's some other names that joined as well. Hayden, hopefully he's back soon. Jelle. So yeah, that's definitely the field is just top class now, and there's no more just sweeping all the races, unfortunately.
And what are your plans then for the next few months and weeks? Obviously, you've had a really busy period racing in South Africa, you were in Singapore, and obviously you were in San Francisco and Vancouver. What do the next few months look like for you?
Yeah, I think that now I'm going to have head home because I've been away from home for a very long time. And then I'll have a big block again of training up in altitude as well. So I'm probably only going to be back for the second part of the T100 season. I've got 2 good results on the board now, so I'm confident that with a good preparation and good end of the season, I can battle for the top positions.
Yeah, certainly can. Marten, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate your time. We're going to let you step out just over here, and you're going to hand the microphone to Mika New. Mika, congratulations, a third place for you. That equals, of course, your best result, similar to what you did in San Francisco. How are you feeling about that?
Yes, thanks so much. Very happy overall. It was a tough day out there, and yeah, super pleased to be able to confirm my shape from San Francisco, even though I think today I did an even better race. So yeah, over the moon with the first part of my season.
Yeah, it's even more impressive perhaps with that 1-minute drafting penalty that you got as well. I mean, give us your thoughts on that, and have you guys discussed it in amongst yourselves and whether or not you sort of agree with it?
Yeah, we've discussed it quite a lot. Yeah, sure. I mean, Kyle also got one, and yeah, I mean that's racing. It was my own mistake, I think. Like Kyle passed me at the end during the downhill. Then I took on some nutrition, and just I didn't pedal. I looked down. I drank something. I took a gel, thinking that he would ride away, but then I looked up and realized even though I didn't push the pedals at all and like took some nutrition, he was still there. So I mean, my setup is just too fast apparently. So yeah, I didn't have an advantage, but it's still okay to give the penalty. But yeah, it was my first ever drafting penalty, so I was very embarrassed about it because like. I consider myself a fair racer, and as I said, I think I didn't have an advantage. But yeah, then I'm very proud that I kept composed and even managed to close the gap to the front guys on my own. So I knew I was probably the strongest biker today, which gave me a lot of confidence for the run. But it also gave me sore legs for the run.
I was going to ask, how much energy did you expend getting back up to the front from that bike after the penalty?
A lot. Like on that one uphill, I made up I think 20 seconds, so I went like really all out there. And then on the first lap, I tried to follow Yellow on the run, but yeah, A, my legs were cooked, and B, like he was just super strong, so I knew I had to settle for my own pace. But then I felt better from lap to lap, which also gave me new confidence again. And then during lap 5, I thought, yeah, I'm gonna attack Kyle soon. Still felt good, and yeah, very happy that I could pull it off.
Yeah, we've been discussing how you were seemingly one of the most confident athletes that we came across this week in all of the stuff and the press that we've been reading and you've been talking. I just wonder, as you look ahead to the rest of the season, how much confidence are you going to take from these two brilliant podiums and into the second half of the T100 season?
Oh yeah, a lot for sure. I mean, Singapore was an okay race, P9, and then I had a great block at altitude, and now I've got 8 weeks until London. I mean, I'm just going to focus on the T100 this year to make sure I'm going to be at 100% each race, because even though in Singapore I was at, say, 98%, and you are so far off, I really want to hit every race from now on with like 100%. Yeah, therefore I'm going to take a rest now and then do like a 6-week build-up towards London and Fréjus, which I'm really looking forward to, finally racing in Europe again. And yeah, I take a lot of confidence from it, and hope to keep that podium streak going.
Yeah, a training camp. It's hard to believe that you guys can get even fitter, but it sounds like that's what you're going to try and aim to do over the next few weeks. Thank you so much, Mika. Really appreciate your time. We'll see you soon. We'll let you step out.
Yeah, thank you.
And we're going to replace you with our women's winner, Taylor Knibb. Taylor, congratulations, first place. I know you've been asked an awful lot over this week about what it was like losing your 100% record in San Francisco.
Well, I do have a correction on that.
Okay, come on.
And don't worry, I read your media guide in terms of we can take control of the conversation, because, you know, I was second in PTO Dallas. And just because the company decides to do a rebrand of the name doesn't mean that I've lost. It's like if I get a new last name, first name, doesn't mean I suddenly have a 100% record. It's the same people, same races, so yes, that's my first statement, but...
That's totally fair. So in the rebrand of the T100, you lost that 100% record. Tell me though...
That's not what I was going for though. You want to race, you want to learn, you want to race the best, and you want to expose yourself and like find weaknesses and then learn from them.
Tell me about the race today. Incredible bike leg. You and Jess seem to work really, really well together. And
I was thrilled to have Jess there, and I knew that she would help me on the technical section, and then I could lay down power. And so on the first lap she didn't come through, but then on the second lap she did. I don't know if you saw, and I took that technical section so much better, and that's where it's fun, like, because you can learn in the race with the multi-lap course.
Yeah, we were hearing as well your interview that you spoke to us this week, and you were saying you didn't realise when in San Francisco Julie was coming from behind you and you were looking at her splits after the race. I just wonder, you seem to be checking your watch an awful lot in this race.
I was?
You just seem to be really on top of the splits of how far people were behind you. You seem to be really mentally on it.
Oh, I always am.
Yeah. But this race in particular?
This isn't anything new. I mean, whenever there's a 180, I'm going to look at my splits, and then you can see as it goes down how far you have. I just like to have the information and see how the race unfolds.
Tell us about the last couple of weeks for you since San Francisco. Who have you been speaking to? What have those conversations been like with your coach? And how have you been able to come back with such an impressive performance here in Vancouver?
Well, I have to thank my very, very patient and thoughtful team. I talked to my coach after San Francisco, and he said it would be tough, but based on how I said I felt, he said we could make some adjustments. And so we did some, like, because you have to recover, and then you can make some, like, little adjustments, and then you kind of have to, like, just get ready to race again. And then my manager kindly told me, he's like, when people get second, you can sometimes, like, throw the book out the window, but that's not what you do. So I made sure I have some very wise people in my corner, some very patient people in my corner, and I'm very grateful for everyone on my team and my family and my friends. So thank you to all of you.
Tell me then what the next few weeks and months look like for Taylor Knibb. What are you going to be up to, and how are you going to propel yourself into the second half of the T100 season?
Well, I am excited. I'm planning to race London next, and so I'm just excited to get some more fitness and training, and then see you in London, hopefully.
Hopefully we will see you in London. And just kind of final word on this course and being in Vancouver. How did you like it and experience this brand new course?
I loved it, and I really loved Vancouver as a place. Actually, so my strength coach is from Vancouver, and she came this weekend. Thank you, Erin, for coming. And she, every morning when she saw my HRV, she's like, wow, your body just loves Vancouver. And I think it just did. And it's so peaceful by the water and with the mountains. And so I really like this place. You just kind of like get a sense.
Did you see the orcas in the water?
I heard about that. I'm glad we didn't see them, and I'm glad we didn't feel them either.
They were quite near your swim course as well, so they weren't far away, but they were just there, I think, just after you guys
Will
were
they
there.
come back? I kind of am bummed we missed them.
Yeah, same.
Are they on film? Did anyone get photos?
Fortunately, our good team on the T100 had got them on the drone shot. They looked absolutely spectacular.
Oh, good. That's the real show.
Taylor, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Congratulations. We're going to let you step out. And we've got a real revolving door here of our T100 athletes. Julie, congratulations. Just to take a spot there. Second place. How was that for you?
Yeah, I got a really tough day. My swim really didn't set me up for a good day, so I had to fight until the finish line, and I'm so glad that I got into second place. I'm super pleased with that after the day didn't start perfectly.
Yeah, we obviously were looking at your run and you were chasing down Jess. That was so thrilling to watch for us up in commentary. How was it to be a part of?
Yeah, for sure. I know that Jess is a super tough competitor, and I kept getting splits, and I realized it's going to be super tight. Either it's going to come down to the last K or I wouldn't make it. And so, I just had to dig really deep, and when I saw that the gap was really close on the last lap, I just gave it my all.
Yeah, we can see your race just on the monitor here. You gave it your all. You were able to catch Jess on the run. I wonder, for you, how do you view this result? Obviously, after the highs of San Francisco, where does this rank? Are you still happy with second?
Yeah, of course. After the first race of the year in Singapore, the aim really was to come here in these two races, San Francisco and this one, and get back on the podium. And I've done that twice now, so I couldn't ask for more, really.
Yeah, we're just watching you pass Jess there on the monitor, because it really was such an impressive performance. What did you do over the last couple of weeks in this sort of weird 2-week period between races? Clearly, whatever you did was good, and you were able to recover well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 2 weeks is still a lot of time, so I traveled to Canada right away. I spent 10 days in Whistler just hanging out with my parents, getting some good training in, and enjoying Canada, and then came here for a race prep as usual. It's another race. We have a long year, so just take it step by step and prepare as well as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And just the future for you right now, what are you going to be focusing on over the next few weeks before the second half of the T100 season?
Yeah, I'm really excited to go home on Monday. I haven't been back in Switzerland since January, so it's been a long time that I've been on the road. I look forward to getting back. I have a lot of boxes to unpack there, so that's gonna keep me busy for at least a week, and then we'll regroup and plan the rest of the year. Of course, now I have a couple of podiums as scores, and I'm really trying to finish as high as possible in the series ranking in the race to Qatar. But it's still a long year. We go until December, so just taking it step by step.
This is the beauty of the T100, isn't it? We've got so many different types of races. Second half of the season, where are you most excited about going? Where do you fancy your chances?
Oh, I actually haven't looked too closely at all the races, but there are so many. I mean, the French Riviera run looks really exciting. I actually quite enjoyed Dubai last year, even though it was super hot, and then the final is always exciting as well with extra points on the line, so I think it's going to be a thrilling race until the end of the year.
Lovely stuff. Julie, thank you very much. Congratulations on your second place. Vicky, we're going to head back to you.
Thank you, Matt. So here we go. We've got the standings after that race here in Vancouver. Taylor Knibb, of course, was our race winner there with a overall time of 3:30 and the fastest bike time, as you can see in purple. Julie Derron, fantastic finish there in second place. Fastest run of the day for her with a 1:03.24. And third place, first time on the T100 podium for Jessica Learmonth. Further down the field, of course, fourth, Lucy Charles-Barclay. Fifth, Ashleigh Gentle, who ran her way up quite a long way on that run. Holly Lawrence with another solid performance on return from maternity leave with sixth. Seventh place, Taylor Spivey. Eighth place, our home athlete, Paula Findlay. Ninth place for Lucy Byram. And 10th place with another blisteringly fast run, Danielle Kleiser. And let's have a look at what that does to our overall standings in the lead to our race to Qatar. Julie Derron maintains her lead with 73 points, but with that first place today, Taylor Knibb shoots herself up to second place with 64 points. Kate Woff not racing today, but maintains her third place with 61 points. And Jess Learmonth rockets up the leaderboard too into fourth place with 50 points. Lucy Charles-Barclay in fifth, Ashleigh Gentle in sixth, Taylor Spivey in seventh, Holly Lawrence with another solid performance up to 8th, Paula Findlay in 9th, and Grace Tech rounding out the top 10.
Thank you, Vicky. I'm joined by, I think, the woman with the largest smile in Vancouver, Jess Learmonth. Jess, congratulations, third place. How was that for you?
Oh, thank you. Well, I'm totally shocked to get on the podium, to be honest. I don't know, enjoyable. I was just having the best time, and I've not ran much, so I was just thinking if I can just, have a good swim bike, then we'll see what happens. And Taylor keeps it very honest and keeps the pressure on, so it helped a lot, and I got a nice gap, and I actually felt pretty comfortable on the run. I do not understand how, so certainly on that gravel it's barbaric to run on. So yeah, I'm just pretty shocked.
Yeah, let's start by talking about the bike leg, because you and Taylor worked really, really well at the front. How important was it that you both had each other and you both kind of fed off each other's pace?
Oh, definitely. I came through maybe 3 times, and it's so difficult to push the pace at the front, and she does that obviously very well. But it was just really good to have someone to ride with. It just helps you, like I say, keep the pressure on. And to be honest, I've no idea what the gap was in the end, but I was just focused on staying together.
We're just joined by Greg Welch. He's honestly just snuck in behind you. So you might not have noticed him. I didn't want him to give you a fright.
I was the next person to come up and try and steal a position from you, Jess, but wasn't going to steal your thunder today. Thank you.
And then, Jess, we've obviously mentioned the bike leg, but then the run leg. We saw you being chased down by Julie. At what point did you start to think Julie was on your case? And did you have any more in the tank? Were you obviously exhausted everything you could at the end to try and get that second spot?
Absolutely not. I saw her at the dead turn, on the last dead turn, and I was like, oh, she's here. So she came past, and I think she accelerated, and I was like, don't you worry, love. There's no chasing you down. So yeah, she just flew straight past me, and by the end, it was quite a big gap. But I was just delighted with third, to be honest, and I had no sprint finish in me. I mean, I'm surprised I even had that pace in me, so yeah, I was so happy.
Yeah, you mentioned you were surprised about the run. We know that you've struggled with this calf injury over the last few weeks. There's pretty positive signs. If you can do this after not being 100% fit on the run, think what you can do if you're fully fit.
Yeah, I know, but I think I could do with Lucy and Knibb there quite often, because to be fair, I didn't lead the swim and I was Knibb on the bike. So yeah, I think I've got to prove myself on my own a bit. So we'll see.
Greg, how did you enjoy Jess's performance?
Look, after watching Jessica in Singapore, I was so impressed. Singapore was a day on today's result.
Oh, sorry,
from where
I thought
you
you meant
came.
Singapore.
Yeah, no, from Singapore it was just so good to see you race there and go through what you did.
Yeah.
It was inspiring, to say the least. It wasn't the best finish that you wanted. However, you struggled with cramps, with pacing, you walked. You had to go really deep inside of your body that day, but you bounced back. Bounced back in San Francisco, but look what you did today. So you should be very proud of yourself. And she gave us a fantastic race to watch and to call.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much.
Jess, what does it mean for you, a podium here on the T100?
Oh, it means a lot, and certainly with all the help and support I get for Fred and John coming here when he's on holiday, and I don't think he thinks it's that much of a holiday. So to get a result like that kind of makes it all the more worthwhile, really. And to be honest, I just love the circuit. I love being with the girls. I love having a laugh. So it just tops it off, really.
Yeah, in terms of the rest of the season, this must give you so much confidence moving into the latter half of the season that you can compete, and you're going to be right up at the front. You've been a factor in all the 3 races that we've seen you in so far.
Yeah, I hope I can take confidence from it, because I do struggle with low confidence. So I think I just need to recover well from this and be able to put some training together on the run, and then hopefully I can improve a bit.
We'll look out London, because you're going to go home and race in your home country there in the UK. And if anything's an indication on what you did today, you know, to be racing in front of your home crowd down there in the UK is going to be very, very good. So all the best in your recovery, Jess. You're inspiring today. Well done.
Oh, thank you so much.
Talk to us about that recovery. What does it look like?
Nothing for a while, no running. But I'm a bit torn, because I need a 70.3 slot, or I'd like a 70.3 slot. So there's some races coming up, so it's kind of I've got to weigh up the risk of this calf again. So yeah, I think just a nice relaxing few days to start with. Few beers and, you know, the usual.
She is human after all. That's how all good triathletes celebrate their success. Jess, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations, a podium for you. We can't wait to see you on the podium later on.
Thank you very much.
Lovely. We'll let you step out, and Greg, we'll have a little chat, shall we, about what we've seen today, and what a fantastic First comment really just on being here in Vancouver, because it's a brand new course for us on the T100, but my word, it's absolutely been fantastic.
You know what, the day started out a little bit gloomy, but this is what Vancouver is. If you look around right now, the backdrop of this city is absolutely phenomenal. Vancouver and Canada have a big reputation in triathlon, and I'm glad that the T100 brought it today. From Yellowkins to Taylor Knibb, they gave us everything that we could possibly want. And even a whale that was breaching out there in the bay. So that was nuts. And to have the races that we did with Yellowkins and Marten Van Riel, and then Mika Nui, his second podium in 2 consecutive races. Then over to the women's side. I mean, nothing short of amazing with Taylor Knibb. You know, role reversal on San Francisco. Julie Derron, first place in San Fran, second place here. Taylor Knibb, second place in San Fran, first place here. And then another person that sneaks onto the podium right now, you know, with Jessica Lim. And so this has been amazing, to say the least. And I think we got our Ironman world champ, Lucy Charles-Barclay, who's probably one of the most consistent racers in the world. Just 6 days after racing in Maryland last week. Don't know how you can do it with that recovery time, but you're Lucy Charles-Barclay.
Tell us, Lucy, how has the last week been, and what a performance you put in today? How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm just so grateful that my body is in a good, healthy position to be able to do the back-to-back racing. Like this time last year, I think I was injured and trying to get back on a start line. And yeah, just to be out there, I was just super grateful. And actually to be able to have something to push on the run, I was just like, you've just got to enjoy this because you're in a good place. And yeah, I just hope I can keep building on that throughout the season.
Yeah, I've heard you speak about how you're in this amazing run of form at the moment, and you just want to race and you want to capitalise on being fit, healthy and in really good shape.
Yeah, I'm definitely like a born racer. I love to get out there and race, and I think you learn so much in training, but you can't, you learn so much on the race course, so much more. It's invaluable. So I feel like every race I'm learning things, and last year I'd say my race IQ was quite low because I just wasn't racing. I was making silly mistakes, where I'm sure I still made a few mistakes today, but I felt like you know what, I'm learning on the go and each race is getting better.
Certainly is. Great. Go on, your thoughts on Lucy's race.
Lucy, today, I mean, we all know the swimming credibility is just absolutely amazing. A few years ago, you could have even got into the 1500 in the Olympic Games, but today you knew that you were going to have some company, not only with Jessica Lim, but Maya Kingma, right? You've raced against her before. She's one of the fastest short course racers in the world. And then you had also company of Taylor Knibb, Taylor Spivey, but getting up the road, What are your thoughts? I mean, what's going through your head with company? Because you're usually out there on your own.
Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of this racing. It's becoming more like the Olympic distance where we are literally full gas from the gun. So I did expect to have company, especially in a wetsuit swim. It's that little bit harder to break it up. But yeah, I was quite happy. We'd got a bit of a gap. I felt like I actually had quite a good T1, which is rare for a long distance athlete to be with those short course girls. So yeah, super happy, but still things to work on for sure.
You mentioned, Lucy, the run, and we were hearing in your interview that you actually like the gravel. This is a surface that you seem to do really, really well on. It's where you train at home. A course like this, what are your thoughts on it? Did you enjoy racing here in Vancouver?
Yeah, I love the course. I mean, the scenery was fantastic. We had a lot of support out on that run as well. And the gravel definitely feels like Epping Forest where I live. And to be honest, if I didn't do triathlon, one of my other favourite sports is cross-country running. So it felt a little bit like that when I get out there and get to do some cross-country, which I haven't done for a few years, but I hope I can get back to that in the winter because that's probably what I enjoy the most.
I've got a question for you. Have you ever swum with orcas?
I haven't, and I heard that they were out there. And
Take a look at this. This is earlier in the water. And this is very, very close to where you guys were swimming.
Honestly, like I Googled before the race about orcas because I'm slightly terrified of them. And it said 2012 was the last time they were seen in this bay. So I was like, I think we're going to be pretty safe. If I had seen them, I would have literally died on the spot because I'm so scared of them. So yeah, if I'd seen them, maybe I would have swum faster.
Yeah, we thought we might have sharks or great whites in San Francisco a couple of weeks ago. Little did we know we were going to get orcas here in Vancouver. Wow. I mean, in terms of a location, how much have you guys enjoyed being here in Vancouver?
I mean, Canada is such a beautiful country. I definitely want to come back. It feels a little bit like home, maybe a tiny bit more beautiful than England, but yeah, it had that kind of home feel, really green, really lovely road surface, definitely better than London. So yeah, what a race location it was.
Certainly is. We're just seeing shots there, drone shots of the bay. Absolutely spectacular. Talk to us about recovery from a race like this. You've been so busy with racing. Take us inside the mind of an athlete. What are you going to be doing over the next few weeks?
Oh, I mean, I'll definitely put my feet up for a few days after this race. I couldn't be more grateful to my husband, who has literally done everything since the race last weekend. He's like massaged me every day, made food, carried my bags. Honestly, he does like a million jobs, so I couldn't do it without him. I'm so grateful to him. And yeah, we'll get some good food in after this race, have a little bit of a chill, a good training block, and then yeah, it's all going into London next.
Yeah, and the quality of competition we've got in the T100 this year, it seems like every athlete is talking about how it seems to have upped, and you were obviously with us in 2024 for races and here. Have you noticed a step up in quality?
Absolutely. I mean, it feels like every single race, the level is going up and up, and I think it's because you're learning on the go and you're learning, okay, I need to improve this part of my race if I want to be in contention for the podium or for the win, and everyone wants to get those valuable points for the series. So yeah, the standard is on the way up, and these women are so tough, which is incredible to see.
How do you improve your standard? What are you doing to do that? I mean, what does that look like for an athlete?
Oh, it's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of hours putting in. It's a lot of pain, especially when we're racing at this intensity. It's actually, you look at your heart rate throughout the whole bike, and then in training to try and replicate that is so tough when you're basically max heart rate for 2 hours on the bike. How do you replicate that in training? Well, it's absolutely brutal. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of hours of really hard work to try and up my game for the next one.
Well, 2 races in 6 days. Congratulations on a first place and also rounding it out here. But I do have a favour to ask, going into London, if you could offer any age grouper any advice, what would you give them? Because Matt over here is going to be on the start line.
This is so embarrassing, Greg.
Look, it's not embarrassing because I want you to give him a tip on how to taper. I think we should put him through the broadcast on the day before. Maybe put a couple of bottles of Marten mix up there on the set with him and keep him hydrated. So what advice do you have for Mr. Matt over here?
Well, yeah, I guess while you're commentating on us, you want to be carb loading, definitely.
Yeah, okay,
I carb load on rice and chicken and eggs, so yeah, get lots of that in before the race. Keep your feet up, maybe get someone to give you a massage, whoever else is on the commentary team with you.
Don't look at me, Luce.
And then, yeah, I think you should bribe some of us athletes to come and cheer you on as well, because that always helps.
Lucy, if I'm 1% the swimmer that you are, I will be very, very happy. I'll consider that a job well done in London. Congratulations, Lucy, on your result here in Vancouver. We'll let you step out. Thank you so much, and yeah, thank you, Greg, also for those top tips. Right, Vicky, we're going to throw back to you.
Well, firstly, Shotgun not giving Matt the massage, but here we go. So the race result today, Jelle Geens taking a top spot with an overall time of 3:12.49. Marten Van Riel back on the podium in second, and Mika Nut on the podium for the second time in a row, taking third spot. Fourth place, a career best for Antonio Benito Lopez. In fifth place, Kyle Smith. Sixth place, last time out winner, Rico Bogen, but with the fastest bike leg of the day once again. Morgan Pearson takes 2 of the honours in 7th place with the fastest swim and the fastest run of the day. Jason West, another of our top runners, running up into 8th place. Wildcard Panagiotis Bitados in 9th place, and another wildcard in Wilhelm Hirsch finishing in 10th. And then we take a little bit of a look as to what that's done to our overall standings in the race to Qatar. Marten Van Riel jumps himself right back up to where he is used to being, in top spot. He has now got 73 points to Jelle Geens 64, who's now in second. Rico Bogen drops down into third, also on 64 points. And Mika Nut again tied in fourth on 64 points. That is incredibly close. Few athletes there. In fifth place, Antonio Benito Lopez. Sixth place, we've got Kyle Smith, and Yuri Kulin drops to 7th after his DNF today. 8th place is still Hayden Wild as we await his return from injury. 9th place, Morgan Pearson, and in 10th place, Leo Berger.
Well, Greg, just time to reflect on a couple of the other stories that we've had so far here in Vancouver, and we can see there Jelle Geens crossing the line. Such an impressive performance from him. When we look back at the men's race, where did he win it?
So I think that Jelle won it on the bike ride today. He made a risk-reward decision, and that was to stay with Mika Nut when Mika served his penalty and then came screaming by. He went up a level. I spoke to him after the race, and he said, yep, that was a risk-reward situation. My heart rate was through the roof, but I had a decision to make, and he made it. So that was his key moment.
Yeah, and hugely impressive, because we've got, that's now his second win on the T100. I wonder for Jelle Geens and competing up there with the very best, and we've obviously got Marten Van Riel, we've got Rico Bogen. I just wonder where will his ambitions be for the rest of the season? He'll be wanting to win that race to Qatar, won't he?
Oh, it's the top rung on the podium. There's no question. There is no doubt about it. I'm looking at this year, Marten Van Riel, Rico Bogen and Jelle Geens being the 3 men to dominate the top spot on the podium. I'm also looking at seeing Mika Nut. The experience that he has from a young man and the maturity level that he has is exceptional. Look for him to climb up on that podium one more spot, and it won't be too long before he wins one as well.
A word on Rico Bogen. He, for all the world in that bike leg, looked very strong. He just didn't seem to have it in the legs, did he, on the run? I wonder how he'll reflect on this race.
Yeah, Rico was off to a great start to the year. And look at Jelle Geens, somebody, went to Singapore, very disappointed, went to San Francisco, got a little bit better, but now he's finding his form. So too is Marten Van Riel. Mika's been very, very consistent, but look for the people that start out very, very slowly, make their way up. They're going to have a little bit of a break mid-season to get ready for the push in the race to Qatar.
Do you think, with Rico's tactics there, I wonder if he expended so much energy in San Francisco with those tactics that he races, actually a 2-week turnaround isn't enough? Is that potentially fair?
I see the way that he races is the same way that Jessica Learmonth races. She has to get out there and get a good lead, and Taylor Knibb as well. So I think that Rico Bogen's in that same situation, while you've got runners in the field like Jason West and Morgan Pearson and Jelle Geens. These guys are running lights out and around about 1 to 1.5 minutes faster than Rico Bogen. So Rico will go back to the drawing board. He'll recover from this race and he'll come up another level again. Don't worry about him. He's not going anywhere.
Performance of the day, just quickly.
Yeah, performance of the day for me. I think it has to be Taylor Knibb, because Taylor, with the pressure, came back, pressure's off the shoulders, give it everything, she's back.
Yeah, well, Taylor Knibb is back to winning ways. It's going to be a couple of months until we see you next on the T100. We're going to be in London on August the 9th. But from all of us here in Vancouver, we've had a lovely day. It's been a long one, but we've had a brilliant time. Thanks for joining us. Bye for now.